Okay, we're recording.
Thank you. Welcome to the July 30, 2020 meeting of the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission. This meeting is being held virtually via web conference. Because we have determined that providing live access to the meeting could undermine the integrity of the selection process, this meeting will not be accessible to the public in real time. However, the meeting will be recorded, and the recording will be posted on the Commission's website after the meeting has concluded. We have consulted with the Tennessee Attorney General's Office regarding conducting this meeting in this manner. Chanel Tyler, counsel to the Commission, will share the circumstances regarding the virtual and closed nature of today's meeting, and I would ask Commissioners to let Chanel lay out the approach, and then we'll open up for any questions that Commissioners may have. So Chanel, now I call on you, please.
Thank you, Chair. This meeting, the special call meeting of the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission, is being held as an electronic meeting pursuant to TCA 844-108. Given the ongoing concerns regarding COVID-19 and the budget challenges, the Commission has determined that it is necessary to hold an electronic meeting today. And as was stated before, this meeting is being held to interview candidates for the executive director position, and despite reasonable efforts, the Commission is unable to secure each interview against candidates potentially listening in to other interviews and gaining an advantage. Thus, in order to maintain the integrity of the interview process, the Commission will rely on Executive Orders 16 and 51 and will post a copy of this meeting on its website no more than 2 business days after the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
And before we open up to questions, Judy, let me ask you to call the roll so we can establish a quorum, please.
Yes. Commissioner Hanson.
Present.
Commissioner Levine. Commissioner Levine? You're not on mute.
Just on mute. I'm here. Sorry.
Commissioner Patterson.
Here.
Commissioner Richards. Present. Commissioner Sisnett. Okay. For the record, Commissioner Sisnett indicated he's here. Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Tucker. Here. Chairman Griscom.
Here.
All are present and we have a quorum.
Thank you, Judy. Now, are there questions or comments following Chanel's outline of the process for today's meeting?
Mr. Chair, I do.
Commissioner, yes.
Because I serve as the chair of the Governance Committee, I wanted to make sure that we are following our rules and, of course, that we're in compliance with the open meetings law, particularly given the importance of the issue. I did reach out to staff connected me with the Attorney General's office, and I did get comfort that under the Governor's executive order, there is an exemption that's been created which permits us to do this, because under normal circumstances, we would have to do this as a live public meeting. Because of the issues that were raised by staff as to our ability to do this, and specifically the governor's order says that the governing body, meaning us, must make a clear audio or video recording of the meeting available to the public as soon as practicable following the meeting, and that the governing body must make reasonable efforts to ensure that the public has access to the meeting via electronic means. But if the governing body cannot provide such live public access, then despite reasonable efforts, then we can do this. So I do think we fit within the governor's order. However, our rules very clearly explicitly say we will have an open meeting. But our rules also allow for suspension of the rules if the majority of the commission agrees to suspend the rules. I do think we need to take action to suspend our own rules because we are not having a live open meeting. I do think the governor's executive order gives us the proper legal ability to do this, but just to protect ourselves, I do think we need to make sure that we properly suspend our rules. So I would make the motion that we suspend the section 1C of our rule 1.200. Temporarily suspend that rule for the purpose of conducting this meeting due to the exigent circumstances relating that staff has already laid out.
Commissioner Levine has made a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Eddie, and I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Judy, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Patterson.
Yes.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Sisnett.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker.
Aye.
Chairman Griscom.
Aye.
All are in favor. The motion passes.
Judy, you missed Commissioner Patterson.
I did. I'm so sorry. Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Thank you. All is approved.
So, Alan, you have now shown the reason that we wanted to set a governance committee as part of what we do. Thank you. So, with that, all of you have access to today's agenda. Does anyone have any comments to make regarding the agenda before we proceed? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
This is Derwin, so moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Chairman Patterson, second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Judy, will you call the roll, please?
Yes. Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Levine.
Aye.
Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Sisnett.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker.
Aye.
Chairman Griscom.
Aye.
All are in favor. The agenda is approved.
Thank you. The minutes of the meeting we held on July 22, 2020 have been provided. Does anyone have any edits or other changes to make regarding the prior minutes before we proceed? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
That's Terrence.
Levine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alan. Thank you. Second?
This is Derwin, second.
Thank you, Derwin. Any discussion? Can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Levine.
Aye.
Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards. Was that an aye? Okay. Commissioner Sisnett.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker.
Aye.
Chairman Griscom.
Aye.
The minutes are unanimously approved.
Thank you. So at this time, we're going to turn to the Executive Director interviews. Let me thank everybody in advance for your time and for your willingness to ask questions and to help us narrow down this field as we get closer to being able to select an Executive Director for the Charter Commission. Chris Richards, our Chair of the Committee of the Whole, will walk us through the process. Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all of you for your support of our efforts to develop and evaluate our candidates for the role of Executive Director. Our goal today is to learn more about the 6 candidates advanced from our last meeting and select finalists for the final interviews planned for August 12th. We have a strong pool of candidates and we look forward to learning about each of the candidates today. We thank them in advance for their interest in this work and for participating virtually under COVID-19 circumstances. We have 6 interviews today and have developed a process that will be the same for each candidate. First, a 35-minute period to have each candidate respond to the same question. And each of you will furnish the list of questions, and you will each ask a question, your name designated question on that list. After that 35-minute period, there will be a 10-minute period for each candidate to ask questions of the commission. That will be followed by a 10-minute period for commissioners to discuss that candidate, and then there will be a 10-minute break before the next interview. We do need to keep in mind that we're trying to stay on schedule, so if people have follow-up questions based on an answer that a candidate gives, please try to be respectful of the time period. We've allowed about 3 to 5 minutes for each question, and we'd like to try to get everyone's answer on all questions. So at this time, I think we need to make a decision about how many finalists we're going to advance to the final evaluation on August 12th. I would like to have adequate time at that on that date to do an in-depth interview for the finalists, and I would like to advance 2 candidates to that final stage of evaluation. But we may have some folks who want to comment on a different number. So at this point in time, before I make that motion, well, let me go ahead and make the motion and then we can have discussion. I've moved to advance 2 candidates to the final stage of evaluation on August 12th. And I have a second. Wendy?
I had a comment. I didn't have a second. Sorry.
Okay, may I have a second? Then we'll have discussion.
This is Eddie. I'll give a second, but I also have a comment.
Okay, all righty. I appreciate that. Having a second, I'll open this up for discussion and recognize people. Either if you want to unmute, I can see you unmuting, or you can wave, and I'll start with Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you. My only comment is it's twofold, well, threefold. I think we'd originally envisioned 3, and I don't know how public that was, but that's one consideration. That's the least of my 3. My other 2 considerations, the second one is that there were 3 candidates that all of us agreed to advance, and so I think there were 3, and I don't know what's going to happen today, but there were definitely 3 that we all felt strongly about advancing. But my third consideration is the diversity consideration, and as we're looking at candidates and getting to the actual final 3, I think it is going to be important, and I think Commissioner Patterson spoke to this at the last meeting, that we have a diverse pool of even at the finalist level to choose from. So I liked the 3 finalists vision of this, so that's why I did not second the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. There were actually 4 that we all supported at the first round, but either one of the comments are excellent. Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, and I'm gonna kind of second what Wendy did. I gave a motion just so we could get to this discussion, but I think I would like to, based on that, I agree. I want us to look at a minimum of 2 with a maximum of 3 that we advance on. So I guess the only thing I would do is I would make a motion to amend your original, that we advance a minimum of 2 with a maximum of 3, depending on how today goes, because right now we're trying to decide who we're going to advance on without having interviewed any of these 6. And there may be 3 that kind of stand out that we might want to do those face-to-face interviews with instead of just 2.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Before we take up your amendment, let's see if there are other comments, and then we can formally move forward with that. Are there other commissioners who wish to discuss or comment on the pending motion? Okay. Hearing none, then I think procedurally the next thing for us to do is to consider the amendment that has been made by Commissioner Smith. And that would be that we would advance a minimum of 2 candidates and a not more than 3 candidates for final consideration at the interviews on August 12th. Now, if this
I would second that. Sorry.
Okay. if this passes, then we will not revisit the original motion that I made. If it doesn't pass, then we'll have to go back and revisit that motion for two. So, anyway, have I done this right, Spencer?
You have. You have a motion and a second.
Okay.
Is there?
Do you want, make shows that Commissioner Tucker seconded, Commissioner Smith's amendment. Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion or comments on the amended motion? All right, seeing none, Ms. Spencer, will you call the roll, please?
I will. Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Levine.
Aye.
Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Nay.
Commissioner Sisnett.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker. Commissioner Tucker.
Sorry, aye.
Chairman Griscom.
Aye.
The motion passes.
All right, so we will move forward with the plan to advance a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 3 candidates as a result of the outcome of our work today. And thank you all very much for the comments and discussion. Ms. Spencer will now introduce our first candidate. Following the introduction, I will welcome the candidate and explain the process. I will then ask the first interview question. We will proceed in order through the interview questions, with each commissioner stating his or her name and asking his or her assigned question. If one of the commissioners wants to ask a follow-up question in response to a candidate's answer, please identify yourself and do so. We will be cognizant of time constraints, and we will conclude with Chairman Grisham asking what questions the candidate has for us. On answering any questions that the candidate may have for us, I will look to the direction of the chairman if he wishes to respond, and then from that point, if one of the commissioners particularly wants to respond to a question, if he will indicate by either unmuting or waving, we'll recognize him to help with the answer. So with that, are there any comments, questions, or concerns? Okay. Ms. Spencer, if you'll proceed with the first introduction, please.
I will. Please note for the record that we're 4 minutes past our time, so we will extend this candidate's interview time by 4 minutes past the schedule. Give me just a minute to admit our candidate. Jerry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. Jerry Sanders is now connected via video conference.
Mr. Sanders, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Chris Richards, and I am chairman of the committee of the whole that has been tasked with selecting the commission's executive director. On behalf of the entire commission, I thank you for your interest in serving the commission as executive director. We have a 45-minute interview structure with 35 minutes for you to respond to a series of 7 questions that are the same for each candidate. If one of the commissioners wants to ask a follow-up question in response to your answer, they may be recognized to do so. You will have approximately 3 to 5 minutes for each response. Lengthy earlier responses may limit your time on later questions. We will provide courtesy time checks as necessary at the 35-minute mark or earlier, and then we'll ask at the end if you have any questions for us. We will then have 10 minutes to ask questions of the commission, and we'll endeavor to answer them as best we can.
Sounds good.
Understand all that?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, and I will start this off. Can you please describe how your experiences have prepared you to take on the role of the executive director of the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So I've been blessed, over my 17 years, I think only 2 have been in district schools. And so I literally have spent the majority of my career working in several capacities within charter organizations. I have served in almost every position you can think of, beginning with a school teacher. So I've actually done that work and was a teacher for 9 years. I led departments. I was a dean. I was a principal within charters. I worked in the regional capacity as well as the national capacity for charters. I do consulting work, and so I've done majority of my work with charter organizations. I've consulted with executive directors. I've advised people who are developing leadership teams. I've helped create charter applications and reviewed them for organizations to make sure that they are meeting all the expectations. And I still find myself in and out of charter schools today. I actually, prior pandemic, of course, doing SWATs, doing observations, and everything that helps guide and develop to make sure that they're meeting the needs of the kids that they serve in the community. A lot of this is stakeholder management, a lot of change management work, and on the lower end, I've supported with some hiring. So I literally have spent my career immersed in charter organizations. And the last thing I'll share is, as the founder of a charter school here in Memphis, I had firsthand experience going through that whole process. And so I've been immersed into that, and it's been good to me.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
Good morning, Mr. Sanders. I'm Dave Hanson. Where do charter schools currently fit in the education landscape of Tennessee, and what is your vision for charter schools in Tennessee? As the executive director, how would you advance that vision in your recommendations to the commission?
Okay, you broke up a bit in the beginning. I'm sorry, I missed the first part.
Where do charter schools fit in the education landscape of Tennessee? What is your vision for charters? As the executive director, how would you advance that vision?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so charters actually provide quality choice for parents who may be not necessarily satisfied with the offerings of their district or their neighborhood schools. So I think they provide a quality choice for parents and for students, and giving them an opportunity to decide where they want their children to attend and what sort of offerings they want their children to be able to participate in, knowing that charters have a bit more flexibility in what they're able to provide. And research has shown that they have developed really great relationships with parents and with kids through time. My vision for charters throughout the state is that charters actually become the premier example for other states, that they're able to show that charters are able to work with districts because our kids are so transient. They move back and forth. And so while we may not always agree, we do agree that we serve the same group of children, and so have a working relationship with the district that we're partnered with, that we're in the same community, and that charters are able to become a viable option, and that parents and communities understand exactly what charters are. I still have people who think that charters are private schools. And so I think that there is an opportunity to really fill in the blanks for a lot of parents and communities exactly what charters are. And then advancing that would come through policy. So I think there are some opportunities to shift some policy and provide just some feedback on what's worked well in the past and just opportunities to develop in the future. And I would work with that through building strong relationships through the commission, through people who their work directly impacts it, through organizations like the Charter Center and other organizations that are like-minded, who understand that this work is so impactful and incredibly important that we just don't have a lot of time to play politics. And so do our best to avoid the political realm, although it does, sit directly in the middle of it. But to make it really clear what we are here to do is to provide great instruction and experiences for kids and clarity for the communities that they serve.
Thank you. Commissioner Levine?
Yeah, hey, thank you for joining us. So my question really is, we're starting from scratch here, and I guess I want to hear what your priorities would be for the first 12 months. What would your plan look like?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. I actually was mulling that over this morning. I think the first part is to build strong relationships. I think that's just going to be the most important part of this, is that we have so many people who have a vested and shared interest in this particular work, and you're going to have to cross those lines into districts and build strong relationships with superintendents and build strong relationships with communities and really get an understanding of what it is that they're missing out on and what it is that they need. Build a team that meets those needs, and so building job descriptions that adequately meet those needs of the communities after you've listened. I think the next part is to begin to think about the schools that fall into the portfolios and looking at the authorization process, making sure it's a really clear and fair and equitable process, and refining where there are opportunities to refine. And lastly, I think it is continuing to push into areas where I think there is a great need. One place that I often feel like is neglected are the rural areas. And so I think there's just a great opportunity sort of to kind of cap that off, is to move and think about what it looks like to serve our communities that are in rural areas.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Patterson?
Good morning, Mr. Sanders. My question is, how would you work with government agencies and
Mr. Patterson, you're frozen. Mr. Patterson, you're frozen.
Okay. And you guys hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How would you work with government agencies, departments, and legislators in the governor's office to promote and support our charter schools?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think part of this is going to be understanding some of the work that's been done already and finding opportunities where people have really built out a lot of that infrastructure and where there are chances to build it out. So I think that's one. Coming from a place where I've actually served in that capacity, I think there's a perspective that I may be able to offer that previously may not have been, offered or been available. So I think that's one. I think two is making myself available when, government agencies begin to shift and think about policy and giving them feedback on who this actually impacts and thinking about the steps they need to take to implement it, making sure that it's a smooth, streamlined process, and that we are thinking, holistically about who all is involved and who needs to be involved, and the clarity of the message and the language.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stiffney?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Sanders.
Good morning.
Describe your management approach as well as your approach to working with school districts, CMOs, and charter schools.
Yeah, it's funny. I was raised under a person who believed that if he hired you, you had a skill set. And so I'm a strong believer in hiring people who have a specific skill set. And so my management style is to leverage the skill you have. I think that's a sign of a great leader, is being able to figure out where your strengths are and then leveraging them. I also think kind of a great leader in my management style has been to develop in those areas where we also know we need your support in, or leverage, or develop you where we know we need you to push in at. So I think that's one. Working with organizations is always tricky because everyone has their own agenda. And so I think it's being able to listen. There's a great deal of influence that has to occur. And so I think being able to listen, the times that I've worked with organizations, charter organizations, has been pretty much asking the right questions and making sure that I hear them right and making sure that I understand what's the most important thing for them. It may not necessarily be what we're saying or where we're pushing in at. And so making sure that I'm meeting their needs. I think often we assume a lot, and I say we as in myself when I've worked with these organizations, and that's a hard lesson I learned, is to make sure that what we're actually pushing toward is what they actually need. And that may not be the same for every organization. And so there may be some opportunities where organizations can work together to accomplish something that may be too expensive. Maybe an opportunity where we can share professional development to be able to develop, a leadership team or their regional team, or be able to share some of the new policy that's coming out and provide clarity in what that means for their organization, whether it's around budget or finance or hiring or community initiatives. And so I think it's just really listening, a great deal of influence, and being able to get to what's the most important and figuring out how to drive those initiatives along with what the commission knows needs to happen.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Good morning. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. So one of the things, operating with transparency is recognized as a best practice for authorizers, but it's also a very key component for this commission. How have you demonstrated transparency in your past leadership roles?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the biggest ways that you can be transparent is you become transparent in the beginning, not in the middle of once something has started. And so people are really aware of the why behind what's happening, the steps that are being taken, how this impacts their work directly, and what the outcomes should look like, and then being able to hear concerns. I think often when you share it in the beginning, it may influence how you move your work, and it may not shift it as much as you think, but it provides some comfort for the people who are impacted or for the organizations who are impacted. And so I've always made it a point to speak very clearly and openly about why I may be driving an initiative, who it impacts, why I've made this decision. So what were the things that brought us to this point, and being very open to hearing, what a blind spot may be or blind spots, and being willing to course correct as needed.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sanders, this is Commissioner Richards. I'd like to ask a follow-up question. Can you give us an actual example of a situation where you were transparent and just sort of help us better understand your answer?
Yes, ma'am. So I was the founder of a charter school here in Memphis. And one of the things that occurred is, through no fault of our own or the organization, we ended up with a really tough budget cut. And as soon as I found out about it, I brought my whole faculty together, the whole leadership team together, and had a really open conversation with them around what this could mean for organizational structure, or what this could mean for how we structured our school, for what we were able to offer, and some of the things that I was working on directly to help offset or mitigate it, but also being very clear around, my power was very limited in what I could actually do. And, it was a mixed result. I think people, emotionally, felt the impact of it. But I think once the emotions died down, people understood and respected, the amount of clarity that, or transparency that I brought. Excuse me.
So I'm going to follow up there. You talk about transparency where you have power, and this is going to piggyback on the previous question. Thinking through the transparency piece, how do you also bring that to your staff and make sure they are bought in with that transparency, and especially around some of the professional development that you talked about, both in this answer and the one before, and what methods have you used to help your staff grow in both their professional development as well as transparency to bring greater confidence in the organization?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, one of the things I tell people that I work with is, if you're sitting down with someone and this is the first time they're hearing it and they're shocked, then you've already made your mistake. So none of this should be a shock to them. So that comes through just consistent communication, whether it's formal one-on-ones or whether it's check-ins. The other part is being able to document and talk about what growth looks like and where people need to go and what skills need to be developed requires having really open conversations. And so one of the places where I've seen this work is when I was working, I was a senior lead over 6 schools, and I had to have some really tough conversations around deficits and skill sets. And I also made sure they knew that I was supporting them, here's how I was supporting them, and here's where I see their work going as they grow. Everyone wants to believe that they're the best in their job. No one wants to believe that they have deficits, but I think that's, again, the part of a good leader is being very transparent and open and saying, here's how I'm going to support you, and here's how I'm going to follow up with you to make sure that you are in a good place, and here's the work that's going to fit in because I want to grow and develop you. And people need to see where their work lies in the direct impact of the work that you're doing in the greater scheme of things.
Thank you. Commissioner Tucker?
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Sanders. It is such a pleasure to get to see you today, so thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. So I would love for you to describe a successful program or partnership that you established that benefited students, something you did with one of your organizations that benefited students.
Yeah, I'll tell you one that I'm really proud of is, what we realized early on is that a lot of our children have, needs that go beyond the school, and the school is really limited in how we could approach that. And, we can fuss and fight all day around what they need, or we can try to build this relationship. And so we built a strong relationship with actually Methodist North to help see our kids who had special needs and who needed medication, and, parents were just unable to either afford it, or they were unable to get transportation where they could get it. And so we built a strong relationship with Methodist North, and they were able to see our kids and help meet that need in the meantime. Whereas we didn't have to suspend kids who had behavior issues, they could actually get the medication they need to keep them in the building. They were no good to us at home. And so I was really proud of that relationship that we built, and was really excited to have Methodist North as a partner.
And if I could just follow up and correct, that was with the charter school that you opened?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, it was.
That's great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, good morning again, Mr. Sanders.
Morning.
Thank you for your responses to our questions. Now is our opportunity, my name is Tom Griscom, to turn the table over to you and you ask us questions that you are on your mind, think that we can help you understand what we're doing as members of this commission, where we want to, where we're trying to get to.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Griscom. Thank you to everyone else for having me this morning. One question that's on my mind is, considering that this is a new position that's being created, what is the vision for this person coming in within those 12 months? What are the priorities that the commission would love to set and love to see happen within those first 12 months?
You're muted.
Does that work now? Am I back?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, a commissioner that would like to start with an answer to Mr. Sanders' question. I will touch on it as I sort of tee it up, and then I know I've got some that would add to it. I think it's really important I live in Chattanooga, so we have a growing number of charters, here. And you touched on something that's very important to me. My background is essentially in communication, helping people understand what charter schools are, that they are part of public schools. They are part of school choice. And really, in Chattanooga, we have some issues within some communities that they really do not support charter schools. And again, I'm saying because I don't think they fully understand what they are doing and the choice that they provide, as you said, to children and parents. So I think that's really important. I think being able to sit down, and you've been involved in this, several other commissioners have been quite involved in charter schools, helping us understand how do we address and support those schools that are growing and flourishing, and how do we really sit down with those that are struggling and make sure we work with them. And if we have to make a tough choice, that we don't just abandon them, and if they go back, that those children are taken care of. that they're not just left out there because maybe a school didn't work for whatever reason. So those are some of my initial thoughts I would share. I know Commissioner Tucker has a couple she would. So Wendy, go ahead, please.
Mr. Sanders, you probably learned that I talk a lot. So I would say there are a couple things. One is that we are adopting 3 schools that are currently under the authority of the State Board of Education. And so a top priority, I think, for the commission, I don't want to speak for everybody, but especially for me, is that there's a smooth transition for those schools and those families so they don't feel any sort of negative impact from the transition. I think that's really critical. And then I think the other thing that's critical is putting a team in place that can evaluate the new applications that come through and, make real quality determinations about schools that should be approved. And if there are politics for or against, being able, and you talked about that, being able to put those politics aside and do what's best for kids, whether it's approve or deny, do what's right for kids. I think those are putting the staff in place that'll be ready to do that. I think is going to be critical.
And Mr. Chairman, this is Eddie. So I want to throw in, and this is something that I think all of us kind of hit on when we were in our confirmation hearings before the General Assembly, which is, as we look at looking to set the stage of what we want to grow to, if we're just bringing in charters that are equal to the schools that are already in a lot of these communities, we're doing a disservice to the kids. So I know a lot of what we're looking for is that visionary leader that will help set a higher bar that we're trying to achieve, because at the end of the day, we're here to serve the kids. We're not here to serve each other. We're here to serve the kids because the kids and making sure that we have a high-quality workforce moving forward is what's going to help the state grow. It helps us, bring higher quality jobs. So making sure that we set the vision early on, that we're setting a higher bar than has ever been set so that our kids achieve more than they ever thought possible. So I think that's one of the things that's very key to this commission. I know it's key to a lot of the legislators. So that's one of the things that I think we're looking for is who can put together a top-notch staff that can lead with excellence, lead in transparency, but also lead with accountability.
Right. Absolutely.
Mr. Sanders, do you have another question for us?
Yeah, one last question, and it's sort of a follow-up. I think someone briefly touched on it, and it's sort of what is your vision for how the commission will work with this person?
So I would hope that working together, it's a partnership. You're going to be in this role day in and day out if you're selected. We are people who have been appointed by the governor to serve as what I'm going to call an oversight board. But that also means that we ought to have, in my mind, provide you with some direction. In addition, there to look at and review the things that are happening, that you and the team you put together are leading where charter schools are going in Tennessee. Having served previously with boards and then working with the board, I think that finding that way that you communicate together, it takes some time. We're all 8 individuals right now, and there's a 9th one coming. And I think the balance that the executive director has is being able to work with each commissioner, but at the same time recognizing that all decisions will not necessarily be unanimous, and I think that's okay. I've served on previous boards where it always looked like everything had been ironed out ahead of time. I think there are times that we've had this conversation, and I think it was healthy for us as commissioners to get to know each other, is to be able to exchange ideas, to have honest disagreements, but at the end we all come out together in support of what we're here to do, and that is to provide a great educational experience for students and for parents in Tennessee. So I would hope that there's a partnership that gets built, But at the same time, there is listening and learning on both sides. So let me sort of stop there and ask other commissioners to please share their thoughts with Mr. Sanders.
Mr. Sanders, this is Chris Richards, and I am a Memphis State Commissioner. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you before today, but very much aware of what's going on in the Shelby County community and state. And this commission inherited a body of work that has been being done by staff at the state board level. We will need to continue that body of work, which involves the appeals and view of charter operations where there is a dispute. As Commissioner Tucker said, it includes operating three schools that are currently under state supervision, and there may be other schools added. And I can't say enough good things about what has been done up to this point in time, but I think everyone recognizes the need to move forward and to do something better. And you've touched on it a couple times, which is the need to have a better understanding of what is the role of a charter school, and to help parents better understand that this choice is available to them wherever charters are located, and also to expand the use of charters. We had the honor during our confirmation hearing of seeing a presentation by a charter school that was operated in Davidson County, and I think even the legislators who are from areas where maybe there's more resistance to charters couldn't help but think, wow, wouldn't it be nice if the kids in my school had that opportunity to have that kind of experience with a family-related charter. And the kids just blew everybody away. So we're looking for someone who's going to not only build and do on what has already been done and assume those basic responsibilities, but I'm looking for someone who can really advance charters as an option for parents in Tennessee, because I think every child should have an option to have a good educational experience, and there's other ways to go.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Mr. Sanders, do you have any other questions for us?
No, I do not. I'm thankful and grateful to meet everyone, and thankful for the opportunity to speak with you all this morning.
Well, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. It's good to see you. We wish we could have done this in person, but the times are what they are. So
yes, they are.
We are interviewing all of the candidates today, and we will be getting back with you promptly after the meeting.
Sounds good to me. Thank you all again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. I'll be moving you to the lobby now. Hold on. All right. Jerry is no longer part of our meeting, and we can proceed with our discussion.
This is going to be hard.
Yeah, I think it's hard to be the first person interviewed sometimes, because not only are the interviewers trying to figure out sort of what's the best way to approach our questions and listening for things we're all listening for, but also we don't have anything to compare it, and each applicant's going to bring different strengths to the position. And as we move through these interviews, I think what we're all going to find is each candidate has some things we'd like to see in our ultimate executive director, and we're going to have a hard time sorting through, who are the 2 or 3 that we want to see again. Obviously he's got a tremendous background in actually working with charter schools, and very familiar with the Shelby County and West Tennessee situation. You guys are aware that we've had just about everything go right, everything go wrong that can happen in the charter school world in Shelby County. So he's definitely seen the wars. And having, gone from teacher to leader all the way up, that shows a remarkable commitment to work and to children. And I liked a lot of the way he talked about his style. And I thought his two questions were spot on. Other comments?
And Chris, this is Eddie. I guess I didn't understand all the rules of the questions, because when you asked a follow-up question, I didn't know we were able to do that. The only thing that I didn't get clarification on the third question that was asked, when he was talking about building stronger relationships, he never went into depth about how he actually accomplished any of that, and I would have loved to have heard a little bit more. But once we got into the back and forth where we were doing some follow-up questions, the one thing I liked about him is the fact that he stressed the professional development of his staff, and how he really was working with growing his staff. It wasn't just him. He was bringing the entire team up and raising them up. And that's one of the things that I really liked that he was talking about during those questions, was just the fact that he was looking to raise a staff, not just himself.
Yeah, this is Wendy. I'll add, I don't know if this was intentional or accidental, but his response to my question, where he talked about meeting needs of kids with disabilities, was music to my ears, obviously. But I mean, if he knew enough to know that that would be music to my ears, that also shows a really smart sense of communication. So again, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it was really well done. I have a question for the Memphis folks, and this isn't a determining factor, but I'm curious, how is his school doing? Does anybody in Memphis know?
Yeah, this is Derwin. His school was, at least the one he referenced in his application, was Memphis Scholars, I believe, but they were a national CMO that came to Memphis and were essentially they folded, and so the operation shut down. I don't know, Terrence, you're more in the know around, maybe the details around it, but nevertheless, it wasn't. From my understanding, it wasn't any fault of his own. It was more of the national organization decided to step back and withdraw from Memphis. And so part of what I give him a lot of credit is sticking through it and really, being supportive of the Memphis contingency.
Yeah, that's good to know.
Hey, Madam Chair?
I think Terrence was filing up.
Oh, yeah. I was kind of a quick follow-up, Alan, before you jump in. I think the context is there haven't been really any schools that were authorized through the ASB that have knocked it out of the park in Memphis. And so just to give some context to Derwin's point, I think my research did not yield that the underperformance was due to his leadership in any way. But I will sort of asterisk that given his experience at KIPP, at Scholars, he has sort of had the benefit of seeing underperformance, how to sort of get out of the basement, if you will. He has not sort of been, he's not the magician that saved everything, but he has had the experience of being in some tough environments that I think would help him in terms of the local context to understand good versus great. So just wanted to provide some context in terms of the reality of the situation in Memphis and his role in it.
And just to make sure that actually is better for me than if he was some unicorn that had come in and had one great school. I would rather somebody who has been in the middle of the mess, that often is what it is. So that's really helpful context. Thanks.
Madam Chair? A quick comment. I got a high level of comfort from his confidence and his experience, and in particular his experience serving a pretty underserved population. The only thing I would offer is when I asked him what his first 1-year plan would be, he had said that he was thinking about that this morning. And some leaders are plotters, some have vision, some have a little bit of both. It did strike me a little odd that he had not been already thinking about specifically what would his 1-year plan be. And we may hear the same thing from some of the other candidates. And to be fair, he asked us the same question. I'm not sure we gave him a great answer either. So But that would be the only thing I would say that gave me a little discomfort, was that he hadn't already given thought to that. But the other answers he gave with respect to supporting his staff and elevating them, that comes from experience, and that gives me a lot of comfort.
This is Vice Chair Richards. This is Derwin. Alan, I had a similar thought. I also am someone who loves words and loves how sentences are strung together. And a part of me, when I had that thought, I wondered if really what he was saying was, ultimately, what he said didn't necessarily mean he just started thinking about it this morning. It could have meant he thought about it before, had been thinking about it, and as late as this morning. So I think it's worth, to your, point, because I had that question in my head, but then circled around, or noodled on it. I think it might be worth, if he makes it to the next round, just clarify how long have you been thinking about something like that. And I wouldn't necessarily personally ding him on that just because it could mean, one or the other, or maybe something in between.
Chair Richards?
Dave Hanson?
Yeah, I thought Mr. Sanders was impressive. I thought the turnaround experience, so 2 years of turnaround experience at KIPP Memphis, and then it seems like the Scholar Academy kind of was a turnaround role, an ASD role. So I think that if you're going to potentially inherit ASD schools, or we're going to have turnaround work, that would be interesting. I did think it was interesting that Mr. Sanders didn't really have any district level experience, that he's had 5 or 6 years of head of school roles, but not kind of like maybe bigger picture roles. So maybe to Alan's comment, I think being able to articulate a vision for a system rather than just a school is a different skill. So the other thing that I noticed is kind of putting next to each of these different roles, how long he was in each role. It seems like it's kind of been a series of 1-year roles or maybe 2-year roles. So I thought it was interesting that he's only been head of school at KIPP West Helena for only a year and then kind of jumped. And then a couple of these other roles, like the Dean of Students role. So I think from our standpoint, do we want somebody who's going to be there for 1 or 2 years? Do we want somebody who's going to be there for 3, 4, 5 years? So just a question. Chris, you're on mute if you're talking.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, are there other thoughts, questions, comments? Yeah, for those of you who aren't familiar with Shelby County, we've had probably the most lengthy and what I even consider tragic situation with respect to charters in the ASD. And one of the things I expect we're going to have to deal with as we go forward is what will be the fallout if the ASD ends up, those schools end up being returned back to the Shelby County schools and the landing place for all of that. So I think his experience on the school end of that would be helpful. That being said, I just think he wasn't quite as organized on his vision and his goals as I had hoped he would be. But are there other comments or thoughts people want to make at this point in time? Okay. Eddie, how are we on time?
Hey, sorry, Chris, I was having to unmute. This is Eddie. I get that, and I'm going to back up what Derwin said. When he said that he had just been thinking about it this morning, I mean, one of the things that I thought about is, I would have answered that and said, I was thinking about these questions this morning, when in reality I've been thinking about the questions we're going to ask for several weeks. So I don't think he meant, because that was a question that first popped in my head and I quickly dismissed it. But I also, going back to Dave's point, which is the limited time he's been in any one place, I don't think he's had a lot of time to just to focus in on those long range plans, because everything's been so immediate up front. So I think it's one of the things that, we're going to encounter with all of the candidates is, this is new, so no one has that long-term vision of where we're going to go. I think that's where we are going to be working with them in helping to set those long-term visions, because we're asking them to come in, and in the short term, it's to stand up all operations. No one's kind of been thinking the 5 and 10 year approach down the road right this minute, even for us.
Madam Chair, may I circle back and just make one comment? Here. Yeah. To be clear, the comment that I made about, he was just thinking about it this morning, that certainly, I think, obviously other people sort of heard the same thing. It wasn't really so much just that, but the context of what came after that. I think I didn't make up that question. That was one of the ones that I was assigned. But it's a great question. I do think it's a really important question because there's not a lot of time for whoever we pick to come in and start doing their planning once they're hired. I mean, they really, as we're going through this process, I think it's important that we do hear from them that they have already thought about and what we do have to stand up our operations. We do have to reach out to the legislature and develop trust. We do have to reach out to these communities and find out who the leadership are in those communities so that we can start building those bridges. And I do want to hear that from them. I want to hear that they've already thought about those things. So I'm not limiting my perspective to just the part where he said, I've just thought about it this morning, because I agree. I doubt he just started thinking about it this morning. It was more just sort of in context, the whole answer. And I just want to compare his answer with the others when we interview him, so we get a better idea of what everybody else says relative to what he said. But he is a great candidate, and I think everything else I agree with what that's been said.
So, Chris, can I ask the Memphis commissioners, if you were looking at your community and with the amount of experience that you all have with charter schools, would Jerry Sanders be someone who would be in those meetings talking about direction, where we ought to be going, putting ideas in? Would he be viewed that way in your community?
This is Gerald. I really appreciate that question. So I think the quick answer is yes. I think, and I know this just from my personal experience and professional experience in the ASD space and the charter space, and it's tough work. What stood out to me, and I was happy to hear it, and to hear from the other candidates, was around the level of transparency. When we think about these meetings, these types of meetings that need to happen, whether they're in communities or in schools, the transparency piece is such a big deal. It's the reason why schools ultimately fold, or they don't close the right way, or they don't perform the way they say they're going to perform, why parents are disappointed, why communities are disappointed, why the district or Shelby County schools or names of the local school district, why they don't get along with the other operators. It's because of the lack of transparency. So I think there's what I got a lot out of this interview this morning was around the level of transparency. And then given that he has had some back and forth in those different spaces, I think there's a level of empathy that will come along with the operators, ultimately if he's selected or someone like him is selected, there'll be a level of empathy that I think the operators will appreciate. And then the other piece, I'll say one more thing that's really outside of the Memphis question, but he actually brought up serving rural communities, which I thought was very interesting. And it wasn't until I think it was April just mentioned, or in his question, made me think about his resume. He actually worked at Helena, West Arkansas, or in Arkansas, which is more of a rural community. So he also, not only did he speak of it, but he also has experience in that space. And I think we need to, and I'm speaking to myself, we need to recognize that Tennessee isn't just Nashville, Chattanooga, and Memphis, right? There are other places that are involved, and we need to be mindful of that. And so I would like someone that is thinking about it, and he shared that today, so that gives me some comfort.
And Commissioner Griscom, I don't know if everyone in the charter sector would know who Jerry Sanders is if he were in the room. I don't know if you're asking that specific question, but because of his experience at KIPP and Scholars and his understanding of the Memphis landscape, he would have a level of understanding and respect, I think, if he were to be in rooms in Memphis, and people would appreciate that. So I don't know which side of the question you're asking, but I think he would come with a level of deference or credibility.
I really don't have anything to add. I just thought his answer on transparency was really positive because that has been the heart and soul of the problem. I think with this whole charter situation in Shelby County, but it's also obvious from our confirmation hearing that to it. Okay, are there other comments or questions? This applicant? Okay. Judy Spencer, how are we on time?
We're doing great. We're slightly ahead of time. We have a break now. Our next candidate is scheduled to start at 10:35. Please make sure you are back and ready to go at that point, and I'll admit our next candidate into the lobby. Our next candidate is Adam Miller. And just a reminder, when you ask your question in particular, make sure you say your name, because we're not doing a full round of introductions to the candidates when they enter. So be sure you identify yourself and then ask your question. With that, I think just put yourself on mute and we'll take our break and we'll reconvene. Thank you. Adam?
Yeah,
Adam?
this is Adam. Can you hear
Adam,
me?
can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you. Okay, on mute.
I can hear him, Judy.
Can you hear me now?
Adam?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Judy, I think it's you. The rest of us. Can you hear me,
Adam,
Judy?
can you hear me?
Judy, I can hear him.
I can hear.
Got it. Adam, can you say something?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, we got it. I'm going to put you back in the lobby for a few minutes, and then I'll be right with you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So, Chris, did the last question work the way you wanted to get them involved? And I jumped back in, as you saw, to get a second question. Does that work for you?
Yeah, that all works fine, and since I set the whole group up as far as being able to see everyone on video, if people either unmute or if they raise their hands, I want to see if they want to help answer a question.
Good. Okay.
Letting people speak however people feel like answering those questions is probably the best way to handle it, because it gives them a chance to get a sense of the next too.
Right.
Yeah.
And I want you to at least, even to at least get two questions in there, if not a third one before we run out of time. So that's why I'm asking if you felt that worked okay.
Yeah, I thought it was good. Addie, I appreciate your comment. That's why I went ahead and asked the follow-up, because even though I had mentioned it, I wasn't sure that people were comfortable with it. So when in doubt, just walk on into it. So that's why I asked the follow-up, try to get him to talk a little more about his experience, because I think it's hard to be the first person on one of these interviews where somebody's interviewing, 5 or 6 candidates. The group's a little awkward, and the candidate's a little awkward, so you do the best.
Well, doing interviews via Zoom is awkward. Doing a meeting via Zoom is awkward. I much rather being in the room, because you feed off the energy in that room, and we just don't have that right now.
Okay, we are at time. Can I ask that Alan and Derwin turn on your video? Alan and Derwin? Thank you, Derwin. We get Alan, we can admit our next candidate. Thank you, Alan. Okay, I'm going to admit Adam Miller. I'll introduce him. Adam?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
I think your video is not on.
Can you hear me?
There we go. Thank you so much. Okay. Adam Miller is now connected via video conference.
All right. Mr. Miller, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Chris Richards, and I am chairing the Committee of the Whole that has been tasked with selecting the Commission's Executive Director. On behalf of the entire Commission, I want to thank you for your interest in serving the Commission as Executive Director. We have a 45-minute interview structure with 35 minutes for you to respond to a series of 7 questions that are the same for each candidate. Each commissioner will ask you one of the questions, and they'll identify themselves before they ask. If one of the commissioners wants to ask a follow-up question in response to your answer, they may be recognized and they will do so. You will have approximately 3 to 5 minutes for each response, and if you give lengthy earlier responses, it may limit your time on later questions. But we expect this time to be adequate to cover the matters better. We will provide courtesy time checks if necessary at the 35-minute mark. And when we get to the end of that 35-minute mark, we're going to ask you if you have any questions for us, which we will then attempt to answer in some sort of a fashion, one or the other of us. And then you will have 10 minutes to ask your questions. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed, and I will ask the first question. Please describe how your experiences have prepared you to take on the role of Executive Director of the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, and first let me thank the Commission for giving me this opportunity. I'm excited to be speaking with you today. So, I've worked in and around charter schools for almost 20 years now. I founded my own charter school almost 20 years ago. Led that school for 5 years. Worked as the charter school director for the State Department of Education in Florida for 5 years, and then led the entire Choice Division for 6 years. Probably 40% of my work as the ED for the Choice Office was related to the charter school work. So I've got experience at almost every level. Also, at the federal level as well in terms of administering the CSP grant. So specifically at the state level, deep understanding of the regulatory framework that charter schools operate under, kind of the theoretical framework, have led large teams at the Department of Education as the charter schools director and the director of the Choice Division, deeply involved in charter school authorizing work at the Department of Education. We handled all the charter school appeals or application denials. We also handled closure appeals in some circumstances. We developed authorizer capacity across the state. I was responsible for developing the statewide charter school application, statewide application evaluation process, as well as developing the statewide standard charter school contract. Also led all the policy work while at the Department of Education and continue to do that at IDEA Public Schools. So I think that those experiences and the length and breadth of that experience provides me with both the technical skill set that would be required for this role as well as the leadership skill set.
Good morning, Mr. Miller. Dave Hanson. Where do you see charter schools fitting in the education landscape in Tennessee? What is your vision for charter schools in Tennessee? And as executive director, how would you advance that vision in your recommendations to the commission?
Well, the way my assessment of the landscape right now is that you've got a heavy concentration of both, in the two big metro areas, in Shelby and Nashville, Memphis and Nashville rather, with some smaller population of charters in the other two areas, Chattanooga, Knoxville. Certainly my vision is that charters play a very important role in the public education system. I don't believe that choice is a goal in of itself. It's a strategy. It's a strategy to get to the ultimate goal, which is to make sure that every single kid, regardless of where they live, what background they have, that they have access to a world-class education that's going to prepare them to be successful. And unfortunately, what we see across the country, as we see in Tennessee, as we see in Florida, that there's varying levels of success within the traditional system. And where I think charter schools play such an important role is that they can come and offer those opportunities that many kids just don't have. Families like mine, we've been able to exercise choice because I can afford to buy a house in a great school zone. So many families don't have that opportunity, and they are stuck in a school that just doesn't work for them. And where I see charter schools having the greatest potential impact is going into those communities where there's parents that are hungry for great high-quality education and offering those kids that spot. So I would hope to see a continued proliferation of high-quality seats in the highest need areas across Tennessee. My vision, as if I were selected to be the ED, would be to be a proactive authorizer, make sure that we continue to focus on outcome-based accountability for charters, and make sure that we are providing the space for the very best operators in and outside of Tennessee to open high-quality schools for those kids that right now are stuck in chronically low-performing situations.
Chris, this is Eddie. I have a follow-up question, something you mentioned there, Adam. You said that there's a variety of levels of success. So thinking about that, how would you kind of lead in Tennessee to reduce the vast variety of the levels of success to kind of get everybody into a higher performing?
And I'm sorry, can I get a clarifying question? Are you talking about varying levels of success of charter operators or of school systems?
Of charter operators.
Well, I think, an authorizer plays many important roles, one of which is holding schools accountable for success. So I think a high-quality authorizer is always going to focus on outcome-based accountability. And if you have charter schools within your portfolio that are not serving students well, you've got to intervene. You either have to, provide support and give them a chance to improve, or ultimately make the decision to close that school so those kids get into a school that's going to serve them better and create space for another higher quality operator to come in. I think it's one of the most important roles that an authorizer plays, is holding their schools accountable, which is something that I think that's what differentiates the charter sector from the traditional sector in many respects.
Thank you. Commissioner Levine?
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I've got a question. Adam, first of all, welcome to Tennessee, sort of. I'm a Florida transplant myself, and I could tell you if you were selected, you would enjoy your new home state of Tennessee. It's a phenomenal place. I guess my question is, there's a lot to be done, and I'd like to know what are your thoughts on what your first year plan would look like for the first 12 months?
Right. Yeah, well, my understanding of the law is that right now that this board serves as an appellate authorizer, and so you would need to develop the staff to be able to accomplish that goal. So in an appeal process, and of course in Tennessee it's a little different in Florida, my understanding is you do de novo review, so you're reviewing an application in its entirety. So you need to get a great team built. So you're going to need experts in areas of curriculum and instruction, finance, operations, to be able to review those applications and make sure that the applicants have the vision, the plans, and the capacity to open and establish a high quality school. You're also going to need to have an expert on federal programs because the commission will serve as the LEA in making sure that those schools are operating at. You're going to need a chief school performance officer likely or something similar to that that's really going to be able to develop a performance framework by which you're going to evaluate the ongoing academic, financial, and operational performance of your schools. And then there are going to be other staffing decisions need to be made around whether you need data specialists. Some of it will depend on the volume of the pipeline that's going to be coming through. So I think the most important thing is going to be developing that staff, developing a really highly effective, high-performing team. And then as part of that, of course, you're also building a culture because this is the founding ED, and this is, you've got to develop a strong culture on your team. I think the other work will be, and again, this would be certainly something that the board would direct in terms of, policy advocacy, looking at whether or not the policy conditions are most or conducive for the kind of authorizing that this commission wants to do. Excuse me. And then working as well with outreach and recruitment to operators and building that relationship with your portfolio of operators as well. I think that the most important is going to be building that team.
Sorry, I was muted.
Commissioner Patterson? Commissioner Patterson? Karen? Okay, we'll go on to Commissioner Susmet, and then we'll come back to Commissioner Patterson. I don't think you can hear me.
Okay, great. Good morning. I'm Commissioner Susmet. I would love to have you describe your management approach as well as your approach to working with school districts, CMOs, and charter schools.
Good morning, Commissioner Susmet. So I'll start with a management approach, and this is really talk about how the characteristics, I think, of me as a leader. I think there are a number of characteristics that are important and are kind of common across strong leaders that I believe that I embody. One, I think, is having a really strong vision and a clear vision and being able to articulate that vision to the team. Right? So as you're leading your team, making sure that everybody understands the vision and is working towards that vision. Setting very clear expectations, making sure that your team understands what the expectations are, setting high expectations, developing a culture of feedback. I think that's really important that the people that report to me and the people that I report to as well, there has to be a comfortableness of getting and receiving feedback and using that to grow and learn. And I expect feedback. I've always wanted my direct reports to challenge me and give me feedback on how as a leader. So I think that's incredibly important. Having really strong communication skills, of course, across your team, but also in all of your externally facing roles, whether there's presenting before a legislative body or meeting with a community group, being able to effectively and honestly communicate the vision and mission of the organization and answer questions. And then, leading with humility. I think that's really important. I think it's something that unfortunately is often seen lacking, but having an intellectual humility, understanding that while I'm not going to compromise on my values, I also realize that I don't always have the right answer. So I've always led my teams in a way that I encourage them to ask questions, push back, and challenge and make sure that collectively, that I've got all the information I need to make the best decision, and then understand that once the decision is made, we all get behind it and work towards success. I think the second part of your question was communication with school districts.
School districts, CMOs, and charter schools. Yeah.
So I mean, I've got a lot of experience dealing with both of those. So in my role with the Department of Education, I work really closely with the school districts. We did a lot of work on building authorizer capacity across the state, and develop really good relationships with school districts and superintendents, as well as kind of their charter leaders in each district. And I would take that same approach, which is you build relationships. And I think that all of us have a common goal. We may have different ideas about how we get to that goal, but I lead every interaction or discussion with the belief that the people I'm meeting with have the same goals as I do, which is we want all kids to have great education. And how do we find common areas of agreement that we can work together? Sometimes you can't do that, but you try. You certainly lead with that and try to find ways that you can work together. And again, I've also been lucky enough and had the opportunity over the last 8 or 10 years to develop some great relationships with some of the best CMOs in the country, which is how I ended up at Idea Public Schools. But worked with some of the best around the country, been to their schools, and developed really good, strong relationships with their leaders.
Thank you.
Yes, I can. I apologize. I was stuck on unmute.
Yeah, you kind of looked like you were me when I struggle with my technology, so I've been there. Please proceed.
Okay, great. Mr. Miller, good morning. I'm Commissioner Terrence Patterson from Memphis. My question is, how would you work with government agencies and departments, legislators, and the governor's office to promote and support our charter schools? I know you made reference to it in terms of your management approach, but could you elaborate with respect to how you work with it?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Patterson. First, I've got a lot of experience with this. So my role at both the Department of Education as well as now an Idea was there was a heavy focus on policy development. So while at the department, for example, I led the policy work on charter, which meant that I would put together policy proposals each year, get them approved by our State Board of Education, and be tasked with getting those policy proposals through the legislative process. And that, of course, included working with legislators, working with legislative staff, working with the governor's office, and again, making sure that those policies made it through the process. And I would take the same approach. It begins with building relationships at all of those levels. And of course, this commission is made up of members appointed by the governor. So the commission will have a vision that is consistent with the governor's vision in terms of charter policy. And then you build relationships and, work with organizations like SchoolWar and Excel and Ed as well. To build those relationships and begin working on a policy agenda. My experience is, what I've seen organizations do that has been less than effective is their idea of building a relationship with a legislator or elected official is you see them when you need something and you show them you ask for what you need. I don't think that's the most effective approach. So you've got to build those relationships over time so that when you are coming in and pushing for a policy or asking for something in particular, that they know who you are, they know your track record, they know your mission, they know that you're sincere and committed to improving educational outcomes in the state. So I would take that same approach in Tennessee that I've taken in Florida for the last 7 or 8 years.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Smith?
Good morning, Mr. Miller. How are you doing today?
I'm well, thank you, sir.
So we're going to shift a little bit because one of the things that we're very keen on as a key thing is operating in transparency. You know, it's recognized as a best practice both here in Tennessee as well as nationally, but it's one of our key values. So how have you demonstrated transparency in the positions you've held with the general public? And then I'll have a follow-up on some answers you gave earlier related to that.
Sure. So as you may know, Florida has incredibly strong sunshine laws. And so I'm very used to operating in that environment where essentially everything is a public record and there is a high value of transparency. So, you know, some specifics, I think that this commission has already, led by example in the way that they've helped this process in terms of having the meetings open to the public or broadcasting them later so the public has an opportunity to participate either through viewing or through participating directly. Making sure that, you have really strong record retention policies in place and things are out there so the public has an opportunity to not only get to provide feedback. Making sure that your team understands that as well. You have really strong policies in place around how you communicate with team members. You don't do things via text, you do things through processes that, ensure that public records are maintained. I'm a strong believer that sunshine's the best antidote, and so I've had a lot of experience in operating in that type of environment where it is stressed that everything that you do as a public servant is really open to inspection by the public.
So on that, can you kind of walk us through some specifics? And the first question that Commissioner Richards asked you, you mentioned the closure appeals process. Talk about just the transparency that you've had around that. And then on the policy work that you've undertaken, talk about the transparency process there, because those are two big things that we're going to be dealing with as an organization.
Right. So on the closure, let me get really specific. The Department of Education has the authority, the state board, to overturn district closure decisions many, many years ago. The law changed. And then when I was involved, we have, similar to Tennessee, a default closure policy where if a charter school gets 2 consecutive grades of that, they're automatically closed in Florida. But certain schools have an ability to submit an appeal at the 1-year waiver, essentially. And my role at the department was to receive those and then make the recommendation to the State Board of Education on whether or not to grant that appeal. So in terms of transparency, we did a couple of things. One, all of the data that we would pull to make the decision was public. It was part of the packet that went to the State Board of Education. The waiver appeal that came in was public and posted on the department's website. And then what we would do is we would actually, before the State Board would make their decision, I would reach out to both the school and the district and let them know what my recommendation was going to be so that they weren't surprised by it. And I let them know that the State Board is going to make their own decision. I can't tell you what they will do, but I can tell you that this is my recommendation and these are the reasons why the recommendation is as it is. In terms of policy work, the way that we approached it, the policy agenda was a public document. The State Board of Education adopted it, so it would be presented to them at a public meeting. The public would have an opportunity to provide input. And then once it was adopted, it was part of the record. And then, as part of just the general public record law in Florida, anything we worked on became public record and was available. So my team always knew that when we were doing drafts or bill analyses, these are all public documents and we have to maintain them, and if they're requested, we put them out there.
Commissioner Tucker?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Miller. I'm Wendy Tucker. I represent part of the Middle Tennessee piece of the commission. So you've been talking a lot about policy work, and education policy is my day job. So I love hearing all about that. But I want to ask you a little bit about sort of the on the ground piece. If you could describe, and it doesn't matter which world you were living in, whether it's IDEA or at the state level, a program or partnership that you established that was successful and that benefited students in some way.
Sure. So I'll focus on one at the Department of Education. So there's a small rural school district just to the east of the capital, Jefferson County School District. And for 10 years, this has been one of the lowest performing school districts in the state. I think they only had 2 schools, small district, over 10 years. I think they had 1 C graded and D and F every year since then. They were in academic distress, financial distress, organizational distress. The school board was not effective. Maybe 2017, Commissioner at the time, Commissioner Stewart, my commissioner, said, this is enough. We have to do something, because every year that district would bring a school improvement plan and get approved, and nothing ever changed. And she said, we're going to kind of push the envelope here. We're going to do something. And so as a senior leadership team, we came together with ideas that we settled on was that we were going to try and bring in a charter operator to essentially take over the school district. Never been done before in the state, but we felt like this was the only option because the school board had demonstrated for more than a decade they did not have the capacity to turn things around and offer good education to kids. And so we partnered. We began building relationships within that community with faith-based leaders, with parents, and community-based leaders. And the goal was to get the school board to approve this. We wanted them to own this, even though technically we could have forced them to do it. We could have said, we're just going to close the district down because we've got the authority to do it. But over the course of 4 to 6 months, we built these relationships, and we found the operator that was willing to come in and do it. We brought actually several operators and let the board evaluate them. Ultimately, we got the board to approve a 5-0 vote to turn over the operation of the entire district to a charter operator. That operator then came in and in about 6 months consolidated everything into one campus, did a complete renovation, and their first year had better performance than 10 years prior. It's a long road for that, group. They slipped back. Full transparency, they slipped back next year. They were still higher than they were for the last 10 years. But we knew this is a 5-year, 6-8-year project. But long term, we believe that they're going to turn around that school district, and it could be one of the higher performing districts in the state with just strong leadership.
Great. Thank you.
Can I follow up on that for a second? What year did you all do that?
I believe it was 2017. I think the 17-18 school year was the year that the operator took over.
Okay, where were they at the end of the last school year, which would have been 2-3 years into it?
Yeah, so their first school year, they ended up, all 3 schools, because they went from K-5 and a 6-12, they broke it up to a K-5, 6-8, and 9-12. They had 3 schools and got 3 school grades. Their first year, 17-18, they got, all 3 schools got a C, which is the first time that it happened in many years. The second year, 18-19, I think one of the schools dropped down to a D. It was a high D. It was like 1 or 2 points from a C. The other 2 were C. And of course, 1920, COVID came along, and we did not have state assessments in those school grades. But all indications were that by mid-year, the school was on track to improve again.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify? So they were like F before that, just so I understand where they went from.
Yeah, they were 10 straight years. I think they had squeezed out 1 C about 7 years ago, but it was E and F, and then, in Florida with the change to the new assessments in 14-15, the new standards of new assessment, it restarted some of the accountability clocks, which is why they were able to kind of go so long.
Okay, great, thank you.
And just to clarify, is the plan for that the charter operators will continue to operate public schools indefinitely, or is there some time frame for them to go back to being operated by the the locale?
We were deeply involved with the department in the contract negotiations. So the initial contract was for 5 years, but we helped negotiate language in the contract that said that non-renewal or termination had to be approved by the Board of Education, because we were concerned that in 2 or 3 years the district would come around and try and terminate and take back over, and make administrative central capacity to do that. So at this point, the plan is for the charter to continue operating until either the district demonstrates capacity or there's some agreement between the two that it's time to turn it back over.
Thank you. Are there any other follow-up questions for Mr. Miller before I turn it over to the chairman? Okay, Chairman Grisham.
So, good morning again, Mr. Miller. Thank you for your answers to our questions. I'm Tom Griscom. I'm a commissioner from Chattanooga. It is now our turn to answer questions you have. So let me turn the table over to you, please.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Chair. The first question is, what is your vision for this commission, like a 5-year, where do you see this commission in 5 years, and what metrics would you look at to say it's been successful?
Well, I will start. I know there will be other commissioners who will clearly jump in. When you do strategic plans, people want 5 years. What I tell people, 18 months is a much better measure, because you ought to be able to be looking at things as they move along and be able to adapt the plan because things change. If we look at what we're in right now, nobody would have expected the things we've been dealing with. It feels like forever, but now for about 8 or 9 months. And so I think a smart strategic plan, while it lays out a long range, really is focused on 18 to 24 months. And then coming in and making small adjustments if you need to as you go along. We know, starting off new, that we're picking up a slate that's already out there. We've got some schools we're going to have to look at. We've got some authorizing that we're going to be involved in. From my standpoint, and the commission heard me say this a number of times, I think helping people in Tennessee better understand what charter schools are all about, what we do, where we fit in, where we can make a difference in a child's life, and where we can work with school districts and help them realize that charters are part of what they do. It isn't like an appendage sitting off to the side. And we ought to look at them in a similar way and expect the kind of performance, even though they have a little more latitude than a typical public school would have. So I'm going to stop there, Adam, and Alan. I know Alan's got a response, and Wendy has one too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Alan Levine, Adam. That's a good question, and I think the true answer is, as a commission, we haven't determined that. What's in front of us is we have the law and the things we know we have to do immediately, but we've not had a discussion as a commission and developed that type of a long-term plan yet. We are so new. To be candid with you, I'm going to be looking, and I'm only speaking for myself, I'm going to be looking to the expert, our executive director, for guidance on what that plan ought to look like so that we can react to it and provide input and then agree to it. So I think it's a great opportunity for whomever the new executive director is to come in and, as you said in your early answer, to start developing a culture, and then from that, work with us to develop what our vision is for the next 5 years. And you asked the right question. The reality is, and I think the good news is, that you have a chance to mold that if you are selected and choose to accept it.
Thank you.
And I'll add to that, I have strong opinions on what it should look like. I served on the state board as an authorizer, and I know we'll take over their schools. So smooth transition of those schools to the new commission in a way that is certainly not detrimental to the families and students is really important to me. But alongside that would be continued growth in those schools, particularly by the subgroups of, the kids in poverty, English language learners, students with disabilities, and then a growth of a portfolio of schools that also excels for all students, including those subgroups, and a development of an accountability model that other authorizers can look up to and emulate that helps schools serve those students better. I think those are all things that we are in a position to do and to be, a model that other states could follow.
Thank you.
Expectations.
Ms. Miller, let me add two other points real quick. Your comment earlier about how you work, how you bring a team together, how you encourage what I call a lot of open dialogue and discussion. And I think that's part of why this is one of the first major things we're doing is selecting the executive director. And that to me is how you get there. It should not be autocratic. It ought to be really sitting down and getting, I'm like Alan. I want to listen. There's great commissioners here who have a lot of experience in this arena, different than the experience that I've got. But I think together we can put, a good plan that works. And so I just wanted to add that back in, that approach where we're able to talk to each other and able to think through and put ideas on the table. I want a whiteboard and figure it out is where we ought to be. And I think that's why we're doing what we're doing right now.
Thank you.
You have another question for us.
I do. One of my opinions of a high quality authorizer, I'm a believer in the kind of core purposes of authorizers, but in addition to that, I believe that the best authorizers are proactive; they're not reactive. And including proactive in terms of intervention with schools, getting ahead of challenges, but also proactive in terms of policy engagement. I guess the question is, does the board envision that it will be engaged with policy advocacy and ensuring that the General Assembly sets up an environment where we can be successful?
Well, we've got a former state legislator who's on our commission, so you see him smiling. I'd like to ask Eddie to give you a very a clear answer to that question.
And I'll go ahead and just say the key to this commission success is going to be the relationships that are built with members of the General Assembly. I'm going to pick on Mike Krause, who's not here today. He's the director of the Tennessee Higher Education Commission. What Mike has done well is he has made himself visible in every single community where those schools operate and where they draw students from. So even if the school's not there, so I think all of us would appreciate having that ability to help influence legislation in the General Assembly, but it's going to come after we've built those relationships. There's a lot of distrust between the ASD, some of the legislators, the school board, the state board of education, so there's a lot of things that still need to be fixed. I think it's possible, and I think it's something that's going to have to be done if we're going to be extremely successful, which I know all of the other members of this commission want us to be. Otherwise, we wouldn't have signed up and had the governor put our name out there to engage in this work. So, yes, and that's where I can throw in my hat to help you as if you were to get the position or whoever it is. Just to make connections and build those relationships very quickly.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Richards, and if I can just add one thing. I was very impressed with your comments about the school district that you work with that they've been failing for a protracted period of time and the willingness to go in and try a different approach, but yet have the school board be involved and own it. I'm sure you followed what's going on in Tennessee, but our legislature adopted a program which empowered the state and the schools to take over a significant portion of failing schools. And after a time of operating them, they are now in the process of having those schools return back to the local district and I'll just speak for myself. In my opinion, in many instances, not in a good place. And one of the things that's going to be most important is figuring out how to deal with the problems that come from that factual situation. But I would also look to us to help guide the legislature in making the legal changes that need to be made to have better success with the failing schools that we have in significant parts of our state. And it's not all urban. There's rural problems, and we're a little schizophrenic when we approach these things. But we're looking for our director to help advance policy changes that we would work through with the legislature to really make sure there is a positive choice for every child in the state.
Great.
Other commissioners for comments? Commissioner Grisham?
I think we are out on time, Mr. Richard.
Well, Mr. Miller, thank you so much. And I'm going to turn this back over to Ms. Spencer. We are going to complete the interview process today, and then we will be back in touch with you shortly to let you know where you stand. And we really appreciate your time and thoughtful answers to our questions.
Thank you, ma'am, for the opportunity.
Thanks, Adam, and I'll be moving you to the lobby and off the call. Thank you again.
Thank you, Spencer.
Thank you, everyone. It's time for discussion and comments.
Hi, it's Dave Hanson. I thought Mr. Miller was really impressive. I thought his, articulation of a vision and a strategy, from the very beginning was really impressive. I thought he, maybe this is personal bias, but he just kind of focused on the continued growth of high-quality seats and the proactive authorizers thing kind of resonated with me, and then the focus on the outcome-based accountability. So I just thought he, has a unique background and experience, and clearly his systems level kind of top-down look would be really beneficial for this role.
Yeah, this is Wendy. I'll add, I think he definitely knows the charter authorizing space really well. He could probably cite Max's best practices to us. He clearly knows it. I felt like he had, in response to my question, he exhibited a lot of backbone, which is one of the things I'm really looking for them to go in with that district. And I couldn't really get a feel for, I don't know if he was the actual decision maker, but he was certainly at that table and pushing for it. So I thought that was great. Two things, I love this accountability stuff, two sort of things that I did that do give me a little pause. Like the two sort of challenges I see with him. One is that he does not have Tennessee relationships. We talked about that initially, and I do think, and I'm not trying to compare them directly, but Mr. Spencer can walk into a room and have immediate credibility in Memphis. He would have to build that or bring people with him who can give him that credibility. So I think that is one downside. And the other thing, the thing that actually bothered me the most, although I still think he's very impressive, when asked about transparency, he approached it from a very legal perspective. It was much more about we will always do what the law requires and less about the benefits of transparency in what it does for the relationships and stuff. So he may believe all of that, but I was just interested that he came at it from the compliance side. So those are my thoughts.
And this is Eddie, and I agree. That's why I wanted to follow up, especially around the closure and the policy framework, is because he gave us the textbook answer. But I think what we're all looking for is to go beyond the textbook and just be a little bit more open. But the one thing he did mention that I liked is the fact that when they were making a decision on closure, is that they were notifying the district and the school before anything else. So it didn't come as a surprise to anyone. What I didn't hear is the transparency and the communication with the general public in that process. So that's one of the things, and I know that's been one of the issues down in Memphis is just the community sometimes feels like they are ignored when all the decisions are being made. That we've got to make sure that we engage the general community in all the decisions as we're moving forward.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, if I could, those are, may I? Okay. Those are,
I'm sorry, please.
Yeah, those are insightful comments. A couple of things I would say. The thing I liked, back to my questions that you very generously gave me, his answer really, when he talked about building a team, he also linked it to the concept of building a culture. And I think whether the issue of transparency or anything else, the culture ultimately emanates from the commission and the executive director. And I do think, knowing Florida the way I do, Florida is a very highly transparent state in terms of both its laws and its practices when it comes to charters. It's pretty well advanced. One of the problems you don't necessarily hear there is that there's a lack of communication to the locals. So I think those are legitimate concerns you're raising because of how he answered the question. I'm not so sure in practice that his position would be any different than your positions on it or my position on it. But your insight on that and catching the way he answered, I think is good. The only thing I'll say is, I don't know Adam personally, but I've done some homework on him in Florida. I've talked to people that I know and whom I respect a great deal in this space. He is not only somebody that has been in the decision-making capacity, but he's also somebody whose opinion is sought by people from all sides of the equation. So he is well respected. I think he's earned that. It's a rough and tumble environment in Florida, as you can imagine. And there's a lot of variety in the types of communities there, and he's had to be able to navigate all that. And from what I've gathered, he's done that pretty well. So those are just comments and observations I would make.
Commissioner Patterson, you want to?
Yeah, I did. This is Commissioner Patterson. I'm trying to sort of get a feel for the candidates. I know it's difficult to do from a remote standpoint, and this maybe speaks to his answer with respect to transparency, but I did get the sense that he was a bit more rigid, and I didn't get a good feel for his personality in the context of building relationships in a new environment. So it's something that I've been looking for all of the candidates. But I do think, as our first executive director, feeling comfortable with someone that has the type of persona or personality to be able to engage. And I just got the sense that he was probably on the rigid side as opposed to on the more outgoing side. So again, it's just a contextual or subjective observation from my standpoint. But I do think something important for someone that's going to be coming into a new market in particular.
Thank you. Just to build off of that, I think it's one of those things that those soft skills, might seem soft, but I think they're important. I do think he has a ton to offer. There's no doubt he has the experience. I would imagine I can't imagine that not transferring over to Tennessee. I think the challenge is, this person needs to hit the ground running and be familiar with Tennessee. And so, could he convince us, if he makes it to the next round, that he can overcome that? There's a strong likelihood that he could. I do think the piece around this executive presence and how that transfers into the community is going to be really important. And I think we really need to think about that. I did have one question that, for me, it was a pro and a con. But it was around just his framing around being a proactive authorizer and just thinking about what our role is as a commission. And sometimes that proactive mode could mean just sort of going wild west and letting everyone in because you are so pro-charter, you just let everyone get a charter. And I would hate for us to be that. I would want for us to fight for quality and to really push for operators that haven't gotten a fair shake but should. But not to, in essence, be a backdoor for operators that shouldn't be operating in the first place. And so I just, that framing gives me pause in all ways. And so because that was raised today, it had me question that. And so again, it's something to maybe follow up on. But hands down, I think he has a ton of and a wealth of knowledge and experience, and could be a tremendous asset if selected.
So, Mr. Richard, I'd like to know more about the last example he was walking us through of taking over a whole school district that was failing. But not just the numbers, but what role did he have? How did he get involved in it? What kind of communication, what we've all been talking about, was shared as they came in and took over this whole, county system. I just like, because I think that would say a lot about this approach, and it can, that would have to be an ongoing conversation, I believe. And so I'd like to know a lot more about that example and how it played out and what feedback he got and how in the role he was in, did they respond to it and react to whatever the community was saying.
Yeah, I agree. The one thing I was really encouraged with that was that, with the emphasis on having the school board involvement, that they actually were the ones who were involved in the choice. They obviously were given a lot of time, 10 years, so he was probably in 2000, I've got to say. And, I was impressed with the willingness to try to do something because, after failing kids for 10 years, at some point in time, somebody's got to be going to say enough is enough. And I couldn't tell if he was the one who was involved in that or the person he was working for, and we can go into that further forward. My impression is that he could handle every single substantive aspect of this job with his background on day one. He would have to build the relationships, and that is a real question to me and something we all need to think about. On the other hand, he has one small advantage. He doesn't bring a lot of preconceptions about what's going on in Tennessee. He's in a fresh set of eyes, and yet it's a set of eyes tempered with a lot of experience in various parts of Florida. So that's one impression. Are there any other comments or things we need to talk about? Right? Okay, Spencer, how are we on time?
We're doing great. We're set for a break right now. Our next candidate is Ben Schumacher. He is to start at 11:40 sharp Central Time. So time for break. Feel free to turn off your camera and make sure you're on mute, but please turn your camera back on and be ready to go at 11:40. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ben.
Good morning.
Hey, it's Judy. We're on a short break. Commissioners will be back in a minute. I just wanted to check to make sure we can hear you and see you.
Is it working okay on your end? I'm not accustomed to WebEx as much, but it looks okay on my end.
Yep, it looks great. So I'm going to send you back to the lobby, and then I'll admit you back in just like 4 minutes.
Okay, perfect. See you then.
Okay, great.
Do you have the floor to yourself?
Yes, I do. Well, I should say, I think, well, Robert is stuck in a conference call or a conference room reviewing COPs in the corner. But otherwise, I'm here and, well, and Mary's at her station or in the conference room. Otherwise, it's an empty floor.
We'll get you one of those little hoverboards so you can scoot around and not bump into anybody.
Well, I'll join you virtually, but it's 12:35 or 12:40 where I am, so I just was eating some chips.
Well, I had a cold piece of pizza, Alan. Also being on Eastern time, just like Eddie.
Yeah, I am drinking shakes for breakfast and lunch, so I'll have one of those here after this next interview.
I realize our lunch break is a little late, but this way we're doing 3 before and 3 after, so.
No, yeah, on this end of the state, we call that dinner.
Yeah. It's still time to know how the 3 of us on Eastern are not complaining.
Okay, we just need Terrence. Terrence, can you turn on your video? There we go. All right. I'm going to admit Ben Schumacher. Ben Schumacher is now connected via video teleconference.
Very good. Hello, Mr. Schumacher. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Chris Richards, and I am chairing the Committee of the Whole that has been tasked with selecting the Commission's Executive Director. On behalf of the entire Commission, I thank you for your interest in serving the Commission as Executive Director. We have a 45-minute interview structure with 35 minutes for you to respond to a series of 7 questions that are the same for each candidate. And the commissioners will take turns asking you a question, so they'll introduce themselves before they ask their question. If one of the commissioners wants to ask a follow-up question in response to your answer, they may be recognized and will do so. You will have about 3 to 5 minutes for each response. And if you give longer, earlier responses, it may shorten your time for later questions. So I think this is allowing the conversation to go quite well with earlier interviews. We will provide courtesy time checks as necessary if you're getting close on time. At the 35-minute mark or earlier, we will ask if you have any questions for us. We'll endeavor to answer them. We'll have 10 minutes to pose whatever questions you have for us. So with that, I'm going to ask the first question. Can you please describe how your experiences have prepared you to take on the role of the Executive Director of the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission?
Pleasure to be in company with you all today, and thank you, Commissioner Richards, for kicking this off. And I'm realizing that I made a tactical error that I'm the guy before lunch, so hopefully I won't detain you too long. Yes, I'll start on the personal side. I am coming with the identity of a Tennessean, having moved here in 2014 with my family, and have a 1-year-old son who I hope will engage in our public K-12 system here in Nashville. And I come from a heritage of educators. My sister's in ed policy here. My mom was a former educator, and my grandfather was a longtime collegiate educator. He in particular looms large in my life because he was an orphan at age 10. He had escaped persecution, his family did, from Russia, and it was his high school teachers that kind of got him on a track to ultimately be a college professor in applied mathematics. So I've seen the power of a strong education play out in my personal life and in my family. And then more recently as a former educator. I was a founding member of the Valor Collegiate Academies team here in South Nashville. Most of what I do as executive director and how I think about strategy and decision making is grounded in the experiences of my students. And I think about what they deserve, what they need, how they would view the issues. I had students that came to me years behind in their education and saw them catch up as budding 5th and 6th grade scientists who are now driving and juniors in high school. And so experience with students directly and in a very high performing charter system is one credential I'd say I bring to the role. Beyond that, I'm an experienced executive at this point. I've been executive director of Teach for America here in Nashville and Chattanooga for the better part of half a decade, 4.5 years. We've overseen a strong program turnaround and a financial turnaround and built a really great team. In addition to that, my Tennessee roots have grown and have relationships across the board in the state and with key partners that this executive director role would need to partner with. The DOE, the Governor's Office, the State Board of Education, and I just bleed Tennessee at this point. I really want our state to be successful and have a deep commitment to the children of our state. I would lastly just add that I think that this role will rise and fall on the political acumen of the candidate that you select. I've heard that you say that in public forums before, and I believe it too. And in my capacity as executive director, I've had the privilege of navigating lots of competing dynamics with districts, with a dozen charter management organizations, with school boards, with stakeholders within districts at all different levels, and across philanthropists and state interests and departments as well. And so I would bring those experiences and relationships to bear in the capacity of executive director of the commission. So I'll pause there. Those are some starting points that I think my experiences would bring to this role, Commissioner Richards.
Chris, you're on mute, but I'll jump in on the question if that works.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
Mr. Schumacher, I'm Dave Hanson from the Middle Tennessee region. Where do charter schools currently fit in the education landscape of Tennessee? What is your vision for charter schools in Tennessee? And as executive director, how would you advance that vision in your recommendations to the commission?
Sure. In terms of just the baseline landscape of charter schools in Tennessee, we occupy an interesting spot in the national fold. We're a sector that is about 118 schools large. About 2/3 of that is concentrated in Memphis, and then a huge concentration of 30 charter schools in Nashville. Of course, the majority of ASD schools, about 25 schools, are in Memphis, 2 in Nashville, and then we have 5 high performers out in Chattanooga and 1 in Knoxville. The charter sector serves a different segment than the traditional schools serve overall. About 90% students of color, 60% economically disadvantaged, and around the same SPED or ELL or a little less. Where it gets interesting in terms of the landscape in Tennessee is the performance of the schools bifurcate pretty clearly into 2 buckets. When you look at the Memphis landscape, you have a fairly saturated market of charters. You might argue there are too many schools in Memphis overall. You have ASD, and you have a variability of performance. When you look at Nashville and the budding sector in Chattanooga, you could argue that the Nashville charter sector is among the highest performing in the country, perhaps next to Newark, and yet the relative share is still pretty small. We're at about 15 or 16% of charter school students in Nashville, and a bit of a larger percent in Memphis, perhaps somewhere in the neighborhood of 22, 23%. The headline of all of that is that the charter sector in Tennessee has provided a family of schools that provide innovative and new options, usually to families and students that need them most. But there's not a single headline as it relates to performance across the state. Overall, it's a contribution to the space in a big way that Tennessee has taken a bet on providing new models, particularly in this moment of COVID-19, where innovation and new ways of delivering education is going to be critical. In terms of my own vision for charters in the state and for the commission, I would say, well, first of all, I would say that a vision needs to be the product of many hands, including every commissioner here and others. It needs to be co-created in some way, and so I offer a couple thoughts, but with humility. I would suggest that if the commission was wildly successful in, say, a 5-year time frame, a few things would be true. We would have fostered a high-performing 21st century family of schools that are meeting the diversity of needs for families and students across our state. We would because we'll be evaluated and audited just like any LEA, it would be objectively clear that the family of schools that this body authorizes is strong, innovative, and high-performing in the metrics that we deem matter most, that ultimately mean kids are getting better chances to pursue their dreams and live lives of agency. And then I would say there's some ripple effects. There would be the broader state of Tennessee we'd see more votes rise. Perhaps we would get back to where we were a decade ago, according to the nation's report card, when we were one of the fastest growing states in academic achievement and growth in Tennessee. We would see collaboration and potentially an appropriate amount of pressure on districts to improve. We've seen that nationally, by the way. The DC system comes to mind, where the charter share grew to about 50% under Michelle Rhee and Kaya Henderson, and the charter performance was terrific. But we also saw the district performance raise substantially in that period, and I think that Tennessee can do the same. The last thought I'd offer is more of a kind of a brand or comms component of the vision, which is too often the charter district debate gets fraught. And I think if we were successful in the 5 or 10 year frame, you would see that charters are better understood. They would be seen as public schools. They would be seen as a necessary and helpful element of the landscape. And you'd see the temperature of the debate would have dropped some, because there's just a better understanding of how charters work in the landscape, what they provide, and we would have thoughtfully provided a set of schools and authorized a set of schools that are providing value to our students in the landscape as well. So those are some of the key success points. I think the last part of your question, if I'm remembering, was around the executive director role in pulling that off, and I would just offer 1 or 2 thoughts there. One is that having a very clear, high objective bar, a school performance framework matters deeply. The commission will need to operate above board and with quality in mind first and foremost. The most important thing that the commission can do in the first year of its operation is have several strongly well-judged schools that are operating and authorized, and seeing, and that will build credibility. And then beyond that, I think the last thought I would offer would be what the executive director can do to set up commissioners to be strong ambassadors and evangelists for the commission's vision in the quarters that you run in. Whether that be with local lawmakers and other local constituents, since we have a good swath across the state of representation, that will matter beyond simply kind of making really strong data-informed judgments on which schools to authorize.
Madam Chair, this is, may I jump in? Okay. Ben, this is Alan Levine. First of all, I appreciate your comment about your passion for Tennessee. I too came here in 2014, and you don't have to grow up here to fall in love with this state. And it's evident from your comments and your posture that you are deeply passionate about Tennessee. I guess there's the upside of all this is that we're starting from scratch, and so. Really, you get to write the landscape or write the plan for navigating the landscape over the next year. What would your one-year plan look like?
Thank you, Commissioner Levine. I think I caught it. The question was around what would the one-year plan look like. So I think that there would be a number of milestones and work streams that would have to come to life to have a successful year one. I think you are right that there's a tremendous advantage and window of opportunity to starting a new commission from scratch. And we would have to acknowledge that the scratch, or the context that we're starting from scratch in is not new, and that there's a lot that has happened that colors the landscape. In a sense, we would need to build the plane while we fly it, while we staff it, and while we set vision for it, which is never easy. I've done a few startup situations, and they're strenuous and stressful and fun all at the same time. Here are the components that I would point to in year one. So first, we would want to set the conditions of success. I think what that means is I, as executive director, would need a strong learning agenda, figure out where my blind spots are, talk to a myriad of relevant stakeholders, including all commissioners, and figure out what people have on their minds and where the potential risks might be and where the potential opportunities might be. There should be an intentional relationship mapping for institutions and individuals that will influence the direction of this commission that is pursued, so that there's relationships, rapport, and operating cadence set. And then I think in zooming out in terms of after setting some conditions for success, the first 3 and 6 months we have to start to put the plan together. And that includes components like setting the basics. What is the budget? What is the financial model? Is it durable? The 3 or 4% BEP charge that we can do for authorizing is not sufficient, so we have to have continual revenue coming in from elsewhere. And then starting to set the team. I know there's been some work done on the talent infrastructure. And I think very quickly we want to get clear on what the roles we need, what the pools could look like, and start hiring as soon as we're ready to charge people with specific work streams and goals. I think that we would be successful in probably the first 4 months or so before Jan 1 hits by the end of the calendar year, if we had a high-level vision to operate off of, a vision statement, a set of metrics that are at the high level, the multi-year level that we know we would hold ourselves accountable to and evaluate performance. And then I think we would want to set some year one metrics too. Like how would we evaluate success in month 3, month 6, month 9, and at the end of the year. Commensurate with that is how the operating cadence of the commissioner and the executive director works. Continuing the work you all have done related to setting rules and policies, figuring out the work streams and the pipeline of appeals that are coming through, and how that workflow will work so people can set their calendars and have clarity and training on expectations on how to operate within the emerging framework. All of that feels important to accomplish in year one. The last component I would add to that is the tools, which I think is kind of a month 3 or 4, like before the calendar year to set. I think the state board's done an extraordinary job working with NACSA to build a school performance framework and a set of tools to use in these, and we would want to find out as a commission and determine, are those sufficient? Is there a V2.0 we want to employ now or plan on doing later? What are the steps to, that adds up to quality authorizing and credibility in the future. So setting that up front and us all being clear and aligned on it would be of incredible importance. So to sum up, I'd say we have a vision. We've done some great authorizing and initial apps that have come through in the appeals, a team in place, a budget in place, and we were poised to fly the plane and continue quality work in years 2 through 5.
And I appreciate that.
Thank you. Commissioner Patterson?
Good morning, I guess close to afternoon. I'm Commissioner Terrence Patterson from Memphis. How would you work with government agencies and departments, legislators, and the governor's office to promote and support our charter schools?
Good to see you, Commissioner Patterson, and thank you for that question. I appreciate the question because you can acknowledge that there are interdependencies on many actors that will intermingle to create success for this commission. We're not operating on an island, and as I said before, we're operating in a context that's very live and sometimes hot. And so I would say that in terms of the departments that feel most relevant, obviously the Department of Education comes to mind, and as well as the State Board of Education. I would add to that the Governor's Office itself, F&A, the Finance Administration Department, and then the Attorney General certainly as well. Taking a couple of those in turn, the Department of Education clearly has an intersecting role to play here. The ASD is operating mostly in Memphis and a little bit in Nashville, and will intersect with this commission in interesting ways, I'm sure. Judy, you and your team, Dr. Lundy and others, have a view of how charters intersect with the landscape here, and also have an incredible amount of support from work that's already been done. And so we just want to make sure there's a collaborative relationship and understanding of the lanes, and that will help us determine how we operate. The State Board, Dr. Morrison and team has, we're going to beg, borrow, and steal all of the great things that the State Board has already been doing. I know there's already a transfer in place, and that transfer of tools and processes and practices will have to continue. If the State Board creates policies that interact with charters, that will be important for the Commission to know. And then one key element I'm keeping my eye on is the auditing function of the State Board. An interesting question on my mind is will the Commission's judgments intersect with the judgments of the State Board if they believe a LEA is not as high quality of an authorizer as it needs to be? Will that bear merit in our own authorizing process, for example? So there's some type of intersection to understand there that will come down the pipe. In terms of finance and administration, I mentioned earlier, we just need a budget, and it needs to be recurring and enduring to build a strong organization. So I think I've been through the state planning process from my Teach for America seat, and you just need to have a strong understanding of how that works and how F&A is thinking about how that intersects with the governor's office. Related to the governor's office, Governor Lee is deeply committed to a landscape of choice and quality options for kids, and it was his impetus that urged the legislature to create this commission. So I think there's you want to understand that context. You don't want surprises to happen in the governor's office or vice versa with the commission. And it's very important that across the governor's office, the DOE, the SDOE, that the commission is independent, it is operating independently and not perceived or is a rubber stamp. That can't happen for the commission, which I know I'm preaching to the choir around. The only other aspect I'm seeing, Commissioner Patterson, is the legislature itself, which is crucial. If the way that the commission could not succeed is if you have a significant amount of legislatures that come to not believe in it, and are hearing from stakeholders across the state about how it's not working or something like that. And so how to collaborate with legislators, I think, is nuanced, I think there's a rural-urban dynamic. If you're a rural legislator, the commission would want to make sure, the executive director would want to be collaborating to make sure that it's understood that the intent here isn't quantity of charters or to like charterize the landscape. That's not what we're going for from what I understand. And then I think there's just a communication and sort of ambassador role to play, as I mentioned earlier, for everyone, commissioners and the executive director and the team with legislators, so that they have the information at their fingertips. What is the vision of the commission? What are the facts around the charter landscape? What are we trying to do and not trying to do? What allows them to respond to constituents in a constructive and informed manner? The only other intersection I could see is if there's eventual laws and policies that go through the legislature that interact with how the commission plays out. I'm sure that the executive director, among other actors, would be involved with legislators to make sense of that and to try to be involved with lawmaking that is in the best interest of students and families ultimately.
Thank you. Commissioner Susan?
Yes, well, officially, good afternoon, Mr. Schumacher, Commissioner Durbin-Cisnet. Would love to hear from you how you describe your management approach as well as your approach to working with school districts, CMOs, and charter schools.
Okay, great. And when you say management approach, do you mean internally with staff? Is that the reference point?
So I'd add some color to this, internally with staff, but as well as how you manage between school districts, CMOs, and charter schools.
Perfect. Okay, so sort of a downward and lateral management question. So internally, I would say, I've realized that talent is everything. There's a phrase that I'm probably going to butcher. That's something like, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I think an executive director without a strong team is nothing. And I'm very fortunate at Teach for America, my current seat, to have just an extraordinary team. We're a team of 26 staff. If you go the next layer down, we have about 160 core members across the landscape. And so the way I intend and I think do orient internally is as follows. I think I'm perceived as very results and vision focused. I think I'm perceived as someone who holds a high bar, but also gives people big opportunities to flourish and lead, and believes in putting, just like with students, believes in putting people, to use an education term, in their zone of proximal development right at the edge, and then providing support to ensure success. I think we have a number of staff that are on our leadership team that I would describe as executive ready at this point because they've been given their opportunities, they've been rotated across the business, and have been developed over time. I personally have applied the radical candor framework in my management over the last couple of years. The idea of authentically caring deeply for your staff while also being able to deliver clear and direct feedback and getting that balance right. For former educators, I know your background a little bit, Commissioner. In the education world, like more strict with staff, that matters too. And then I would say that I have a long time in continuing to develop a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusiveness. Hiring a diverse team, creating an inclusive culture, keeping an eye on which perspectives are represented in decision making. That matters deeply to me, and I think we have some strong results to show that we've diversified our staff, our board, our senior leadership, and ultimately have some strong results with our core members of color, where that has played a big role to have a diverse set of leaders in the space. In terms of kind of a lateral question with CMOs, districts, the way that I've oriented over the last 4.5 years in this capacity has been, very, I would say, collaborative. When I entered in the role, the first order of business was just like building understanding deeply of the landscape and the needs of our partners. To be clear, in this capacity, I'm seen as a partner and in some ways a supplier of talent. And so it was crucial to understand, like, what are your operating challenges? Where do you have talent needs? What types of teachers and backgrounds do you need in terms of endorsement areas? And we were able to build a multi-level partnership with NNPS from the board through the superintendent on down, and that endures through superintendents. And then more recently, we expanded to Chattanooga, which was very much kind of a bottom-up effort. Folks in Chattanooga asking us to consider what it would look like to operate there, really a total year zero of understanding what the landscape was and building context and building relationships, and then ultimately fulfilling need in what was then called the opportunity zone and placing teachers there. And so I think those principles would apply as executive director as the commission, but the big difference would be the power dynamic shifts of it. I've been in a role of kind of collaboration, partnership, and again, sort of supplying talent is how we're viewed in many ways. In this role, you're almost by definition at times put at odds with districts that have made a judgment on a charter school that then gets appealed to the commission. That being said, I still think many of the principles apply. Can't recommend good judgments to the commission without understanding the landscape. You need to understand the perspectives of the stakeholders in play and be able to synthesize that. You need to understand the needs of the community, et cetera. And so I think the skills built there and the orientations there translate well, even if ultimately the sort of decision-making power and roles shifts compared to my current role. So that's how I'd synthesize the sort of internal and partnership approach to management of relationships. I guess I would add on the one last thought on the relationship management is just clear lanes, clear metrics. What are the ways we're going to operate together and know if we're doing right by each other? That has been helpful too. We made some promises in every community that we've operated on. Those are quantitative promises, and so we're able to revisit how we're doing as a partner. That adds some kind of rigor to the relationship and makes it more enduring, particularly if superintendents change over, for example. So, yeah, I'll pause there. Thank you for that question.
Just to provide a time check, we have 7 minutes for 2 more questions.
Mr. Schumacher, Eddie Smith from the Knoxville area. Operating in transparency is recognized as both a best practice and it's a high key value for this commission. How have you demonstrated the transparency in your past leadership role or in your current leadership role?
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Let's see. I appreciate that question. I think my first visceral response is that one of my personal core values is, and has been for a long time, integrity. I define that as acting in alignment with your intentions and words. And I think that honesty and ultimately transparency is an offshoot of integrity. And so it's a way that I aspire to be just as a human overall. On a professional level, I would say that the example that comes to mind most prominently is a live example that I'm alluding to as we speak. We are facing a global pandemic. That pandemic has caused some level of economic recession and certainly a reduction in state tax receipts, which has caused state budget cuts. And also the equity markets are highly volatile. And so you have both public dollars and private investors that are in a state of volatility. All of that is leading right now into my current role as Executive Director at Teach for America, where we have an unclear operating and financial environment. To be explicit, it is not clear how much fundraising we'll be able to bring in for our next fiscal year. And that can present all types of emotions to lots of stakeholders, staff, board, partners. And the way that I've aspired to operate in the midst of all of it has been with extreme transparency. When it became clear that the pandemic hit and that was causing volatility in the markets and lower state revenues and the rest, I aspired and articulated that I would operate with 2 core values in mind through this. One was care and compassion for our people. And the second one was fiscal sustainability, or what we call internally enduring institutions. And those 2 values are meant to be intentional with each other to tease out decision-making according to those values. And as we've learned along the way and kind of seen the revenue picture come more into focus, I've communicated with our staff that this could mean layoffs. It could mean downsizing. I had to lead through the tail end of that when I first started and haven't had to since then, and we may have a wave of this. I've held stand-up meetings every Friday where people can opt in and hear where we're at. I've sent clear memos and put in our Slack channels just trying to get out the facts and treat people with care and like they're adults to make good decisions that will be good for them. Ultimately, I created a set of scenarios, budget scenarios, an org structure scenarios that related to those budgets, and worked with our executive committee and our full board, and ultimately had approved a scenario budget in which we would run a one-time large operating deficit. And the way that we balanced the two core values of care and compassion and fiscal sustainability was we wanted to hold our people close, to retain as many staff as we could, be as impactful in the community and as large in the community as we could during a moment of crisis in our communities, and then acknowledge that if we don't recover revenue, then we will have to take commensurate measures within a year's time. That recommendation was passed by our board unanimously, and I'm still, as we speak, bringing our staff into how we will set ourselves up for success in this coming fiscal year, and what types of tripwires would hit that would cause us to have to be smaller or to maintain our course and our size. So that's kind of the hottest example I can imagine to share of how I tried to be very clear on where we're at and how we aspire to operate and how our actions align with integrity to those intentions.
Thank you. We did move on to our last question.
Yeah.
So I was going to follow up if time permits, but I do want to defer to Commissioner Tucker and Griscom before we go to follow-ups.
Great. Hi, Mr. Schumacher. As you know, Wendy Tucker, serve on the commission. So I think I have 2 minutes. So short and sweet here. If you could describe for us a successful program or partnership that you established that benefited students.
Sure. Let's see. Gosh, I got to do it in like 70 seconds. So what I would choose then is when I first came into the role as executive director, upon our landscape review, we realized two truths. We had a number of Teach for America alums that were leading game-changing schools in Nashville. Now about 25 alums that are principals of the charters here. And the second truth was none of them were leading in the district, and there was not a pathway into the district for school leadership for many of our alums that they saw. The partnership that we built was in collaboration deeply with the district, acknowledged they had just turned over a bunch of principals, they had just turned over a bunch of assistant principals, and were in need of strong potential leadership. We built a pipeline where we recruited strong alumni talent. We reached out to our longtime university partner, Lipscomb, that would credential our fellows. We put wraparound supports and development opportunities so they were getting at-bats before they became leaders, and then we plugged them directly into the hiring process and helped them understand how to navigate it. The results of that fellowship have been profound. We've now had 17 fellows go through it. We have a number of our first and second cohorts that are leading as assistant principals and deans in district-run schools. Had heretofore never happened. And we're starting to see academic results come out, most importantly. One example, and I could share several if we had more time, is that the assistant principal at Jolton in the first year took over the math department and took it from a level 1 to a level 5. That fellowship mattered for that group of kids in Jolton that learned math well that year. And so we're starting to see results like that trickle up as we evaluate the program. We're really proud of the collaborative way that it came out and met a community need and matched it to the assets of Teach for America to do that.
Great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schumacher, Tom Griscom, from Chattanooga. Now, thank you for your answers. It's your opportunity to ask us a quick question or two that's on your.
Sure. I have two questions, but I'm wondering how much time I have. Do I need to pick one good one, or do I have time for two?
I think the best one.
You have 10 minutes for questions. 10 minutes.
Okay. Let me start with this. Thank you first and foremost for everyone's commitment to the commission and to the students of Tennessee. I know this is a big push to get this off the ground. in awe of everyone that's made it. So thank you. I think my first question is how you see your role as commissioners beyond making very strong data-informed judgments on whether to authorize charters on appeals. What else do you see will make the role of commissioner successful? And actually, maybe just I'll throw both my questions out and then people can chime in and then we can talk today. My second question is more around for commissioners, Patterson, CISNET, and Richard, the Memphis delegation. I'm wondering how you see the commission intersecting with your landscape specifically. I know the Nashville landscape and increasingly the Chattanooga landscape, a bit of the Knoxville landscape. I know the Memphis landscape less, and that's where many of the charters are. So I'm just curious to hear from a local perspective the intersection of the commission. So those are the two ones on my mind.
So to do this, Sarah, you and Derwin, so the second part, okay?
You cut out a little bit, but I was actually just going to address both and say, in terms of how we could add value or how I could add value as a commissioner, I think it is helping give insight on the Memphis landscape in particular. Obviously share each of our individual bodies of knowledge from our various backgrounds, both personally and professionally. But with respect to Memphis, I think really making sure that whoever the next executive director is, that they feel supported and they understand the landscape, because there are some nuances in Memphis, and we want to see, and it's important to the commission that we are successful in all three grand divisions, and so certainly lending our expertise and being a sounding board as you prepare in the role.
You want to jump in on this?
Mr. CISNET?
Yes, I really echo Commissioner Patterson's sentiments, and I think, in addition to sort of being a sounding board, I think we could open up our perversity and Rolodex. I guess we don't use Rolodex anymore. But ultimately get access where we've over time gained access. And as someone who's also not from Tennessee, but has been here for the last 16 years, I know what it means to be able to have access to a community, but that comes from trust. And so being able to bridge our relationships via trust, I think will be helpful. And if the person that we ultimately select is not from this side of Tennessee, we want to make sure that transfer of knowledge and transfer of resources and network is as seamless as possible.
So, Ms. Schumacher, let me add something real quick. I hope that if you or exec director, whoever it is, they look at each commission and the strengths they bring, collectively and then individually. There are people on this commission that are very well versed in this space. There are others like me that, while having been through public schools and doing a lot of work, particularly in Chattanooga, this is not my area of expertise necessarily. It is in other areas, having spent some time in politics and government, not elected, including a lot of time in the media world. So I would hope that part of this is collectively that we sit down and look at all the strengths that we're bringing, and we put it all together. And out of that, I think we're going to have a very broad opportunity to be influential. Who else would like to jump in on this?
Mr. Chair, the only, if I may, this is Alan Levine. The only thing I would add, I echo what you just said. We all of us as commissioners bring different strengths and different competencies to this conversation. Speaking only for myself, I'm going to be, as a commissioner, I see my role as developing policy in concert with my colleagues, and then investing in the executive director to see those policies to fruition. And there's going to be, I would like to see an executive director who has confidence, who's got the skill set to communicate, and then can basically give us as a board guidance on what we can do to help further the collaborative mission that we establish. And I appreciate your asking that question. It's important.
I would just add one thing. I think the question is well framed, but we are really interested as a group in doing the things that are going to help children to succeed. I don't think anybody who's on this commission is trained in this in the sense of us succeeding. What we're doing is being focused on the policies and the programs, doing our responsibilities in a way we benefit children who need an opportunity for a wonderful educational experience across the state. And I really appreciate your sensitivity to the different needs of the various areas. I'm also Memphis-based, and I'm sure that if you're successful, we can help you understand the framework down here effectively so it won't be any kind of a problem. Are there any other comments or questions? If not, once again, I want to thank you for taking time to talk to us and for your interest in this position. We're conducting the interviews today, and we will get back to you promptly about the next step after this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Have a great lunch.
Thank you, Dan. I'll be sending you to the lobby.
Okay.
Sending them to the lobby a nice way of saying you're shutting them off?
Yes, I'm actually expelling them. That's the term they use.
Walking him to the elevator.
We are open for comments and discussion.
Well, I'll go ahead and start. I like that he's metrics driven. He brought that up multiple times. I like his energy, the way he speaks. He clearly believes what he says, and he's very passionate about what he says, and he's believable. I find Ben to be very authentic. I like what he said about developing an inclusive culture, but beyond that, what perspectives are represented in decision making. That's the kind of culture that creates inclusion and gets people to buy into the decisions that are made. I think he did exceptionally well in that interview. I like who he is, and I like his leadership style. And I found myself becoming very energized by listening to him talk.
Chair Richards, I will go next. To piggyback, because I wrote down two words. He had a lot of energy, which I love, but he was also engaging. And this platform is something that's hard to do engaging, and I felt like he did that well. My concern boiled down to, I believe it was Commissioner Patterson's question, and then my question on transparency. I heard a lot of talk about building relationships in Nashville. I didn't hear a lot of discussion about building relationships out of Nashville with our local school board. So that's one of the things. And when I brought up the transparency, I liked his answer, but I didn't feel like, again, there was a lot of transparency based around the work we'll be doing. It was around kind of what he's done. So I want to, in the next round, if he makes it that far, I want to drill down a little bit more in those areas about how he would build those relationships with the school systems and the general public. Because, again, that goes back to the transparency piece of being open and making sure everybody knows what's happening as we move forward with different schools and things.
Mr. Tucker?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Eddie. I would say I think you did talk in response to a different question about building relationships in Chattanooga to be able to enter that arena, and then I think his question to the Memphis contingency showed that he's interested in figuring out how to build those relationships. But I get your concern in response to that specific question. He didn't go much farther than Nashville. I have, and I said this in the original meeting. I've had. I don't know Mr. Schumacher well, but I have engaged with him in the education space here in Nashville, and I didn't actually realize until today when I was watching him that I have seen his class at Valor when he taught at Valor. He was the teacher that Todd Dixon brought us to see engage with his students because he was like this in front of the class, and so I was able to see him as a teacher. I want to say he didn't talk about it a lot, and I'm sure there are reasons for that, but the Teach for America, one of the things he did that I think he deserves credit for is Teach for America in Nashville was built on a very strong foundation by the founding executive director. The executive director before Mr. Schumacher had real challenges, and the organization was in a really bad place when he came in, both with the district, internally, with schools, and he came in and really rebuilt it. And I don't think he given himself credit for that publicly, but he did do that. And then the last thing I would think, two more things. He's the kind of guy that at a cocktail party is going to want to talk to you about how to fix schools. Like, this is his, you can tell, like, this is what he cares about. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that passion. It might not be my conversation at a cocktail party, but I can just appreciate that he really cares. And then the last thing he mentioned, Radical Candor. It's a book that my leadership team in my day job is reading, and the fact that he talked about it as far related to his leadership style says a lot to me, because it's a really open invitation for your team to really give full feedback and to be open to that. So I thought that was a great sign too.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, I agree with everything everyone has said so far. I again will disclose that I have served on the Valor Board, where Ben was a teacher and a board member, and then I serve on his Teacher America National Chattanooga Board, so I have some bias here. I think the downside here is that Ben has a little bit less state-level experience than maybe like an Adam Miller. I think on the plus side, like, he is a humble, low-key leader. Like, he will bring all of his teammates in and kind of treat them as peers, and so that sort of fosters the whole building a long-term team in the right culture. I think he's one of the best partnership builders and relationship builders I've ever met. So at the national level, which is kind of his mandate, national in Chattanooga, he has really gone across the aisle. And so with Metro Nashville Public Schools, he built this assistant principal pipeline from scratch. And even when, like, it was difficult with Sean Joseph's team coming and going, he was able to get it launched and successfully pull through 2 different classes of assistant principal. So I think he's really good at we might not agree on 100%, but let's figure out 85% we can agree on and, like, leave the rest for another day. So the other thing I'll just say is has a tremendous work ethic. So I agree with what Wendy said. Like, it is clearly his passion, but also, like, Ben will call or email on Saturday night and Sunday night and Tuesday at 2 a.m. Like, he's a working machine. So I think he does not have some of the gifts or experiences that, like, some of the other candidates do. I think he's also just a tremendous guy, and he would be in the figure it out category. I think when he left Harvard Business School, he went to Teacher America and Deloitte. Like, he went to Valor as a science teacher, and Todd Dixon offered him $38,500 a year as a Harvard MBA, and he took it and did it, and it was the #1. He had 97% TCAP proficiency for his kids. So I think that just goes a long way towards the family considerations.
Commissioner Susan?
Yeah, it's great and I appreciate the other commissioners for sharing context about Ben. Was not familiar with him, and certainly folks had reached out once he had applied just to share just their praise for him, and so hearing it from you all, it came from people I respect, and clearly I have respect for all of you, and so it means a lot to just get more context about him. I thought, yeah, he's got ton of strength. Didn't really see any weaknesses, although we all have them, so I know they're there. I think what stands out to me is around just his ability to coach up, at least the way he's articulated it. And so when I think about, even though he mentioned, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, I think more specifically, if he is the person who ultimately gets the gig, I think he'd have a diverse staff around him that he would also be able to coach up, that could take his place when he transitions. And so I would have comfort in knowing that he would have a team that is diverse and that could replace his role or replace him, and then we would still be able to meet those frameworks. And so that stands out to me, and would definitely see him going to the next round.
Other comments? Okay, all I'll add is that I appreciated his candor and transparency about where his strengths were geographically, and he clearly understands that if he were to get this position, he's got to do a significant amount of work in Memphis. I might just invite him down here to live for a couple months. Do something to get him up to speed. I mean, I think that when someone acknowledges that they know they have areas they need to work on, that makes it so much easier. I've had, experiences with people who really missed the boat when they were willing to say, I'm willing to work in this area. They always succeed. So I was very impressed. Other comments? Okay, Ms. Judy, how are we doing?
We're doing great. We have about 30 minutes. Our next interview is at 1 p.m. Central sharp. So you can take your lunch break. Again, turn off your video, make sure you're muted. But please be sure to be back in by 1 p.m. with your video on so we can start on time. And the next candidate is Tess Stovall. Thank you. Hi, Chuck.
Hello.
Can you hear and see me okay?
I can. Can you do the same?
I can. I just wanted to check on that. The commissioners have another 5 minutes on their break, and then we'll introduce you. So I wanted to test the technology. I'll send you back to the lobby, and then I'll bring you back in.
Great. Awesome.
Thank you.
Hi, Judy.
Oh, hi, you came in loud. Hi.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do so loud. You're doing a terrific job with the facilitation. I just wanted to say that.
Oh, thanks, you're kind.
Great job, and very much things good. I'm able to kind of see the facial reactions to the candidates from the commissioners, which is helpful.
Yeah.
One thought I had was, if we post this within 48 hours, the 3 finalists will be able to watch each other's performances before the 12th.
Well, that's going to happen no matter what.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure that everybody's aware of that.
Yeah. And since this is an all-day meeting, I don't know how long the download's actually going to take. It might be tomorrow morning, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Hi, Alan.
Hey there. You know, my only concern about this is doing the interviews and then putting this on the web is the right thing to do. But doing the interviews and then making decisions, taking action today, I guess the whole point of the open records law is the public can see what's happening, and then if they want to provide their input, there's an opportunity for them to speak up. If we interview everybody today and take action today, by the time the public sees it, it's done. We've narrowed it down to 3 people. And the only reason I didn't object to doing it this way was because this isn't the final decision. There will be another round of interviews, so there will be an opportunity for the public, presumably, to provide to see it, hear it, whatever, and then if they feel they want to object or say something, they can. But I'm a little bit worried about having the meeting and taking action before the public has seen anything. But it's not our final action, so I think that's probably the...
And just the public can comment, but they don't have a vote.
No, I get that. But
yeah.
I mean, we're astray right now from the open records law. The only reason we're able to do this is because of the governor's executive order. And as much as we can, my purpose would be to try to stick as close as possible to the open records law and certainly to the spirit of it.
Yeah,
as
absolutely.
Opposed to,
can we put our video on, please, all the remaining commissioners? Just boost them. All right, wonderful. You guys are very timely. All right, Tess is waiting in the lobby, and I will admit her now. Okay. Tess Stovall is now connected via video conference.
Hi, Tess. It's a pleasure to see you. My name is Chris Richards, and I am chairing the committee of the whole that has been tasked with selecting the commission's executive director. On behalf of the entire commission, I thank you for your interest in serving the commission as executive director. We have a 45-minute interview structure with 35 minutes for you to respond to a series of 7 questions that are being asked of all candidates. Each of the commissioners will ask the question in turn, and they'll introduce themselves before they ask the question. If one of the commissioners wants to ask a follow-up question in response to your answer, they may be recognized to ask a follow-up question. You will have approximately 3 to 5 minutes to answer each question, and of course any lengthy earlier response may shorten your time at the end, but we do want to hear what you have to say. We will give you a courtesy time check somewhere around 30 minutes to let you know where you are. And then at the end of that 35 minutes, we will have 10 minutes to ask any questions that you may have of the commission. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask the first question. Please describe how your experiences have prepared you to take on the role of Executive Director of the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission.
Thank you. And thank you all for taking the time today. I know it's a very long day for you all, so hopefully, it's been a productive day thus far. So I think I bring a really interesting mix of experiences to the role of Executive Director. First, I think most prominently, my experience having served over the last 6 years running the charter school appeal process and the authorization work for the state board. It has provided me the technical expertise that would be able to smoothly transition the commission to its role as the state entity hearing appeals, as well as to continuing the authorization work of the state board's authorized schools and any additional schools that may come online. As a part of that technical expertise, I have built a lot of relationships within the Department of Education, the Tennessee General Assembly, the State Board of Education, charter school operators, and additional stakeholder groups, such that I'm able to really leverage those relationships to further the work of the commission. I know one particularly important part of the commission's work in the executive director's role will to make sure that these stakeholders really understand our work, how you all are fulfilling that charge that the General Assembly gave you, and I'd be able to really leverage those relationships in order to further that work and to communicate what is happening and really the great work that is happening. Additionally, I think, there are a lot of things that have to get done over the next year in order for the commission to really start out with a strong foundation. And I have a proven expertise of being able to take on a challenge with a short roadmap and to be able to implement that. And I think that me coming in with the relationships, the technical expertise, the policy know-how that will serve the commission well is really a unique skill set for me in this executive director role.
Hi, Ms. Stovall. I'm Dave Hanson. I know we've never met, and you've never met anyone else on the phone, and we don't really know you or your background, so I'll ask another question. Where do charter schools currently fit in the education landscape of Tennessee? What is your vision for charter schools in Tennessee? And executive director, how would you advance that vision in your recommendations to the commission?
Certainly. So I think the unique aspect right now of charter schools in the landscape of Tennessee is that they're only located in the 4 urban areas, primarily in Memphis and Nashville. And certainly do have charter schools in Chattanooga and Knoxville, but those are small in number. So I think it really depends on the landscape of the locality of kind of where they fit into the landscape of education. I think in totality, they are a critical part of providing high-quality school options to students in Tennessee. And I think the commission has a unique opportunity right now with its ability by statute to potentially authorize outside of those 4 urban areas to really think about continuing the high quality growth of charter schools in the state. I think that the executive director's role in fulfilling that mission around charter schools is to really be analyzing through an evidence-based process any appeals that the commission may receive. Certainly in my experience, we have received appeals from non-urban areas, and up until this point have not received an application that met the high quality of the state's rubric when it comes to charter schools, such that a recommendation for approval would be brought to the state board or in this case for the commission. I think that, we would want to ensure that any additional charter schools that are authorized by the commission are done so through a high quality process, such that we are only recommending for approval those that have a high probability of being successful. Through my experience, I know that one of the hardest things to do is to have to close a low performing charter school. And as you all know from your training, the easiest way to not have to do that is to not authorize it on the front end. And so I really think that, we want to ensure there's a really high quality charter sector in the state, and that comes through holding high standards on the front end, communicating high standards throughout the charter term, and really evaluating in an evidence-based process how an applicant fares against those standards.
This is Alan Levine. Madam Chair, may I go ahead? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tess, thank you for your willingness to talk with us today. You've got a lot of great experience, and I think, how would you, because we're new and because this is we're starting basically from scratch, what would be your plan for the first 12 months?
Absolutely. So I think when I think about the plan for the commission over the next 12 months, I really think about it in the fold of setting a strong foundation. So first and foremost, it's really about building the team. So really thinking about what are the areas of expertise that you as the commission in terms of staff need, and really to be recruiting a high caliber team to fulfill those roles and responsibilities. I think first and foremost, it comes from hiring a really strong general counsel, as well as ensuring that we have the staff to handle the appeal process, which is probably going to be one of the potential first steps of procedures that the commission is going to have to handle in the spring. Second of all, I think we have to be prepared for the upcoming legislative session, and that is about you as commissioners being introduced and working with the General Assembly, making sure that they understand who you are, what your role is, how you all are fulfilling what the General Assembly's charge is around the commission. And I see my role as executive director and additional staff that we might bring on to really facilitating that process. That comes from either just being a resource as bills may be coming up as with regard to charter schools or even the commission, as well as even when we're thinking about budget hearings in the spring, and really being able to articulate how we are using those budget dollars effectively. And then I think the third thing when it comes to foundation beyond the appeal process is the commission will be an LEA. The commission will be taking over the authorization responsibilities of the state board. We currently have 3 open and operating schools, and as you all can imagine, this is a dynamic that no one anticipated with regard to the COVID-19 pandemic, and really making sure that as we move throughout this year and then moving into the next school year where the commission will take over those authorizing responsibilities, really ensuring that we have the processes, the procedures, the staff in place to support those schools regardless of what those dynamics may look like. So I think for me, the goal over the next 12 months would be ensuring that the commission has a solid foundation to build off of as you continue your work.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Patterson.
Good afternoon, Pat. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. Commissioner Patterson, and my question is, how would you work with government agencies and departments, legislators, as you may reference, and the governor's office to promote and support our charter schools?
Absolutely. So I think first and foremost, it's about them knowing us and knowing who we are. And I think a part of that is just coming to have those conversations when you're not asking for anything. We don't need anything. And so I think you all being connected to the members of the General Assembly that are in your area, particularly after the general election in November, once we know who's going to be serving in the House and the Senate and the General Assembly, really establishing ourselves, with myself as Executive Director, and then you all as Commissioners as really connection points to those General Assembly members. It also comes from making connections to folks in the Department of Education here at the State Board, just so that they understand the uniqueness of the role that the Commission plays as it relates to our charter schools, authorizing charter schools in general. I think the one thing that I've learned over my experience having worked within the authorization system in Tennessee and the LEA system in Tennessee is that a lot of functions were not built for the uniqueness of a district that is solely charter school. And so it's about navigating those relationships with individuals within the Department of Education, State Board, the Governor's Office of General Assembly, so that they really understand when they're developing a procedure or when they're developing a statute, how it may be applicable to a district like the Commission or the State Board, and how we need to work within those regulations in order to do our best work. So for me, I think it's about relationship building on the front end, maintaining that clear communication, and as I like to say, being nicely persistent about the needs of our schools, and making sure that our schools are thought of when we're thinking about grant dollars, everything from masks for students and teachers and face shields. We want to make sure that our schools are given the same opportunities as all schools throughout the state.
Thank you. Commissioner Suchet?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Wall. Pleasure to meet you. Would love to hear from you around how you would describe your management approach as well as your approach to working with school districts, CMOs, and charter schools.
Absolutely. So one of the things that in my professional career that I have focused a lot on and that I've been very intentional about is about developing management skills and leadership skills. I am a huge believer that you don't just become a great manager overnight. That it is something that you have to work on, you have to think about, you have to take professional development in, and that is something that I've done over the last several years as I've built out the team here at the State Board that works on charter schools. So first and foremost, I think that what I would describe as my management style is it starts at the recruitment process. So I believe that how you recruit someone and how you move them through the hiring process is the first indication of how you are going to be as a manager, what the culture of that team or organization is going to be. So really setting up those expectations on the front end, and really ensuring that through that recruitment process that you're bringing in people with a variety of expertise, as well as a variety of experiences. I think the importance when building a team is to ensure that everyone doesn't think the same. Everyone doesn't look the same. Everyone doesn't have the same experience because we have to be able to serve you all as commissioners, our schools, which is a variety of different aspects. And then when I think once we bring someone on board, really setting those expectations from the beginning when it comes to onboarding. So I am a big believer of a thorough onboarding process. That I define what I am expecting as a manager. I'm asking you what you expect of someone who's reporting to me. And we really set that tone in the first 90 days. I have regular check-ins, weekly check-ins with my direct report, where we're going through what is it that we have on tap. I'm bringing things that are of concern to me so that I'm really seeing those out horizons of how are you thinking about this? How would you reflect on that process? Such that I'm setting folks up for success. I truly believe that setting up a team culture of high expectations, supporting individuals in their work, and also giving them the autonomy to do that work is really the key to building that team culture. I bring that forth in my work with charter operators, really anyone that I'm working with. I think that it's all about relationship building and communication. So we have developed really strong relationships with charter operators, districts, through the appeal process. And I think what I do there, which is similar to how, I work with my team, is that we're communicating regularly. I'm offering many opportunities to connect if there are questions. I'm setting up those really clear expectations, and then I'm holding myself and our process to those expectations. So if you expect that you'll be hearing from me by next Friday, then you're going to hear from me by next Friday. And so what I think we have learned is that through those different avenues, we're able to develop really strong relationships with our operators, districts, so that they know they can reach out to me whenever they might have questions. And I think the last thing I would mention is the importance of continuous improvement. It is something that I think about a lot in my own work when I'm completing a project. How am I thinking about what went well, what didn't, and what we can learn from? And so I bring that to my management style, and I bring that to working with others. So the team that I work with currently, we have regular opportunities for stepping back, analyzing a process. We're sending surveys out to people who participated in appeals to find out, what did you think of the process? How was the communication? What could we have done better? Because we always want to strive to be, the highest caliber of process, highest caliber of team. And a part of that is continually thinking about how we can improve.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you. Good afternoon now, Tess. How are you today?
I am great. How are you?
I can't complain. So operating with transparency is recognized as a best practice, but it's also something that every one of us on this commission has as a key focus. How have you demonstrated transparency in your past leadership roles?
So I think, when I think back beyond kind of the state board, one of the things that I haven't talked about yet, which I think is an important part of my experience, has been with my work at Cameron Middle School when I was a transformation facilitator. That was a quite unique role when I was embedded in a traditional public middle school that was transitioning to a charter school. This was pre-achievement school district. It was the first state charter school in the state to do this work. And so when I went into that situation, I quickly realized that a lot of times, much of the frustration and anger that may have been bubbling on a particular issue was the lack of transparency and information processing. And so what I think about, what I learned through that particular role is that it's important to be upfront with people with what information you have. It's also important to be upfront with people about what information you do not have. Because I think it's even better to say, I don't know that information, but I'm happy to find out, versus providing incorrect or inaccurate information. And so when I took that lesson learned and working with a variety of different stakeholders, both at the charter school and the public school and the district, was really being transparent with where I was coming from and also where they were coming from. And then I've translated that to my work here at the state board. I think I really value transparency in my work, and I understand I am paid by the taxpayers, and that the expectation is that I am able to produce all of my work at any given time and to really explain my process and align that to statute, policy, to our quality authorizing standards. So that may mean very regularly going up to testify in front of the General Assembly about how we use our authorizing fees and why we use our authorizing fees the way we do. Explaining for our charter schools, particularly you're taking money away from, what could be used in the classroom. How am I using this authorizer fee? And you're really having them and being able to tie it to them as to how that, for example, the authorizer fee is supporting their work. We talk about transparency a lot within the team and really explaining the why. I think a lot of times we walk in with assumptions that the person that you're working with understands where you're coming from. And we intentionally take a step back when it comes to using transparency around our communication with our charter schools to really talk about, why is this requirement necessary? Why can I not waive this requirement? Why are we meeting here today? And to really ensure that we are all on the same page and that we're able to have a real open dialogue about what the issue is or how we can all move forward on a particular thing.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hutchinson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Stilwell. It's great to see you. So my question is around sort of more of the on-the-ground stuff. Could you think of, in any of your current role or previous role, a successful program or partnership that you established with that organization that benefited students?
Yes. I think that the biggest partnership that has truly benefited the students in the work has been the partnership that I have made within offices of the Tennessee Department of Education. When I came into the role of the state board and was required to start a school district, there was no roadmap. There was no one telling me exactly how we were going to do this. And what I quickly realized is that the Department of Education has experts in all the different areas around running a school district, and I was going to need to figure out how do I build partnerships with those individuals so that they could help me in my work. And I think what I had to do was, number one, put in the effort to build those relationships. So kind of similar to what I was mentioning earlier, you're getting to know those people as people and what they do, and also explaining who you are and what you do, so that in the future, when you do come to them with a question or you having a problem, that they're much more willing to help you navigate that. And I also think what I realized around building those partnerships is acknowledging the work of those people and their priorities. So I think a great example is, when it comes to English learners, and really understanding the Department of Education's charge around school districts when it comes to English learners. And I'm coming to you to understand, number one of my responsibilities as school district, what do you need? What information do you need in order to get your work done? And then let's work together to get that done. And I also think that, one thing I've learned is people always love a thank you. And I know it seems silly and it may seem simple, but we took it upon ourselves, particularly after the first couple of years of starting the school district, and knowing that so many people in the Department of Education supported our work. I delivered holiday cookies to them and just wrote them a kind note to say, I appreciate you, I see you, thank you so much for helping my DET funds get paid on time. I really appreciate that. And it's all about just continuing to build that relationship with people and carrying it forth even when you do not need something.
Thank you.
Before we go to letting us ask those questions, are there any follow-up questions from any of the commissioners? Okay, Chairman Griscom.
Afternoon, Ms. Stilwell. I'm Tom Griscom. I'm a commissioner from Chattanooga. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for your responses to our questions. So now we're going to give you the opportunity to ask us what questions you might have that hopefully we can give you just as good answers as you've given us.
Great. So the first question that I have is actually a little bit over the reverse of what a question that I got asked earlier, but I'd be curious to know your thoughts of, in the next year, how do you define success in the executive director role, and what do you think your roles as commissioners are in that success?
Well, thank you. I'll start, and I'm sure there will be a number of commissioners who will jump in. I think the first thing is that we have figured out how to work together. We've got to build, I've got to build and learn from the person who's had experience in this area, particularly more in education and much more in the charter area, so that we benefit from that as we try to sit down and work collectively and together in setting what are the standards that we ought to have. How do we make sure that if we've got the charters we're working with, we ought to figure out how to make them successful, as successful as we can. We also have to be willing, if we know we've got some that are struggling, we've got to be able to step up to that and help. I think we also have to be willing to be good listeners, just like we know the executive director will be a good listener, but also that together that we're able to figure out an approach that's going to make a difference. That's going to make this one of the best decisions that has ever been made in Tennessee by a governor and by a legislature, and that Tennessee stands out even more as a role model around the country. So I'll stop there and turn to my fellow commissioners for other comments.
Commissioner, Chair, whichever one is going to approve this one. I would define success in the short term is that we've hired the right executive director to help us in this work. Each one of us has a full-time job. We've got other things going on, and none of us are 100% experts in the field that we're entering into, but we bring a variety of experiences to that. And it's making sure that we have the right person in that role to help us move down the road faster and farther than what we have been in the past. Not that anything's been bad, but it's just we know we want to do better. We want to set a higher bar that becomes a national benchmark. And I think that would be hiring the right executive director that works well with the team that you've got before you.
Mr. Hunter?
Sure. So, Ms. Stovall, I would say one of the big things I think, and the rest of the commission has heard this already, is as someone who voted to approve the 3 schools that are currently authorized and overseen by the state board, I think one success for our new executive director and for this commission is a successful and seamless transition of the oversight of those schools, where those students and families, don't suffer any repercussions of the fact that of this shift. I think that's critical. And then, on the state board, I felt like there was a really healthy conversation around the charter appeals and the charter discussions, and this commission having the ability to have those same sorts of conversations with the executive director, so that not everybody agrees on everything, but the end result is good decisions for kids. I think we're well on the way to that, but that chemistry amongst this commission, in some ways, I think the executive director is able to foster that. So I think that's a real critical thing for that first year.
And Ms. Stovall, let me add one other thing. As the Budget and Operations Committee is working through looking at the reductions that have happened across state government, I think it's going to be important together in this first 6 to 12 months that we identify what are those key tasks we've got to have, that we make this work. What are the things that we can do as commissioners that bring some efficiency, meaning we shift some money from certain areas to others, where in the first 12 to 18 months, we're going to be able to reestablish the commission and the team that's together as being very productive. So that's a challenge I don't think any of us necessarily thought we were going to face, but none of us thought we were going to face COVID-19 either. And so I think being able to help us work through and find those budgetary priorities is an important thing in this first year.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Do you have another question for us?
So since the executive director of Discuss is hired by the commission, I would love to hear your thoughts on what does performance management look like for that role, even such as what does an annual performance evaluation look like? What does a check-in process look like? Are you all envisioning a subset of individuals doing that work? I would love to hear how you all are thinking about that.
So, Alan, could I ask you to take the first stab at answering the question?
Sure. I think that's a great question, by the way. Thanks for kicking that one over to me, Mr. Chairman. I think, first of all, and this is just my thoughts, and this will hopefully give you an indication of just how new we are. We don't even yet have a long-term strategic plan. This is something that is clearly something that the executive director is going to have to help guide us through. And clearly, whatever we all agree on is a plan, then the evaluation of the executive director will most certainly be tied to success and to metrics that are tied to that plan. I don't know that we as a commission have yet made a determination. I chair the governance committee And if the chair were to ask the governance committee to take lead on developing an evaluation mechanism, we would certainly be happy to do that. Typically, we would discuss that with the executive director at the time an offer is made, and certainly as a part of the contract, it would articulate what the expectations would be as in terms of evaluations, annual merit, and things like that. So I think it starts with what our short-term, near-term objectives are in the first year, and then what our long-term strategic plan is, and what are the milestones and metrics along the way, and then the evaluation, in large part, would be tied to that. You still interested in the job?
No, that's totally fine. I didn't know if anyone else you want to take that one, or we're going to let Mr. Levine handle that.
No, I called on Alan because he's sitting in that seat every day with what he does, so I thought he was appropriate to answer. So, Ms. Stovall, do you have another question?
I have one more question for you all. So, in my experience working through appeals, I have found that the hardest appeals that the state board has faced is when it comes to the potential of revoking a school or non-renewing a school. You have parents, students who are right in front of you, or you're getting all of this public comment about how great of a school experience it is. But then you as commissioners may be receiving a recommendation from staff that is to uphold the district's decision to revoke that school or non-renew a school based on an evidence-based process. So I would love to hear thoughts of, as you're thinking about future appeals that you all might be receiving, are there particular parts of evidence or fact gathering that you would want to see in an appeal in order to make that decision?
Sure. So as someone who's had to do that with Ms. Stovall's guidance, I'm happy to hop in and just throw in something that I found really critical, and that I know Ms. Stovall probably knows some of the data that I asked for on non-renewals, actually on new starts too, but on non-renewals and revocations. One of the questions is if the school is not renewed or if the charter is revoked, what are the options for those children? Are they going to go to schools that are performing at a lower level, or are there going to be opportunities for those students to be able to be in schools that are at the same level, quality level, or higher? And that's been, to me, that one of the things that I think the state board staff did well was directing us in these very difficult decisions around the best interest of those students, even if even when they're faced with a lot of the like heartbreak and politics and all of that, to just keep laser focus on that, I think is super helpful.
So, let me add to mine. And I, news this, you may already be doing it, and I'm not going to say, yep, we already do that. First one to me is to really have a deep dive in the financials. Really understand, is this a viable operation to continue? Are the resources going to be there for this charter to be successful with time? And I think part of that also goes in to looking at the board of directors and things like this that they have at these charters, and do they have people on those boards that have the ability within the communities where they live to be out there helping identify financial resources that might be available. The second one to me is, I think one of the things I heard early on when I first was appointed to this board by the governor was some of the teacher turnover, that you are having almost, I'm not going to say 100%, but close to it, of turnovers every year. And the one thing that I have seen is that relationship that a child has with a teacher, and building that whole camaraderie within the institution is important. And there's something else fundamentally wrong in my mind if you have that kind of a turnover, and there's a reason teachers are leaving, don't want to say. And I really would like to know, because I think that's saying something fundamental about probably why the scores and that are happening in that charter are not where they ought to be, because you don't have a coherent faculty working together, a team. Those are two things that I would really like to have a good feel for.
Other comments? All right, hearing none. Once again, Ms. Stovall, we thank you for your time and interest in the executive director position. Appreciate you meeting with us right after lunch. Always a tough spot to have. We're completing these interviews, we hope, today, and we will get back with you after the meeting concludes. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and we'll send you back to the lobby.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are free to start the discussion.
I'll jump in. Somebody else wants to go first?
Oh, go ahead, Dave.
So, I have worked with Tess on the Charter Appeal Board. I know Wendy has worked with her on the State Board of Ed, and honestly, this is an interesting situation where she kind of brought us into this whole process. But so I thought, Tess's background with the State Board of Ed is the most logical. Like, she set this body up, she inherits the knowledge, she has the depth of relationships. Her depth of understanding of the processes and the politics is pretty tremendous. I think her experience in MMPS and then at the state level is also really valuable. I think my gripe would have been that she would be more by the book and less creative and less willing to be outside the box. That would have been what I said. I was really touched by her kind of writing the thank you cards and dropping off the holiday cookies to the people who make the BEP funding. Like, that to me shows like she is very put together and professional, but also is very personable. So I have no gripes whatsoever about Tess, and I think she would be a very difficult candidate to beat.
Aaron Patterson?
Yeah, I guess my question, and I'm curious if other commissioners got this sense, was around question number 7 from Commissioner Tucker. I know she gave some contextual response, but I didn't get a clear sense in terms of the specific example on kind of what a partnership was that benefited students. It felt very general, and I was looking for something a bit more specific. But otherwise, I would tend to agree with you, Dave, that or Commissioner Hanson, that she comes with a wide body of knowledge, and obviously it helps transition us. But I guess I was a little concerned with the lack of detail around it.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Tucker?
Oh.
I don't want to cut.
Come back, Alan, don't worry.
Okay. Age before beauty. That's me before you, Alan. I was actually, Terrence, also surprised by that response. I expected her to say something about what she did at Cameron, if there were programs at Cameron. I do think knowing, just sort of having the backstory and being at the table when all that was happening, that her ability to develop those relationships at the department and get their knowledge was a really important thing and a point of pride, and I think that's probably why she raised that, and I think it was something that she did really well. But I agree with you. I thought it would be more of a program and less of that. I will say when Ben said we're going to have to build the plane and fly it, and in some ways he was right. Tess is the person who already built the plane, and so I do think that she is a great candidate. I think my experiences with her on the state board, I was able to be front and center, and I saw things that I just want to share here that I think are important. Aside from the fact that she created the system we're inheriting, she stayed, and you can tell in her presentation, she stays very calm, even when it's not a calm situation. So in some of these community meetings and things are heated and people are angry, she is able to stay very staid and calm and respectful. And that can come across as a lack of passion, but I don't think it's a lack of passion. I think it's an ability to keep people calm and keep the work going. So I think it's a plus. And the other thing I will say is, as a state board member who was probably more challenging than other state board members, she was always willing to have one-on-one calls. If I was concerned about a recommendation, I could email her and Sarah, and they would immediately schedule a call and walk through it with me and listen to my concerns and respond to them. And I just felt like that was a great thing, a great skill for her if she was in this executive director role, as we're all learning these ropes together to be able to be that responsive. So I think Tess is amazing. I certainly think she should go to that, in my opinion, she should go to that final round.
Commissioner Levine?
Yeah, first of all, I agree with, other than the components of what Commissioner Tucker said with respect to her personal relationship or working with Ms. Noble. Obviously, I haven't worked with her, so I would concede all of that to Commissioner Tucker. But I agree with everything else she said about her in terms of having built the plane. You know, if we were because of where we are in our evolution. You know, all factors aren't necessarily equal. I think coming out of the gate and having somebody who understands exactly what needs to be done, why it needs to be done, based on how it got structured, having that understanding out of the gate, that's a very important component of certainly a decision for me. You know, 2 years from now, it might not be as heavily weighted, but right now, that's where we are. And having somebody who understands where we've been, how we got here, and structured where we're going, I think there's a lot of benefit to that. And I'll also add, her questions, while they perhaps stumped us a little bit, you know, those were thoughtful, very thoughtful and you know, important questions. How are you going to evaluate me? That's a very thoughtful question that an executive would ask. And I'm impressed by that, and I actually appreciate that she gave it that much thought. So I agree. I think she's somebody that ought to go to the next level once we have that conversation.
Mr. Smith, you want to add to this?
Yeah, and I was going to add, Alan stole one of my points, which is the question she asked. But there was one thing that Tess mentioned that so far no one else has, which is the fact that we are going to become an LEA, and the fact that she's got the experience in being an LEA. Everybody else, I think, understands the charter realm of like authorization, but there's also that component of being the LEA that we're going to have as well. So that was just as listening through, and I think that was on question 3, which was the question from Commissioner Levine in the first 12 months that she pointed that out. It's just that in those next 12 months, we're going to become an LEA running schools.
So, Mr. Richards, so I think all this is great, and it's nice to Wendy's point about somebody who built the plane. I think if when we get to the next round, and if she's there, I think the question then is, so you built the plane, what would you change? Because she's there, I mean, Wendy, I see you shaking her head. She's put it together, she's seen it work, but we all know that there are things that you look at your own model and say, I would move this or I'd move that. That's what I'd like to hear, because we know, I don't know what they are. But you've had experience in working with her on the state board, but you've got to believe there's a couple.
I'm sorry, Tommy Froze. This technology makes it so interesting to try to run a meeting.
It's a good look for him, though.
Yeah. We'll go back to it when he comes back. I just want to add one thing. I don't think that any of us can even begin to imagine how difficult just doing the work that we have to do, being an authorizer and also doing the appeals, is going to be in the next 2 years because of the COVID situation. I mean, the basic rules on how people normally are evaluated are docs, things that we took for granted, like attendance and progress and measurement are all being discussed in different ways. And for me, I want to feel confident that the person we're hiring is someone who can navigate our must-do projects through these very, very difficult waters that we are all in. Because I think the COVID situation, even this whole question of reopening schools is just the beginning of how difficult things are going to be. And I'm not sure that the kinds of things that the state board had to evaluate the recommendations, how are the students performing, there's going to be probably very little actual factual evidence to be able to use. So I feel strongly that she would be someone who I would be happy to move forward in that world. I think she has an ability to handle those kinds of situations, and she is very calm. I mean, I observed her at a hearing, a great job. So with that, has our chairman come back?
Chris, you said something really important there, Chris, and that is, and I think somebody said this at the last meeting, as we're looking at these candidates, we ought to be also thinking about other roles potentially for those who may not necessarily be our first choice to be the executive director, but there may be other operational roles that some of these folks might be interested in if they don't make the final cut. Because you're right. We've got to develop a strategy, a structure, and a plan. At the same time, we have to operationalize what's in front of us. That's going to be a tall order for whoever gets this job, and it's going to be hard for them to do it right out of the gate without the right support.
Commissioner Richards? I think you're muted.
Yeah, Commissioner Susan, yeah.
Thank you. I think, so I'm not a gambling man. I think other than Tess, we'd be gambling on someone. And I think the good news is, of the folks that we've interviewed so far, Tess included obviously, outside of Tess, if we did gamble on them, theoretically, they would, be, winners, and we'd be able to have a great ED. But I think it's all theoretical. With Tess, she's a proven a known quantity, a known entity, and I think I have real confidence in just what's ahead of us that she'll be able to carry us forward. And again, that's not to diminish the candidates that we've interviewed and the ones to come. But I do think that if I'm, in some I have personal, or not personal, but more professional understanding of their work. But if she's to be chosen, I would have more confidence in her, just objectively around what she can bring because of what she's already done. And it's honestly be shame on me if I pick someone over her, knowing that I know what she knows and she's proven that she can do the work.
Thank you. Well, I think we have lost our chairman. I'm sorry.
He's coming back. Hang on, I'm muting him.
Okay.
But if we lost him, that makes you the chairman now.
Well, we're in big trouble now. Mr. Chairman, are you back?
I think that last question from Tess scared him off.
Yeah, I made it back. I'm not sure what happened. I asked a question, and then all of a sudden, I think I blew up the system.
Facebook and YouTube.
Well, please proceed. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Please proceed.
I think I'm done. I don't want to. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. I hate to say something else, but I may blow it up again. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else we need to discuss with this candidate? Spencer, you want to tell us what our agenda is?
Yes, thank you, everyone. We are now having a short break. Our next candidate is Taylor Fulcher, and we will start at 2:05 p.m. Central sharp. Please check in before then with your video so that we are ready to go and admit her at that time. Thank you.
I don't know about you guys, but this is a real test of my ADD.
It's a real test of my back because I don't sit this much ever in one place. It's really kind of amazing.
My entire executive team has been involved doing over under bets on how long it'll be before I have to walk away. None of them believe I've been on a call this long.
I'm going to admit Taylor real quick to check on her technology. If you guys want to turn your cameras off and mute yourself, thank you. Taylor? Hi, Taylor. It's Judy Spencer. Can you hear me and see me? I can't hear you. Is your sound out? There we go. I'm good. Okay. I just wanted to test. We've got a few more minutes on break, and I want to make sure everything was working, and so I'm going to send you back to the lobby, and then I'll get you when it's time, okay?
That's great.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you. Okay, we're good. We tested Taylor, so you all can bring your video back on.
So, Alan, I have a question. What is that above your left shoulder? It looks like a ghost hanging on the, or it's an octopus. I can't tell.
You're on mute.
Otherwise, we're just going to make up what it is and tell everybody.
It's an octopus. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you. Not now. I didn't realize it was visible. Thank you.
It adds character. You don't have to take it down.
It was a gift from one of our team members, the kindergarten son, who cut it out and gave it to me. So.
Wendy, is that like your third course light? I'm just keeping track.
Wait, are we allowed to have cocktails?
If only it was a Coors Light. Actually, that's not bad. That sounds horrible. It would be a Vita strawberry. It would be a Vita strawberry, but I can pretend. It is my fourth bag of Cheez-Its, though.
Wait, I think Tom was about to say it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yes, it is.
Well, in that case, I'll be right back.
Derwin and Terrence, can you turn your video on? And while we're waiting, I will say that we're getting some feedback, so I will be turning you off from my end if you're not muted and you're not speaking.
She has been doing to me, so that's why I appear to be even more inept than you might already think I am with this technology. So, try for the best.
I want to share with you all, when I blew up the system in the last call, think about, I've got the gig here in Chattanooga, so that's not a good sign. And I used the gig for my internet access.
Okay, we are all present and accounted for, and Taylor is in lobby, so I'm going to give her. Taylor, can you hear and see me?
I can.
Great. Everyone, Taylor Fulcher is now connected via video conference.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I know I got the after lunch crowd, and so you're probably really tired and had a long day, but I appreciate you taking the time. Oh, am I on mute again? Hold on.
Oh, no, you were on mute. Chris.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you. My name is Chris Richards, and I am chairing the committee of the whole that has been tasked with selecting the commission's executive director. On behalf of the entire commission, thank you for your interest in serving the commission as executive director. We have a 45-minute interview structure with 35 minutes for you to respond to a series of 7 questions that are the same for each candidate. If one of the commissioners wants to ask a follow-up question in response to your answer, they may be recognized to do so. We're going to take turns asking the questions, so we'll introduce ourselves as we ask the question. You will have about 3 to 5 minutes for each response, and if your early responses are very lengthy, we may have to shorten some of the later responses. We will provide you a courtesy time check if necessary, and at the end of that 35 minutes, we will ask you if you have any questions to us, and we'll have then 10 minutes to question us.
Great.
So I will start with the first question. Please describe how your experiences have prepared you to take on the role of the executive chairman of the Tennessee Public Charter School.
Yeah, that's a great first question, which is obviously pleasant here. I think that there's a couple of different reasons why it kind of all boils down to this. But I would say the experience that I've had in charters over the past 10 years has kind of ranged from a variety of different levels, right? Being in advocacy, then being in schools myself as a classroom teacher as well, and then moving to the authorizing side. I spent the past 4 years really digging in on authorizing and what it truly means. And what I've learned from that experience is that I think I'm best equipped to do this because I know that we have 4 major things that we have to do for students and families within Tennessee or any other state for that matter. We have to create great schools. We have to close schools that are not doing well or not holding up to the promise of what they said that they would do. We have got to create the conditions for those schools to thrive, meaning whatever policy that we need to be putting in place or whatever way we can engage stakeholders to continue the charter promise. And we also need to make sure that we're protecting students and family rights. And I think the past 4 years, I've been able to dig in and do all of those things, whether it be a closure, a renewal, a launch of a charter school. Unfortunately, we've had to do many revocations over the course of that time. And I've done everything from communications to outlining application processes to reading applications to denying those applications, and also just being in the front and center of all that PR. That's really tough when you're going through a closure or even an opening that isn't successful. And I think the best
experiences I've had is working with the board as well and getting them to understand what quality authorizing really means. And so I know that this commission is kind of moving in the direction of from an appellate body as well to what it could look like as an authorizer. And I think that, I have over 30 schools in my jurisdiction. I serve over 25,000 students, and it's a difficult task. I'm a chief of staff. I wear many hats, and I think that there is at least probably not 3 to 5 minutes I could talk to you about why I think it's qualified. But I do feel like I've checked all the boxes, and I was telling my friend yesterday, it wouldn't be from I come to this job humbly, but it wouldn't be from lack of experience, right? It would just be from lack of fit if they didn't find me to be the right candidate. And so I hope that answers your question a little.
Yeah.
Hi, Committee Culture. I'm Dave Hanson from the Middle Tennessee region, and I wanted to ask you about where you see charter schools currently fitting in the education landscape for Tennessee, what your vision is for charter schools in Tennessee, and then as executive director of this commission, how would you advance that vision, and what recommendations would you make to the commissioners?
Okay, so I operate under a sense of directness and candor, and I hope that is appreciated by the by this commission. I think a bad charter school is bad for the charter movement in general. I'm agnostic to schools. I like the schools, right? So I'm not married to this idea of the charter movement. While my passion is there, I don't believe that bad charter schools do us any good. So in general, I think the assessment of Tennessee is that you have a large group of schools that are doing really well, and then you have schools that are struggling. And you have to understand at that point whether if your middle tier can make it, and they can kind of rise to that high flyers, or if they're going to struggle continuously. And if we see schools struggling continuously over a 10-year charter period, that's actually not responsible to taxpayers or families. And so the first thing I think I was really thinking about is to be doing an audit of what are these charter schools and what are they really actually doing for the community. And I used to work at Republic. I'm also not scared to say that there have been many times where I have questioned whether or not they were still serving the needs in an adequate way. And so I can disconnect myself from that. 5 to 10 years from now, what I see chartering is this. I think the one fault that Tennessee has had, and South Carolina has their own fault. Trust me, we can have a coffee about that. But the one thing is that there hasn't been one organization that has put itself completely into charter authorizing or oversight and has been able to say, this is the framework of which all of your schools work. Or these are the expectations. I think that there are different authorizers that have different expectations, and some of those expectations can be very low, some of them can be very high, and I think that I come at this with a statewide entity of we're all in the same playing field, although some of us one size may not fit all. It is my responsibility to make sure that they go through a fair and adequate application process, that they uphold the promises that they made in their charter, and that they continue to do so over that 10-year period. And if they can't, I should make a hard decision around who they can serve or who they should not be able to serve and send kids back to the schools that are actually better for them. And I would say in a 5-year plan, I would like to grow. I see this as an opportunity to grow an authorizing space that is statewide. I understand the funding methodology is could get a little funky because of that, because of your funding methodology. But I think giving more control to the local authorizers is actually taking away from some of the autonomy that you may be able to give your schools. And also, it's truly not holding a lot of schools accountable in the way that an authorizer, a statewide authorizer could. And so my goal is to open schools, frankly close some schools, and also replicate schools that are great. If you're serving kids well, why not serve them, elsewhere in another part of Tennessee that may not have an option or a choice? I hope that answered your question.
Commissioner Levine?
That was great. I think there's you bring a unique perspective to this, and Taylor, and I think probably because of the unique nature of us just being created and all of the very important things we've got to do out of the gate. I guess my question is, what would your first 12-month or what would your 12-month plan look like from day one? What would your priorities be, and how would you execute on it?
So just one follow-up question. I am under the assumption that the 2 schools that are currently under State Department would be acquired in 2021. Is that correct?
That is my
for the commission. Okay. So if I were to magic wand this, right, and then I would be here a year from now and we would be having the same conversation. I try to split my time up into 30. What is your 30-day plan? What is your half-year plan? And then what is your year-long plan? And I think thank you, Mr. Levine, for asking that question, because I've been thinking about it tremendously. And I think what I would want to start doing is get the ball rolling on an application process. If you truly want to be an authorizer, why not do it now? Start now. Start in November. Pull out your letters of intent. Go through a rigorous application process. Pull in internal reviewers, external reviewers. I pulled in external reviewers of charter school CEOs for my actual application cycle this past spring. Actually, a couple of great folks came in and did that for me. And also launch a school. I think growing too fast is their nature of death, especially within a movement like this. It is not for the faint of heart to open a charter school. But there are many people who are ready, and there's a lot of red tape. And I think that red tape rests within some local authorities. And so I truly believe that if we do this well, or I was given this option, that I would check off an application cycle. I would try to go ahead and get everyone on board to then look through those applications, decide whether they want to deny or approve an application, and then continue them through the process. Now, I've looked through the application process of Tennessee. I've looked through the framework. I know that I actually have a lot of frameworks that look the same because we actually use a lot of the NACSA stuff that is on all of your websites. It looks a lot similar to what I'm used to working with. But I also think that we need to take a hard look at what's working and what's not. And I'll be frank, I don't know that everything is working within Tennessee. Now, I don't know that I have the power to even do anything about that. But I don't think that it's good for taxpayers to have a fiduciary responsibility to keep schools open that should not be open. With that said, I think another thing is recruitment. I mean, some of the best charter schools are out there, and they're under local districts. Why not recruit them to an authorizer that's going to support them and protect them, and also, keep them accountable and offer them more resources or connect them with some of the best authorizing, tools that I have out there. I have a lot of friends in this business, and so I think bringing in high quality charter schools into this authorizing space would just make it such a credible institution, even if it's new.
I've got a follow-up there, if I may, Commissioner Richards. Outside of the charter schools that are in the ASD, name something that you believe is not working well in Tennessee.
Okay, so tangibly, and I think that was Mr. Smith, correct?
Yes.
I don't see your face, so I just wanted to make sure. So what I don't think is working well is that, and I don't necessarily try to use ASD as an example, but when I think of charter schools, I think of them being a better option for kids. I don't think of them as being a white flight school. I don't think of them as being an option to get them away from their traditionally zoned public schools. I think of them as must be giving a better option, meaning high academic scores, high growth scores.
And if I'm not seeing those two things happening all across the state within charters, I begin to wonder what is happening in those schools. I don't expect all charter schools in poverty to have high academics. I do expect them to have high growth, because what that's telling me is that you're bringing children in, you have the charter promise, you know that you can pivot on a dime and change the way that you teach or run a school. And if you are not doing that, that tells me that you are not really working as a charter institution and you're working as a traditional public school and you're using taxpayer dollars for that. So if you are doing that, then that tells me it should not be a source of a school. And I believe strongly in that. And it's come to me from that, Mr. Smith, because I once did so fully blindly believe that chartering was the only way, because I had done work with Success Academies and CHIP and in New York, and I had done that in Nashville, and I've seen what great work can happen in Nashville. And in South Carolina, I've seen some really poor schools. And then I am able to then reflect back on some of the schools I see here in Tennessee, and I say, hey, I've got to hold them to the same standard that I would hold any other school to, regardless of the fact that I love charter schools. That doesn't make it a good school always. So I generally think that people have in some ways perversed the use of the word chartering and what it means, and used it to their advantage to create a different type of school that's not meant to be a better option. I hope that answered your question, Mr. Smith. I know that was long-winded.
It did. Thank you.
Hi, this is Commissioner Patterson from Memphis. My question is, how would you work with government agencies, departments, legislators, and the governor's office to promote and support our charter schools?
Yeah, great question. So that's what I've been doing for the past 4 years. I understand that landscapes are totally different. There have been many times in Nashville, I think in 2015, 2014, 2013, even now, where things have been incredibly divisive. I think that one of the skills that I have is the ability to connect with people, even if it's in a Venn diagram. So while there are many times that I don't agree maybe with the State Department of Education, I can say, okay, we disagree here, we disagree there, but we have a Venn diagram of things that we do agree on, and what are those things we can capitalize on. And so I obviously know, I've got friends, obviously, at the American Federation for Children, Students First, and also at the Tennessee Charter Center. And I know that together I am able to, make connections with stakeholders and also talk a little bit more about just charter law, because there are things in here, and I use my moleskin constantly to make sure that I'm thinking of things that really matter to me, especially as we're talking about something so important as law. But I was a little dumbfounded by the protocol around how the approval and denial provision worked for the 90-day extension and the amendment of the actual charter. And so I believe that working with legislators around a better way to say, what does this look like? Why are we using this 90-day extension? Because to me, when you're ready, you are ready to open a charter. And I think that sometimes when you provide extensions, much like in South Carolina, there's a proviso that there are ways that there can be some political pressure being put on you to open a school. And so I think the best way to do that is to get a clear understanding of the law, and I do understand that it was recently changed, I think in 2019 or 2020, the last part of 2020, for the extension to 90 days. But I believe that there's so much more that you can do around the funding methodology, and also allowing students from out of district to attend a charter school simply because there is a county line. I do believe that working with stakeholders within those communities, even I say stakeholders, I'm speaking very broadly about faith-based leaders as well as community council members, about how we can make sure that we put the best possible schools in their district if we're not able to make it statewide. I have a lot of ideas around that, so that's why I come back to this. I don't want to be attached to like one specific district because I do believe it shuts out so many kids and so many opportunities for them to attend these schools. Thank you, Mr. Patterson.
Commissioner Sussman?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Volker. I'm Commissioner Sussman from Memphis. Would love to hear from you how you describe your management approach as well as your approach to working with school districts, CMOs, and charter schools.
Okay, great question. Management style. So I'm going to do, we want to do leadership style. There's a lot in that question, so I want to make sure that I hit all of those. So leadership management style, how do I work with CMOs, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so I just want to do that for you. So in my leadership, this is probably one of those things it's not a leadership skill that I struggle with, but it's I have a disability to turn things off sometimes, and therefore kind of run myself down. And so my leadership style has dramatically changed over the past 4 years because I've now taken on 20 plus employees. And so my leadership style is it's flexible in the sense that I want people to have autonomy. So I work in a world where autonomy matters, right? I give you the flexibility to work in an environment that makes you thrive. And I expect only the best from you. And that's exactly what I would say to a charter, right? So I use that as my management style because I think that when you put people in a box or you expect people to work a certain way or you don't expect them to, obviously have their P's and Q's in a specific type of manner all the time. I definitely don't like to look over people's shoulders because if I hire someone, that means that I have my full trust in them. I don't like to take chances when I know that there's not alignment in mission and goals and understanding what the work is like. The work is hard. This is some of the hardest work in the world to me is chartering. And so I choose to use the chartering experience of I give you the autonomy to work and take and run with a project. And if you need me, I am there for you. And the flexibility, and also I have such high expectations for you. And I also want my people to grow. So if they're with me for more than 3 years, I always tell people, like, if you're with me for more than 3 years, I want to kick you out because that means I haven't done my job as a leader to get you prepared for your next big step. I haven't done my job to get you to where you want to be next. And that may seem funny, but it just, to me, means I want you to grow. Tell me how to get you to grow. And so I hope that helps. So growth and flexibility is something that I really, I truly like to keep in mind all the time. And accountability as well. I receive feedback. I studied receiving feedback. I've taken a lot of classes on receiving feedback and giving feedback. And it's been probably the most productive use of my leadership time as an employee, as a professional. So my relationships with school leaders and CMOs. So I would say so in South Carolina there's only a few CMOs. So I'm going to just use school leaders as an example, maybe as well. So that would be helpful. But so there is a scary sense of authorizers, right? Because you walk into their school, at that point it's scary, right? You're in their community. They're wondering if you are there taking notes for whatever purpose or reason. And what I've realized is that if you don't have a relationship with your school leaders or your CMO leaders or school boards for that matter, or your board for that matter, none of this is going to work. None of it. I've seen people fail at that. And so once you have them buy into the concept of accountability, or once you have them buy into the concept of, I'm going to give you as much as I can, support as much as I can possible, and in return, I'm going to keep you accountable. If there's buy-in there, there's trust. If I don't have trust between me and say, I'm going to use someone as a CMO. If I don't have trust with Don Ripka at Republic, then he's not going to trust that I have the best of intentions when I come to him with a corrective action plan that is only there to make him better. It is not there to scare him. It is there to make him better. And so I can't come at every single person as a friend. I have to be direct in what I expect of them, but I also want them to know I'm in it with you. This is something we've done together. We've built together. And so if you're in a situation that I have to come in and make corrective action plans, it's because I want you to succeed. It's not because I want to close you down. And so relationships matter to me, and I thrive in those environments. And so I hope that was helpful. I know you had one more thing, and I want to make sure that I cover it.
Well, I think you covered it. It was around just leadership management and then the relationship with your approach to working with school districts and local charters. I think you covered it. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Sosnat. Is that how you say your last name? I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Sosnat? Okay.
Mr. Smith?
Hey, Taylor, it's Eddie Smith again from Knoxville.
Hello.
So operating with transparency is recognized as a best practice, but it's also a huge value that this commission holds going forward. How have you demonstrated transparency in the role that you have had?
Yeah, great question. So I am responsible for all of our annual reports. And when I mean by annual reports, I don't necessarily mean the annual reports that schools then submit to the State Department of Education. I'm responsible for annual reports that are totally for stakeholder use and legislative use. So every couple of months, I have to sit down with legislators. We have to talk completely about what our schools are up to. As far as our school performance framework goes, we go through that with our leaders every spring. It's published. We make sure that people know about it. School performance framework is very different than our report cards that may come from the state. This is where we dive into your finances, your academics, your operations. We want to make sure that the public is able to see what they're getting. And usually it is the deciding factor of where parents choose, obviously. And so it is my job because for my resume says, I've also been in communication to speak openly and freely about where we've had failure. We've also had a lot of experiments that have not worked. I definitely am not too prideful to say that we've had things that have just not been a good use of money. And I say that with a lot of candor because I think that if we are going to continue with this experiment, right, that's what they call charters, experiments now, that we continue to say wherever your money is going as a taxpayer, that we can continue to create results. If we cannot continue to create results, we must tell the general public where we have failed. And we have to be okay with that. And I always say I have a flexible heart and a thick skin. And I try to meet people where they are. I try to tell the truth. I tell the truth all the time, and I keep a thick skin because I know not everyone is going to be happy with the decisions that I make around closure. But sometimes it's necessary, especially when we're talking about transparency.
Commissioner Tucker?
Hi, Ms. Bolter. It's great to see you.
Hi, Ms.
You're fine. I would love for you to describe a successful program or partnership that you established or did with any of the organizations you've worked with that benefited kids.
Yeah, this was my favorite one. So glad you asked this question. So I know that you have currently in Tennessee, or the last budget cycle I saw, you had a 4% authorizer fee. Normally, you can have a 3% authorizer fee in Tennessee it looks like per the state law. And please correct me if I'm wrong on that. So in the state of Tennessee, we have a 2% authorizer fee, meaning we can't go above that 2%. But what we can do is go below that 1%. So I created this program called Schools of Distinction. And essentially what it is you have to have 100% on your academic performance framework, on the school performance framework, meaning you meet all the criteria for proficiency, or you have to have a level 5, what we call TBOS for you. So while we may have a school that is excelling in ways that their proficiency is off the charts, we're also trying to recognize those that are growing their kids that may not have come in at the level of proficiency that I would say most charters are at. So you have two sets of I cut the 2% authorizer fee down to 1% for those schools. And we did it yearly. And what that does for some of these schools is create another FTE. It creates another version of it creates another program. It creates whatever they may want this money for. Usually it's another FTE or a social emotional learning coach or something that they didn't have before that they were going to be able to use in one of their Title I schools. And also, it truly is, it creates buy-in with the district because they know that if they continuously push themselves, that they are going to be given this money and that this money can really impact kids. And so that's something I'm really proud of, and we've done it for 3 years. This will be the fourth year, and it grew from 5 schools to 9 schools. They were pushing each other. They were asking me, what do I do to get to that 1% authorizer fee? And, I have to admit, that drives people to put more resources into their schools. And I just feel really proud of that program. And it's been such a way to connect the leaders. And I'm excited about this year's group.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any follow-up questions before I turn it over to the chairman? Seeing none, Chairman Grissom.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Ms. Fulcher. I'm Tom Grissom. I'm a member of the commission from Chattanooga. So I want to thank you for your responses to our questions. And now it's time for us to give you the opportunity to ask us what's on your mind. So please speak.
Well, if you had an hour, I would, just kidding, you don't have an hour. But if you had an hour, I would pick your ear for a couple of things. But, when you think about this executive director role, I do believe that the technical skills really matter, right? That matters completely. But when you're thinking about the character skills, what do you look for? Do you look for directness? Do you look for, accountability, courage in the face of, a legislative body? I want to pick your brain around what that person would do.
Well, I will start and then hand it off to commissioners who are on this Zoom. It's a great question because I think it starts with leadership. What type of a leader do you want to be? What type of a set of leadership skills do you want to portray? And because you've got many different audiences that you're dealing with. One of them is with us as commissioners, much like me, are sort of new in this space. So we need to learn. We need to be able to have the opportunity to exchange ideas. You've got a team we put together. And it's really assessing where do we want charters to be in Tennessee? So you align that team, as you know, with those goals that we're trying to set. We've got a new challenge right now because of COVID. We've got budget reductions we've got to deal with, so we've got to be smart how we use our money. and we may do some things different than we would have done if we had been fully funded. And then finally, to the point where you spent a lot of time talking to us this afternoon, what's that relationship with your clients?
Yeah.
Children. And so it's hard for me to say there's a basic character set other than understanding who you influence, who have an opportunity to lead, and being able to bring those people together and have hopefully a very good dialogue that gets us to where we want to be, and that is to be the best state when it comes to charter schools. So let me stop here and open it up to other commissioners.
Yeah, I'll jump in and I will agree with everything that our commissioners just said, our chair just said, but I will add something that what I'm looking for is a weird mix. Aside from that, I want somebody who's fearless, because as you know, Ms. Fulcher, the politics can get really ugly. And so who is fearless, who is always focused on what's best for kids, even if it may not be convenient, but who also has the skills to be able to build relationships with people they don't see eye to eye with and be able to figure out common ground and move forward. And that's a mix that's hard, I think, to find, but I think that's a really important mix in this specific role.
That's why I asked about, I say the Venn diagram is really important because we're not always going to agree on everything, but there's something for kids that we agree on. And I like to capitalize on those particular women. And so can I continue asking questions or would y'all like to continue?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, okay, great. So, you know, I have big ideas. And I'm not afraid to say that. I have big ideas. Some of them, you know, are short term, some of them are long term. And the one thing I've learned about being in South Carolina and essentially leading, I led the staff for the past 8 months since my superintendent left. Is that one of the most important relationships that I have is my board, and that trust is so important to me, and that loyalty to the team and to the work is so important to me. And so the shared vision, I guess maybe this is more of a comment rather than a question. The shared vision of an executive director like myself, if I were to be chosen, and the board is extremely important to me. And so I would expect this to be a hard job. If it wasn't a hard job, I wouldn't be interested. And the reason why I left Nashville was because I knew South Carolina needed me in a really bad way, or needed my work or my help. And what I see now is that Tennessee is opening this ICM and authorizer, and that they then need that skill set. And so I never go anywhere, or I never take a job where I don't think someone needs me, or I don't think someone might need my skill set. And so I guess what I ask is that, or my comment mostly is that, you know, I wouldn't want you to take it easy on me. I want a hard job. And I think I'm at the point where I could take an easy job, and that's not what I want. And so I respect all of the questions that you've asked today because I do think they're so important. And I want to know how many people know a lot about authorizing on the board. Okay, so Ms. Tucker, yes.
I think you're muted, Wendy.
Oh, I was pointing on my screen to Terrence, I think Derwin, there are folks on the board who, about half of us have been in the or familiar with the authorizer space.
Yeah. And so I think that's my question is, you know, how deep do you want to dig? Because that's important. And that's the only way this would work for an organization like this is for everyone to dive headfirst into best practices. And I guess I'm willing to do that with a board completely. And I would just want you to know that. And I would hope that everyone would feel the same because it's difficult to operate with a board when you don't have that authorizing knowledge.
Well, if I can say something here, as a board that has a really good mix of people with various backgrounds and expertise, some way better than others. Wendy and Terrence and they'll run circles around me in terms of their knowledge about authorizing. But I think generally, as a matter of governance, if the board establishes a set of policies and principles and there's a consensus around those principles, the responsibility of the board is to stand behind the executive director as that person is making those tough decisions and not leave them out on a limb or out there by themselves. Our job is to be behind you and support you if you're in that role. Similarly, though, I think it's also important for the executive director to also respect the board, and I think to be mindful about not getting too far over their skis ahead of the board, because sometimes that can put the board in a position where they're not prepared for some of these issues. So I think it's a two-way street where the executive director has to keep the board informed and make sure that they're not sort of getting out ahead of their skis and therefore making themselves, impairing their ability to be successful or effective. But I think you've got some people on this board that are highly knowledgeable about authorizing. And those of us that aren't as knowledgeable, we're certainly going to be looking to our colleagues to try to make sure we have a consensus to support the executive director.
Right. You bring a different skill set, which I think is, right now my board consists of, businessmen and women and then former educators, so I too respect that idea. I just think that when we're doing something like this, it's so important to make sure that there is that cohesion between the board and the executive director, because that is their one employee. That is their employee. And so it's important to me that that's a good fit. And so I just want to thank you for that response, because I do believe certainly that not everyone has to know everything about everything, but somebody's got to know something about finance, and somebody's got to know something about classroom teaching, and et cetera, et cetera.
Yep. So. Yes, I agree.
And I think I'm up on time. I'm not sure. 3:46. I want to respect your time, but I have a million questions, but these would be pertaining to laws and things that you may or may not be able to tell me at the moment. But I guess my next question is, what is your timeline?
First of all, we appreciate your time and your interest in this position. Thank you so much for meeting with us today. We're doing all these interviews today.
I know, I feel bad. I feel like y'all are all beat up and tired.
As long as the technology doesn't completely cause us to have a problem, we plan to finish it today, and then we will be back at the conference. We genuinely appreciate your time and your thoughtful questions. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thank you to all. Take care.
Thank you, Taylor. I will send you back to the lobby now.
Thank you, Judy. I appreciate it.
And Taylor is off the call. You can commence discussion.
Well, I'll start. I found her a little bit difficult to follow. She seemed to have some difficulty getting to the response and stating it in a relatively succinct or understandable way. She obviously knows a tremendous amount about charters. She has some big ideas that she would like to move forward with. She's obviously doing, if you look at her resume, it's a tremendous amount of work in the area in South Carolina, has a background. So, but I just found her not, her answers not quite up to powerful. Commissioner Tucker?
Yeah, I agree with you. What was that? Is that me? Okay. So I will say, I know Taylor from Ms. Fulcher from her years here at Republic. She is passionate. She is fearless. She is student focused. I think that she is in a slate of candidates that have been able to answer the questions more clearly and that have, from what we can tell from the answers, or at least from my impression from the answers, may be in a better position for this specific role than she is. But I do just want to recognize her passion and her fearlessness, and I saw her, take figurative bullets here for kids. And that's the kind of passion and fearlessness I think we need. But I do think for, creating this new commission and this new executive director, we need somebody who's sort of farther along on the visioning how it would look, in my opinion.
Chris, Madam Chair.
Yeah, please, Christine.
Yeah, this is Alan. A couple of words I wrote down. I think to the point that you made and to the point that Commissioner Tucker made, I felt that her answers did meander a little bit, particularly the one-year plan. I will say, though, I loved her passion. I loved how committed she is and how knowledgeable she is at getting all the way down into the weeds. I mean, she understands the nuances. I do worry a little bit culturally about fit and the culture in the various parts of the state, and whether stylistically it would be a good fit. I think she's amazing. I mean, personally, looking at her resume and looking and just actually seeing how palpable her passion is, I'm grateful that she's part of the charter school movement. And but this particular opportunity may not be the best fit right now. But I think she's somebody we ought to watch and look at.
Commissioner Susan?
Yes, thank you. I'll reiterate that I think all of these candidates are highly qualified, and so at this point it's just being picky. I think she has a wealth of knowledge and experience. I will say, though, that there were a couple of red flags that came about, just about her hands-off approach with her staff. I'm all about autonomy. I think, that goes that can only go so far given the role, and in this type of role, when you're dealing with federal dollars, you're dealing with federal mandates, you really need to keep your eye on the ball, as well as ensuring that your people also have their eye on the ball. And so while you can have a level of autonomy, I'm a little concerned with, potentially how much level of autonomy she would give. I think the other piece is around how she encourages the staff, to leave in 3 years. That's all fine and good. I think that's great for them. My next question then is, what does that mean for her? After 3 years, is she thinking, hey, I need to grow into the next thing? And I feel like this role we really need stability and long-term sustainability, which means we need somebody who's looking beyond just 3 years. And so, again, she didn't say that exactly, but it made me think about that. And so those were a couple of flags that I just wanted to bring up.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, and I'll agree with Derwin there. I mean, that was a red flag for me. The one, though, that I think went up and then started waving to the point that the flag came off was the immediate confrontation with the legislature that I see coming, just in how I think she views the legislature and just some of the past things that have happened. I don't want that to color moving forward, because that's one thing that could shoot us in the foot very quickly as we're getting out of the gate. That just kind of gave me, that's where I wrote down my biggest red flag, is just making sure that we don't cause problems with legislators, because things are changing. We do have some new people coming in. We had a huge turnover just 2 years ago in the General Assembly, so, it's making sure they understand why we did what we did, why we are where we are, and where we're going in the future, and just not causing us problems.
Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, I won't rehash everything everybody else has already agreed. I thought it was impressive that Taylor had read the law and knew the specific page that she had a question on, and so she clearly was very knowledgeable. My sense is that she might be an interesting choice for one of the junior roles, where she could be an advocacy person, or could be a comms person. So if she's passionate and smart and wants to be in Tennessee and wants to be part of this organization, I would just maybe say this is somebody who could be part of the squad, but not in the top chair.
Okay, any other comments or thoughts? Okay, Ms. Spencer, how are we on time?
We are on time. Thank you, everybody. We are on break now. Our last interview starts at 3:10 p.m. Central. It is Erica Berry. So please turn off your video and microphone and sign back in with your video and microphone by 3:10. Thank you. Erica?
Hi, Judy. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you see me?
Yes. There you are. Hey, yes.
And can you see a bunch of initials or maybe one other picture?
Yeah, I'm seeing, yes.
Okay. Good. So we're on break. We've got 4 more minutes. So I just wanted to check on you technologically. It seems to be good. I'm going to put you back in the lobby and then I'll bring you back in at your time.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks,
Thank
Judy.
you.
Did you see that Wendy started doing Coke Zeros just so she wouldn't get made fun of for taking Coors Lights on video conferences?
Look, if you go past 5, you'll see some strawberry Abita pop out. Don't worry.
Hey, I don't know what's in that coffee mug, Dave Hansen.
Yeah, Dave, when your angle of your coffee seems to look like it might be perfect to me, but who am I to judge?
Dave's got that bourbon stick in it when he sips that coffee cup. I know what you're drinking, Dave.
I'm not checking anyone's red Solo cup, so, you know.
There are schools where there are Sonic moms that have Sonic cups of wine even in the morning. So I'm not one of those. I don't drink wine.
I drink wine, but not in the morning.
Not in the Sonic cup as you bring your kid into school. Well, then you're not in that group. Are we on camera? Is this being filmed?
It is being recorded.
Fabulous. Glad I'm clear that I'm not a Sonic.
I'm sorry. Do I know you guys? Crank call.
Crank call. Alex, you sometimes stay muted and off camera until it's getting ready to start.
Sometimes it's just not to do.
I can't let it this long.
You guys are doing great. This is our last one. Hang in there.
So, hey, Chris, if we get to the end of this one, is it worth asking all of our commissioners if, rather than taking that 10-minute break, they'd like to roll on into the discussion phase of the finalists?
That's fine with me.
Well, I made it up, not with the, may offer it as a gentle suggestion. So,
Tom, that is a welcome, gentle suggestion.
Thank you, Eddie.
What's the next up?
That is pure water. If that was vodka, I'd be under the table by now.
I switched to Coke Zero just to keep my life interesting.
You can put anything in a Coke can. Come on.
I wish I would have thought of that, actually.
I might suggest that, I might remind everyone that the RA Corps oversees schools.
All right. We have everybody on video. Yes. Erica Berry is waiting in the lobby. I'm going to admit her, and then we can start. All right, hang on. Erica, can you see and hear me and the other commissioners? Can you see them?
Yes. Can you see and hear me?
Yes. Great. Okay, everyone. Erica Berry is now connected via video conference.
Great. Mr. Berry, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Chris Richards, and I am chairing the committee of the whole that has been tasked with selecting the commission executive director. On behalf of the entire commission, I thank you for your interest in serving the commission as executive director. We have a 45-minute interview structure with 35 minutes for you to respond to a series of 7 questions that are the same for each candidate. If any one of the commissioners wants to ask a follow-up question in response to your answer, they may be recognized and they do so. And the commissioners will each take turns asking a question so they'll introduce themselves before they ask their question. You will have approximately 3 to 5 minutes for each response. And of course, if your early responses are very lengthy, we may have to limit your time on your later response. We will provide you a courtesy time check if we're getting close on it. At the end of the 35-minute mark or earlier, we will ask you if you have any questions for us. You'll have 10 minutes to ask us whatever questions. So with that being said, I'm going to start this. Can you please describe how your experiences have prepared you to take on the role of the Executive Director of the Tennessee Public Charter School?
Certainly. Well, good afternoon. I know you guys have had a full day, so I really appreciate the time you've given me. With this role, I'll be honest, when somebody reached out to me about it initially, my first thought was, it's Nashville. Can they not find somebody that's there and already really great? Like, I just know of the really great people that are in Nashville. But I tend to do this to myself. And it wasn't until I went back through my old emails from like 2013 and looked at the work I'd done in Mississippi as a 26-year-old, I realized that I'm very qualified for this, and I need to talk to y'all about it. And I'm really excited that I have this opportunity this afternoon to tell you a little bit about it. But yeah, so I graduated graduate school at Vanderbilt in Peabody in 2012, and was soon recruited back to Mississippi to pass the charter school law. They had a law, but it was very weak. And so I worked with a group of really passionate nonprofits, specifically 4 nonprofits, and our goal was to pass a strong charter school law, and it passed. And so at that point, there was not really any one person whose full-time job it would be to make sure that these schools that open up are going to be really great for kids. So that fell to me. And so I did a whole lot of research. It's funny going back through my emails. I even emailed Rich Haglund. Like, I just really emailed anybody I knew. And that included some folks from Tennessee. And we quickly realized that the most important part would be setting up our authorizer board for success. And again, a lot of that work went to me, figuring out what makes best practices, educating the people who will appoint the commissioners on these best practices. Once the commission actually meets, how will they be prepared on day one? And so then it was my job to prepare them with draft bylaws, timelines, etc. And so I quickly became sort of an expert in just a few months. And they also needed money. The legislature did not feed them any money to start up. And so we quickly found some money that would get them at least a partnership to partner with NACSA, because you know how important that is. So all that to say, I have experience in building up an authorizer board from scratch with little to no money. And the authorizer board has really, really great results. And I'm excited to talk about that at some point. But I've also been on the other side, working with the authorizer as an employee of an LEA, a charter school. So I just feel, I can go in further a little about some stories about why I feel qualified for all that. But yeah, those are my experiences that made me really fired up to talk to you guys today.
Hi, Ms. Berry. I'm Dave Hanson from the Middle Tennessee region, and happy to talk to you today. My question was about where do charter schools currently fit in the education landscape in Tennessee? What is your vision for charter schools in Tennessee? And then in the executive director role, how would you advance that vision in your recommendations to the commission?
Yeah, great question. So when I was in Mississippi, I was often very envious of Tennessee and all the great work that you guys had done. And that really drove me to really want to create something in Mississippi that was similar to what was happening in Tennessee. But I noticed that one of the barriers was having no appeals process for really great operators that might be turned down by an LEA. And so you guys are already on the right path with this statewide commission. You guys are awesome. I've been doing my research, so I know you guys are really great and qualified, and you've already done really great work. So you're setting up the state for success. I think that this is a really cool time to see what could happen in maybe some rural areas. I don't know if there are any rural areas that are interested in having a public charter school serve their community, but I think that this is maybe a way to go about that. I hear that a lot of people, and we've seen this, we saw this in Mississippi, in rural areas, they're very passionate, but it's hard to recruit really great quality, talent, find the funds, et cetera. And I think with the statewide independent chartering board, you now have a chance to create something. And so I think what that could look like for you guys is working with partners. You know, obviously you can't be a support organization, and I can talk more about that later. That will help them open up. You can't do that. Like, that's obviously not a part of the job. But work with those partners if there is interest, and if you know there are good people in those communities, reach out to them. Get those partners to help those communities. And then here's your another check to make sure that these schools are going to be really high quality. And I've already seen that. I mean, I've been looking at some of the results from the schools that's the state board have authorized. So yeah, I think it's a way to just change the definition of charter schools from outside urban centers to a school that is really innovative and can serve all kids no matter where the kids are located.
Commissioner Levine?
I apologize, I forgot I was on mute. First of all, thank you for sharing your time with us. You seem to be very passionate and knowledgeable, and I appreciate you coming, giving us a chance to talk to you. You know, what's important is having a vision to get us where we need to go, but also I think the skill to execute on getting us rolling. I mean, we've only been at this for a little bit of time. And so with all the things that are hanging over us in terms of expectations and what we're expected to do, what would your first year plan look like? What would your, as you thought about it, what would you feel like you need to have as your strategy for the first 12 months?
Oh, that's a great question. So I've been doing a little bit of research into what the state board has already done. I would like to interview several stakeholders and ask them what is it about that process that needs to be improved. And I think the more you talk to people out in the community, the more you'll hear some of their vision. And I think for the first year, that's most critical, is listening to those communities, figuring out what it is that they would like to see. Some of it's not always going to be possible, but at the end of the day, their heart's in the right place and you have to listen. And so I think the first year will be listening to people in communities on what it is that they want to see you guys do, what it is in the long term, short term, et cetera. You know, I'm sure that the way the appellate process is set up, it will allow for a timeline. So I think it's July. You know, I can totally see a world where those first few months it's spent on a listening tour, complete listening tour. I think that that's where I would learn the most. And then, of course, put that in a digestible format for you guys. You know, something that you can plan on. I am very sensitive to the relationship between a board and executive director. You know, what's the difference between management and governance? But at the same time, you guys are killing it. Like, you are really knowledgeable, really, really passionate. And I think Tennessee's fortunate to have that, but you need information. And so for the first year, I think the biggest way this executive director can help is getting you information as you strategize what it looks like after July.
Commissioner Patterson?
Great. Good afternoon, Commissioner Terrence Patterson from Memphis. And my question is, how would you work with government agencies, departments, legislators, and the governor's office to promote and support our charter schools?
Yeah. Oh, that's a fun question. So I've worked in the past few years, I've been working for 2 different state elected officials. And if I'd answered that question back in 2014, it would have sounded a lot different and more Pollyannish, to be honest. But this time around, and it's not just like my experience has changed, it's also, you know, the national political environment has changed. I think you start by celebrating what has been done so far. You know, the policymakers and elected officials out there, they're passionate. Like, they live this work every day. Something drives them. They've got to be passionate about the work that's happening. And I think that they deserve a lot of times to be celebrated for the great decisions that they've made so far. When you think about working with an SEA, for example, I imagine a lot of times outsiders. So that might include legislators. That might include, you know, anybody that's not working within the SEA. we'll see them as more of a compliance organization. But what I've experienced in Tennessee is that Tennessee's SEA is also very focused on support. And I think that being very specific about how the SEA can support the commission is one way to go ahead and solidify that relationship. You know, in Mississippi, there's a really, the relationship between the authorizer and the SEA was a little strenuous. That was really unfortunate. And it was, you know, if they could not get some data that they needed in time, you know, maybe we should have been more upfront about the relationship and how we needed to cultivate the relationship so that when time came and we needed to get that data, we got it. So I feel like I'm all over the place with this question, but, you know, I'm just thinking about all the time I've had with those elected officials with an SEA. And I think at the end of the day, it is just letting them know, like, what your expectations are, how they can be a partner, but how do they want to be a partner? That's my biggest lesson is, like, what is it that they want to be a partner in? Specifically, what is it that we were going to request of them, but also, like, what is their vision for what this commission can do long term?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Berry. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us today. Just a question around just how you would describe your management approach as well as your approach to working with school districts, CMOs, and charter schools.
Yeah, so in just a general management, so that's in terms of like teams, people that I work with like every day. My management approach has been slow to praise but to encourage. And I think that is something I should have applied earlier in working with districts. You know, when now working for an SEA, a lot of times I do have to reach out to districts. And I am very awkward when it comes to people's time. I don't want to I don't want to be a burden on them. But at the end of the day, we all have the same goal. And so I had to teach myself, I had to really train myself that what they need from us, the SEA, is not a burden. They need encouragement, and because we're all working for the same goal. And so in retrospect, when I did that, when I changed just like my way of working with these districts, like the relationship improved, which I know is silly, but it is just a simple way of working with folks that are very, very busy. But yeah, management style, slow to praise, quick to encourage. And I think also, you know, my first job out of grad school, I had to learn how to manage up. And at the time I didn't realize that's what it was, and I was really bad at it. And so I would never want anybody to have to manage up to me. And I think you get there by being an encourager. You get there by really knowing what it is that they want. And that's, again, it's the same way you deal with districts, same way you deal with communities, other authorizers, same way you deal with an SEA, like just getting on that same page, building trust. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a lesson that unfortunately, it's taken me a while to learn. In each job, I've had to learn it, but it's all been the same thing. And so, it's been really incredible now that I approach these folks as, all right, we're all in the same boat. We all want the same thing. And let's just encourage each other and make it happen. That was really fluffy. I can find myself getting really fluffy. So y'all feel free later to ask me specifics, okay?
That's okay. If you could elaborate on just the relationship with the CMOs and charters, I know that would seem to address more of the internal piece.
Yeah, sorry. When I get nervous, I get really like fluffy, and I need to. I'll roll back from that. Don't worry. Yeah. So with CMOs and charters, I'll give you an example with the authorizer. So when I worked for a CMO and worked with the authorizer in Mississippi, there was this really kind of strange relationship where we knew the standards on paper, like we knew what was expected of us on paper, but yet there was a lot more that was expected of us that was not on paper. And so, you know, we had to have a conversation essentially with the authorizer, like, hey, what is nice to know? What do you need to know? And just like, I hear you say that the expectations are clear, but they're really not. So how can we make it even more clear? And so that was one example of where I was at first afraid, right, because this is our regulatory body. I was afraid to approach that conversation with this authorizer, but I should have been, because at the end of the day, it helps the authorizer for them to know what specificity looks like for a school.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Smith?
Good afternoon, Ms. Berry. Eddie Smith from Knoxville. So, operating with transparency is recognized as a best practice, and it's a key value of this commission. How have you demonstrated transparency in your past leadership roles?
Yeah. Oh gosh. After working for elected officials for several years, you just kind of learn that that's just part of the game. Like, there will be, that when you are working with taxpayer dollars, they deserve to know everything about how those dollars are being spent. And so, there are policies in place for agencies to get it right. Like, there are policies in place to guide the decisions agencies make around rulemaking, policymaking, et cetera. But it's the little things oftentimes that catch people up. I'll give you one example. We were working on a school funding rewrite in Mississippi, and it was really difficult because a lot of the people who were making decisions were fine keeping things a little under pocket, and I was not. And it was really, really difficult to step up and remind them, hey guys, like this is, we need an NDA, we need to push it out there. We need a contract, we need to push it out there. And in retrospect, I should have thought in advance, like here's how it's going to look bad. If here's how it's going to look bad, we're not doing anything wrong, but we're not being proactive about that piece. And people are going to call, they're going to ask, we need to make sure we have it. And at the time, again, I was pretty young, and I just was really nervous and didn't want to say anything. But in retrospect, I should have, because sure enough, the reporters called and wanted to know, where's your NDA, et cetera. And everything was fine, again, but it was one of those things on the front end where I knew it was important. Like, even if somebody didn't request it, we should have just still had it and put it out there on the front end, because a lot of times it looks bad if you don't.
Commissioner Tucker?
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Berry. Wendy Tucker from the Middle Tennessee area, and I think we crossed paths years ago when you were here at the public schools. So it is great to see you and to hear all the wonderful work you've done in Mississippi. I would love for you to describe a successful program or partnership that you created or established in any of your roles that you've had that has really benefited students.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, good question. Okay, let me get back to everything I've been thinking about. So I will say, I'll go back to the time in Mississippi with the authorizer board when we were setting it up. I'm thinking, how specific do you want me to be? Like a specific program, specific
example, if you have one.
Yeah. Okay.
Or perfect.
Yeah. Okay, I like that. So there is again, I keep going back to Mississippi. I swear I have experience outside of the state, okay? So we were working on starting up the Charter Support Organization. I don't think I mentioned how when we were working on setting up the authorizer board, we realized that to protect the board, we needed a support organization. And so as we were working on setting up this Charter Support Organization, we noticed that there were a lot of, or at least I noticed that there were a lot of people that were really passionate about starting schools, but they didn't really have the capacity to even start. And so they were spending a lot of time on, doing all the things they thought they should do, like writing letters of intent, applications, et cetera. And so what ended up happening, we noticed, was a lot of communities were getting really excited, and they probably shouldn't have. And that really broke my heart. And so we developed this sort of like a questionnaire, if you will, in advance of here's what you will need to do to even make it to the first round. and it discouraged a lot of them, which it's great from an authorizing perspective, right? Because then people aren't putting all this effort into creating a great application, but they get very, very discouraged. And so we started going into these communities. We started, capacity interviews with a few of them. And they started to realize, like, this is a lot more than we are ready for, and I think that they changed course. One of the applicants ended up just settling for, like, an after-school program that's been really great. One of them, instead of, like, starting a school, another one has also done, I want to say it's like a pre-K, it's not after school, but it's like a pre-K special ed program or something that's been successful. So it goes to show you, like, people's intentions are great. Like, what do we do to make sure that they're putting it in the right, funneling it in the right ways? So while that's not something I created, I think that we advise them in such a way that they realize, all right, here's how we can really put our resources, limited resources, time, and attention to serving kids more directly.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Before we go to our chairman, do any of the members of the commission have any follow-up questions for Ms. Berry you'd like to ask about? Ruben?
Please, I like to do the questions, so please, guys.
Okay. Well, Chairman Griscom, looks like it's you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Berry, for joining us today, for your interest in the executive director's position, and for your answers. So now comes the fun part. You get to ask us questions. So what's on your mind? And we'll try to see if we can do as well as you've done with us.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and start by telling you a little background on why I'm asking you this question, and sadly, it's going to end up being you guys asking me another question. So, my weakness is that I don't advocate for myself. I'm awkward. My mother taught me children should be neither seen or heard, right? Like you've heard, children should be seen or heard, but anyway. So I just don't do a good job of advocating for myself. And so I think, like I said earlier, over time I learned, like, when the mission is right, you just do it. You do the work. And I've done that. Like, I've gotten over that and I've done it. But what I want to know from you guys, what concerns do you have about the work I've done? I will say I've done my homework and I have made note of what you guys are looking for, and I have responses to that. But specifically, what is it about, what you know about me that gives you a little bit of concern or you have more clarity about?
Well, I will try to take a dive into your question and will ask my fellow commissioners for help. Here's what I think what I want to know. So I got to meet you by reading a lot of material. And I get to meet you today in a Zoom session, which is a little bit better than just reading material, a little bit better.
Yeah.
But what you really want, what I want to know is leadership, being able to take something that's brand new and help us put it together, build a great staff, and with the right people positioned to do the things that we ought to be doing as we start up. There's any range of things we could do. We need to really get focused on the ones that matter in this first 18 months or so. And the last one is something new that happened with COVID-19, where we got a budget cut, as did every agency in the state of Tennessee. So we got to be really smart and rely on an executive director who's been through this. Where should our dollars go immediately? And where do we say, okay, as we go forward, we ought to ask for more to do a few other things, but what are those specific areas that really starting up will make a difference and make us be positioned where we want to be? So that's where I would start, and let me ask other commissioners to share their thoughts on this question.
Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Chair Richards. Ms. Berry, I know we've chatted by phone in the past. I think I'll cheat and answer a different question than what you gave us. So I think my colleague, Commissioner Cisnet, summed it up when we have so many great candidates that we're in the wonderful but awful position of having to choose between wonderful, well-qualified candidates. So I don't think anybody on the line has any concerns about your background, or else you wouldn't be here in this kind of stage. I think we're in the difficult position of trying to pick who the best of those is, right? So I think you obviously have a unique background and unique skill set, and that's why we chose you to kind of come to this stage. I think our difficult position is here trying to pick the person who's going to start a brand new organization and build a team and a culture and kind of go from there. So I think that would be part one. Part two would be, I think we are hopefully going to build a great team and a great organization. That would mean more than just an executive director. So we're going to choose an executive director, but I think we're also going to build out a team of great people who want to help kids get access to a great education in Tennessee. So regardless of whether that's you or any of the other qualified candidates, there's going to be more than one opportunity available. So I'll yield to Mr. Levine, perhaps.
Listen, I'll tell you, what Commissioner Hanson just said was so important. You're in this bunch being interviewed today because we did look at your background and we've determined that you have the skills that merited us digging deeper with you. So I think while I respect your question, trying to perhaps have us review what we think might be weaknesses, what I can tell you is what Dave said and what Tom said are very important. Being the CEO of an organization is not for the faint of heart. It's a hard job. And what I would tell you is if you are given the opportunity to advance or be selected, the comment that you made about not being very good at selling yourself, I think it's important to have self-confidence. It's important to, I think, be able to deal with some very challenging, sometimes personal attacks from people who don't like some of the decisions we've made or some of the directions we're going in, and being able to get past that and work with those folks and bring them along. And I know you know this, having worked in Mississippi and worked with the legislature successfully, and so I think don't sell yourself short. You can't do those things if you don't have that self-confidence. But I don't think you. I think your question is a very intellectual question. But you're here because we all agreed that you have a set of skills that we think would be value added to this commission.
And this is Eddie. So let me ask you a question, and you might be able to answer it. Thinking back on the Mississippi Charter School Authorization Board, what is something that, if you could go back now in time, what control or change would you make to make it better?
Can I answer it right now? Okay, so do you mean just the sector in general or the authorizer board?
Just however you want to answer that. I mean, it's just what's something that you've learned that if you could do it over, you would do better.
Okay, great question. This is the thing that the folks that are there right now are working on, which is really encouraging, but investing more in humans. So, for example, when we started out the Charter Sport Organization, there were a lot of, our board members are really passionate about creating a membership organization, mostly because that's more of a sustainable model. But as somebody who's on the ground and, I was the one that was meeting with communities, I knew that what we needed to do was sort of like the Tennessee Charter School Incubator model, where you are finding good humans and you are growing them, flourishing them. That's what we needed. So the good news is that is now happening. I think they call it the Education Accelerator, Mississippi Education Accelerator. But the problem is that it's the same old problem of funding. It's really hard to find funding for that organization. So I think in retrospect, we would have started that work early, created an incubator, and lobbied for state dollars to do that work. Because as you can imagine, fundraising in Mississippi is just incredibly difficult. So started that from the beginning. Because like I said, we have some great people there, and they just, they needed the support.
And I asked that question because I wanted you to, because I get the sense that, you are looking for how you can grow, and I want you to realize you've already learned from your past experiences as defining your future. So I just want to encourage you, to continue to look at what you've done in the past and how you can grow in the future and keep doing that, because I think you're a lifelong learner, and that's something that everybody needs to be.
Yeah, thanks. And I apologize, you guys, for a little negative question. I have Dutch family, and I just love their directness. So I think maybe I've been talking to them a little bit too much about just life in general. And so I know this question was a little negative. I thought it would be more direct, but now that I ask it, it is kind of negative. So I apologize, but I really appreciate your feedback and all this. And I'd love to address some of that if you guys are ready, if you all have questions. But y'all are the one running the show, so you tell me.
Please proceed, and then I'll do Commissioner Tucker.
Did you see that Commissioner Tucker, I think, wanted to make a comment on the first question?
I would love for Ms. Berry to proceed, and then I'd rather her spend the time than me.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, yeah, so I wanted to ask that question because I do feel often like I'm having to because I'm not good at selling myself, in these situations, I do have to go above and beyond identifying what it is that I need to be selling. In a short conversation, it's really hard to say, here's my experience, here's what I've done. Honestly, I would forward you to all the emails that I'd sent. I'm sorry if I didn't say this earlier. I'd gone back through all of my emails in that time to see all the work I'd done. And I thought, I'll just forward them those emails so they'll see all the work that I did. You can't do that. And so that's why I asked the question, just because that was my way of getting some more targeted feedback to you guys. So again, back to that, a lot of the work that you guys want is starting a brand new organization, building it up. It's not necessarily that brand new because you already have the the state board doing some of that compliance work. But you're right. If you're a visionary, and you guys seem to be like that, from what I know, you are. You need somebody who can go beyond that compliance. And, that's what we did. That's why I started the Charter School Support Organization in Mississippi. Because once we got the authorizer board set up, we realized, all right, we feel good about these folks. We feel good about their practices, who it is that they're hiring. But they're not getting great applications, so what do we do? And so that's when we saw a need, and again, that's when I stepped into that role as a charter support organization. So I wanted to kind of clarify that a little bit more. I feel when I get nervous, I do kind of ramble on. And the other thing too, talking about budget cuts, I love that you guys are already thinking about that because, the people on the ground in schools have been thinking about that since February. And so, we're asking them to make some cuts, some planning for that, so we might as well. I think what we've seen, at least at the state level, we've been cutting a lot of travel, which is a short-term fix. But what does that look like in the future? Like, how do we support these schools in the future? And I think that is where a charter or an authorizer board can become that support system. Asking the legislature, hey, here's what we've identified from our schools. Here's some barriers that we've heard that they will face. This is just an FYI, not lobbying. Obviously, you can't do that. But letting them know, this is what we have heard from them and we are concerned. Because they're going to need all the support they can get when it comes to budgeting.
Commissioner Tucker?
Yeah, I was just going to go back and just point out, the question that you asked, and you framed it as a negative question, but I would frame it as a courageous question. Walking into an interview and saying, what are you worried about me is a really courageous thing to do. And so I just want to point that out. And then I would say my concern isn't really your qualifications or your capabilities. I saw what you did here. I followed what was happening in Mississippi, and I'm a big fan of Republic, and I was watching all of that unfold. My concern is your understanding what you've done and your capacity to do. And, so that's, and you said, you lack self-confidence. And so that would be my only thing is for you to recognize, you've changed thousands of kids' lives. And I want you to be able to recognize that.
I appreciate that. I kind of think it's that Teach for America model where they teach you, and there's a nickname for it, and I can't remember it, but they teach you, everything that happens in your classroom, it started with you. And so, I think professionally, that's a good thing because I'm constantly thinking, all right, this person under me did not meet their deadline. What did I do wrong? But I think over time I might have abused it. And so it's this constant reflection of, oh gosh, I didn't do enough. And so that's why I had to go back through my emails and refresh my memory of like, no, Erica, like you've done this. You did it how many years ago? 8 years ago. Like you can do it again. So I appreciate you saying that. It's a little crazy how your mind's been straight on me. I'm going to blame Teach for America, okay? It's their fault.
Okay, well, we're going to give you a chance to ask us another question, but I just wanted to let you know I didn't have any concerns about your background. I think someone who comes from Mississippi, and I've lived in West Tennessee since 1984, and I've seen the struggles of the Mississippi education system and the people who have come out of that system. And for someone like you with your talents to have not only done what you've done, but then gone back to give back to that community, it's just outstanding. And I loved your cover letter for the book. I would have been mad too. So, with that, I'm going to turn it back to you to ask us another question.
Yeah, I'll have to, at some point I'll have to talk to my Memphis friends about somebody I met dealing with, talking about mad people, but that's another story for another day. There are a lot of mad people in Memphis, and I love it. So I have a question. When you guys, and you don't have to each answer, but if you feel passionate about this, let me know. When you heard that this legislation passed, creating this commission, so not when you were appointed, but when you heard about the commission being created, what was your first thought in terms of excited, worried? Just tell me about your first thought.
Well, I'll give it a go, and then everybody else can add to it. I have felt that there needed to be more focus on charters in Tennessee. We have a continuing conversation, and depending upon where you are in the state, there's various viewpoints between the local districts and the charters. It's very different the way we've had the situation around charters in Memphis versus Davidson County versus East Tennessee. And so I thought it was good because the state board has so many responsibilities that there would be a group of people who would really focus on being the LEA for this group of state authorized schools, but more importantly, really being devoted to the appellate process and making certain that that is continuing to be handled appropriately. I think it's going to become much more difficult as we struggle through the consequences of the COVID pandemic to get the appellate process. Things that were, guardrails that people could use to say, oh yes, this school is doing fine, or no, this school isn't doing fine. I don't think we're going to be there. It's going to be hard, especially for charters that will struggle with staffing and the learning model and all the things that we see going on right now, to then turn around and have to, defend their charter. And in Tennessee right now, we're coming to a point where a number of charters were authorized for the first time 10 years ago. And they had to make a 5-year renewal. So we've got a lot of work coming in. I'm sure there will be significant numbers of appeals. So I was really glad that this was legislation. I had no idea I was going to be nominated for it, but I'm just glad to see it. Does someone else want to weigh in?
This is Wendy. I'll say my initial reaction as a state board member at the time was, what do you mean somebody else is going to be doing this? What are you talking about? This is my job. But then when I saw the legislation and saw that it was expanding the role so that the commission could be the authorizer and the LEA in places other than places with priority schools, I thought it was a really smart step in the right direction. And then, was super excited about that possibility.
Thanks. Yeah, as a native Mississippian, I have this, I don't know, maybe it is an inferiority complex, where I use Hurricane Katrina as an example. After Katrina, all people wanted to talk about was New Orleans. People just ignored rural Mississippi, even though the hurricane ate our coast. And so I feel like in Tennessee, the cool thing about what you guys are doing is now is your chance to get outside of those sexy cities, right? Like the places where charters already have a presence, and if charters are desired in some of those locations, that's great. If not, there's a reason for that. But now is your chance to kind of make those other districts or communities that are struggling, like, here's your time to shine. Nobody's ignoring you anymore.
Other comments? Questions? Okay, if not, once again, I want to thank you, Ms. Berry, for your time and interest in this position. We really appreciate having had the opportunity to talk with you. We are completing our interviews today for this position, and we'll be doing more content and back with you very quickly after this meeting. Thank you so much.
Thanks. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate this time. Even the past, 40-something minutes, getting to hang out with mad people again, I love it. So thank you. Being in North Carolina, there aren't that many mad people, unfortunately. So this has been great. I appreciate y'all. Have a great, what is today? Thursday? Thursday.
Thank you, Erica. I'll move you back to the lobby now.
Okay, thanks, Judy.
All right, Erica has left, and so we are open for discussion.
Well, it really bothers her that 3 or 4 times she talked about the lack of confidence in herself. There is confidence there when you talk to her. But if you keep wanting to be reassured, that's not, to me, reassuring. And I just need to say that. I mean, I like things she was saying, the things she's done, but when you kind of keep going back and being reassured, it was a little unsettling.
Other comments?
This is Alan. I'm sorry, was I about to step on somebody? Okay.
Please proceed.
I agree with that. I really like her. I mean, she's knowledgeable. I think she has enormous talent. The only thing, if you've never been the person in that CEO role, I mean, it's a tough thing to walk into, and you do need to have some self-confidence as you do that, because you're going to take a lot of arrows. And you got to be prepared for that and not take it personally, and be able to work through it. And I think, I'm not saying anything everybody on this commission doesn't already know about leadership. I mean, it's hard. And I worry for her sake, if we put her in a difficult role that we know is going to be challenging, are we setting her up for something that she might not be ready for, and therefore may not be successful in her own right? And I don't think that'd be fair to her. I would love to get her on our team somehow. I mean, she's just amazing, and she's done some amazing work.
Yeah, I would second all of what Alan just said. I think that I just really, and I only passed her in the past. I didn't know her. I never spent any time talking with her. So I was kind of surprised, knowing the work she did. I was surprised at the lack of confidence that we saw here. But I really like her too. I think that she really cares deeply, and it comes from a very personal place, which is what you want. But I agree that the CEO role is something you have to have a lot of confidence in, and so this is probably inappropriate. I'm frustrated that her mother told her to not be seen and not be heard. My mom clearly didn't do that, and I'm not doing that with my kids. But I'm sad that she does not know how great the work she's done has been, but that's not our purpose here. Our purpose here is to find somebody who can do this job, and I think we would be putting her in a position that she would be very uncomfortable in.
Mr. Susan?
I'd like to add to that. I think, while I also like her, I think she's very personable and has the experience. I think, it's interesting. She toes the line between humility and just, self-loathing. And that's in this work. There's enough people that will loathe you for you. The thing that came to mind, and this might be to some of the, comments that I made earlier around just building a strong team. I think what she might need is just really some sort of like program or, whether it's Leadership Tennessee or something like that to help build her confidence. But I don't think this is the role, unfortunately, this is not a build your confidence on the job type role. You need to come in with it. But I would like to see her in some capacity, just given her experience. Just wanted to share.
Okay, any other comments? Our chairman, while we were getting ready, I think everyone heard him suggested that perhaps there would be a move to pass on our next break and go directly into the discussion of the candidates directed towards the vote. Is there anyone who would like a break at this point in time? Okay, I don't see anyone, so we're going to move forward with it. What we had originally planned was to have a discussion of each candidate in alphabetical order, with the floor open for comment. Our goal is to select 2 or not more than 3 candidates to go on to be finalists at the August 12th meeting, and then we'll select our executive director from those candidates. The process at the end will be for us to go through each commissioner's name, alphabetical order, and ask for your finalists. You can vote for, I guess, 2 or 3 if you feel like we should take 3, or you don't feel compelled if you think 2 are outstanding, please don't take 2. That's the way we'll go forward. We would start with Erica Berry. But we talked about her, so at this point in time, I'm going to throw it open for anyone who wants to say anything additionally about Ms. Berry to have a chance to do so. Commissioner Hanson?
I agree with Commissioner Tucker. I think Erica is awesome, and I think she would be a great support role in some fashion underneath a different executive director, but I don't think that she's the right candidate for this role.
Okay, any other comments? Not necessary. All right, let's move on to Taylor Fulcher. Comments beyond those we've already made some. Further reflections? Commissioner Hanson?
I will say the exact same thing. I think Taylor Fulcher has tremendous background and would be a great asset under another executive director, but I don't think she's the right person for the executive director role.
Other comments? Okay, Adam Miller?
I will say, and I'm biased because I have knowledge of the work he's done. He really is a superstar and a rising star. I very much think he can handle this job and excel and do a great job. I think there were comments made in reflecting on some of what my colleagues said about sort of his presentation and whether or not culturally his presentation would necessarily be the best fit for Tennessee. And I regret that because I do think I've seen, and I shouldn't say I've seen, but I know of the work he's done in some very difficult environments and has become someone that's pretty highly reliable for steady work and steady guidance and advice. And he's been the guy making those decisions. And so I like him a lot, but the one concern I have is what some of my colleagues pointed out, which I have to acknowledge is a legitimate concern.
Other comments?
So Chris, Eddie Smith. So, one of the things that, and he is, just being transparent, I do believe he would do great in the role of executive director, and I'd like to, see if we could move him on just to do those in-person interviews because, again, going back to, what Alan said, I'd like to see how he is in a one-on, when it's a live person versus doing it via Zoom. And I think one of the things that I really want to drill down on is just how he's going to build those relationships in Tennessee moving forward, if he were to be chosen.
Can I ask a question? Are we going to be live in 2 weeks? Did I miss that?
I don't think we've made a decision on it yet.
Okay.
I don't, Wendy, when we finish, we'll talk about that. I think it's true the preference, but if we watch the numbers going on right now in Tennessee, you know, we really got to be smart about that and see if the governor and all the things out there allow us to meet that way. I hope we can.
Right.
But we're still sort of waiting for that, just so you know.
Those are my feelings too. I would much prefer to do it in a safe way, but my kids aren't going to be in school in 2 weeks, so I'm just trying to figure out safety-wise. Thanks.
Other thoughts or comments on Mr. Miller? Okay, Gary Sanders. Additional thoughts or comments?
This is Commissioner Derwin. Sorry, I'm just so used to the interview mode. This is Derwin. I think it's again challenging because we have a lot of great candidates. I think he was the first one to go, so I think he definitely had a tough role. I do still think he'll bring a level of just context because of his experience in Tennessee. I think we have a couple of other candidates that we're about to get into that I think will as well, but he would still be on my list to move forward. Just wanted to name that.
Commissioner Tucker.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I want to second what Derwin said. He did go first. He didn't give as much detail, but what I did get from him, he is incredibly personable. He's passionate about the work. He lives the work, and he knows the Memphis context so well that if we're doing 3, he would certainly be in my 3.
And this is Eddie. And again, he was in my top 3 moving forward. On the third question, which Alan asked, he talked about strong relationships both between the districts and communities. He didn't give a lot of explanations. So moving forward, that's one thing I'd really want to drill down on is how he would go about building those strong relationships with both the districts and in the communities moving forward. Because that is one of the, I think that's been the missing link with the charter schools in general as we look around the state. That's just been missing, and I think that would serve both the commission and the charter schools well moving forward.
Okay, other comments or thoughts? Okay, Ben Schumacher. Commissioner Tucker.
I think Mr. Schumacher would be amazing. I think he's got a lot of vision. He's got a lot of passion. He's in my top 3. And I would definitely like to spend some time getting into some more depth about some of the challenges that he's faced in his roles and how he's addressed that and built those bridges.
This is Derwin. I'd like to second that. Of my top 3, he was the one that I didn't know coming into this, and really thought he was exceptional, and would love to see him go forward.
And this is Eddie. He barely missed my top 3, but I think as we're looking at staff, one thing we ought to recommend is, we've got to have a director of schools, and I think that he had that energy just to kind of help with some of the things that we've got to have inside the staff that we could recommend to the executive director, just to kind of, again, I like his energy and how he connected with people, but he just was slightly outside my top 3.
Other comments, thoughts? Okay, Tess Scoble. Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, Tess is my personal number 1. I think she has the unique background of having basically already done this role. So I don't think it's exactly quite that easy as a layup, but I think she has the context in Tennessee, she has the political understanding, she has the relationships, she already knows the structure and the law piece of it. I think she has the work ethic piece. So I don't know about you all, I have 4 in my top 3. So I think Tess is amazing. I think she easily should be in the top 3 to go on to the next round.
Commissioner Tucker?
What he said.
Okay. Other comments or thoughts? Okay, I want to just remark to everyone, we are so fortunate to have the quality of applicants that we have had to go through this process. I want to thank Judy and Chris and the other members of the staff who went above and beyond to help us get to this point, because this is a tremendous group of people. And as Alan said earlier, this is a hard decision because we have a number of people who I am absolutely confident will do a great job as executive director, and we're going to have to sort through it and come up with, in each of our own individual judgment, who are the 3 folks who we think should move forward as finalists. If it turns out with the voting we want to go in a different direction, and only 2 have that conversation, but I'll give one last opportunity for anyone who wants to say anything before I have Judy call the roll and vote.
This is Alan, and I only hesitated to comment on Ben Schumacher only because a lot of what I wanted to say was said by some other folks, but there were 2 things that really stood out with him that tell me he's got the right ingredients to be a CEO. Number 1, when he asked the question about Memphis and having a self-awareness about where your strengths and weaknesses are and exposing those and asking the questions, that showed a humility and I think a willingness to extend his reach out to Memphis, which I think is important, and he has enough self-awareness to know that's important. And number 2, of all the candidates that we interviewed or that we discussed at the last meeting, he's the only one that found my email address and sent me an email saying, thank you for taking the time to deliberate. He actually listened to what we said about the various cases. He took the time to do that, and he took the time to reach out and directly touch me as a commissioner, not for the purpose of trying to influence, but merely just to say thank you for your comments and for the deliberation. And what that tells me is this is somebody who follows through. And that, when we're building relationships, and you're building relationships with legislators and regions and communities, that's the type of thing you do. And that's the type of thing you inherently do when you're a leader. And I was touched by that. And if everything was equal, that would make him above everyone else in my book. But that's just what I wanted to say in addition to the things that were said earlier.
Thank you. Any other comments before we vote? Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner Patterson, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that I echo actually most of the sentiments. I believe what most folks have said. I do just want us to continue to keep top of mind the student body that we're serving, the diversity of the candidate pool, especially even as we think about our finalists. And also, as we think about the vision for our organization, no matter who we select, making sure we impress upon he or she that we should have a diverse staff, and knowing that the selection that we make at the executive director level will likely obviously modify what the diversity of the staff might look like. So I know I was on record as saying this at the last round, but I do want to make sure we keep that top of mind as we consider who we're going to bring back as our 2 or 3 finals.
Thank you. We will talk at the end of this not only about how we're going to handle the meeting on the 12th, but also set up the structure for folks to submit, I think, to view questions that we want particularly addressed to finalist candidates that we have after we see who we're going to bring back. We have specific questions. And also, I think it's very helpful. When you get to a final interview, people also have an opportunity to get a better understanding of our expectations, certain learning part of the interview. And Commissioner Patterson just made a great point that we've got to be sure to include that part as well. So we will talk about that a little bit more. Other questions or comments before we proceed to call the roll? Okay, Ms. Spencer.
Thank you. I'm going to call you in alphabetical order with Chairman Griscom the last. Please state your 2 or 3 candidates slowly and clearly so that I am sure that I'm getting it right, and I will repeat back to you after you're done. Starting with Commissioner Hanson.
First, I'd like to complain that I always have to go first. My 3, if I had to choose 3, which is extremely difficult, would be Tess Stovall, Ben Schumacher, and Adam Miller.
So for Commissioner Hanson, I have Tess Stovall, Ben Schumacher, and Adam Miller. Thank you. Commissioner Levine.
I want to echo Commissioner Hanson. I always have to go second. I think my 3 would be Stovall, Schumacher, and Sanders.
Thank you. So Commissioner Levine, I have Stovall, Schumacher, and Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Commissioner Patterson.
Sanders, Stovall, and Schumacher.
Thank you. So Commissioner Patterson, I have Sanders, Stovall, and Schumacher. Thank you. Commissioner Richards.
I just have 2, Stovall and Schumacher. They were so far above everyone else as far as making me feel confident that they could be the executive director. But I'm just going to go with those 2 rather than trying to decide who would be my 3rd choice. Thank you.
Thank you. I have for Commissioner Richards, Stovall, and Schumacher. Thank you. Commissioner Stiffnet.
Thank you. I have Stovall, Schumacher, and Sanders.
So for Commissioner Stiffnet, I have Stovall, Schumacher, and Sanders. Thank you. Commissioner Smith.
I have Sanders, Stovall, and Miller.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. I have Sanders, Stovall, and Miller. Commissioner Tucker.
I have Stovall, Schumacher, and Sanders.
Yes. Commissioner Tucker, I have Stovall, Schumacher, and Sanders. Yes. Thank you. Chairman Griscom.
I have Stovall, Schumacher, and Sanders.
Thank you. Chairman Griscom, I have Stovall, Schumacher, and Sanders.
All right. Maybe can you review the votes total for each of the candidates, please? Who got those?
I will. We have Tess Stovall with 8 votes. We have Ben Schumacher with 7 votes. We have Jerry Sanders with 6 votes. We have Adam Miller with 2 votes. Erica Berry and Taylor Fulcher did not receive a vote.
Okay, thank you. Given how close the top 3 were in the voting, it seems to me to be consistent with our approach that we would move those top 3 vote getters, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schumacher, and Mr. Stovall, on to the final interviews. Make a motion to that effect.
This is Derwin. So moved.
Patterson, second.
Motion and a second. Spencer, do you want to go ahead and call the roll?
Yes. Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Levine,
Aye.
Commissioner Patterson,
Aye.
Commissioner Richards,
Aye.
Commissioner Sisnet,
Aye.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker, Chairman Griscom.
Aye.
We are unanimously approved to move forward Jerry Sanders, Ben Schumacher, and Tess Stovall.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate everyone's attendance and participation, and particularly the level of focus that everyone provided for this very long day. So it's good for everyone. If we could just take a minute, I'm going to turn it back over to the chairman to talk about the logistics for the next round of interviews. He may have more updated information than me as to what are the constraints we face. I believe the good news is all three of our finalists are based in Tennessee, so we don't have the problem with the finalists who would have to come from another state, which might not be a problem getting here, but might be a problem getting back. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it over to you for your opinion on how you would like to approach this last round of interview.
Thank you, Commissioner, conducting the meeting today. And for all the commissioners, it's been a long day, but I think a very productive day. So let me thank you all as well for your time, commitment, and work today. As Commissioner Richards mentioned a minute ago, I know she's going to be reaching out for commissioners to share questions to be considered for the next round. Commissioner Richards, I'd like to make one other suggestion to consider. I'm doing a similar search, and we've got finalists in Chattanooga tomorrow and Monday. And one of the things that I've done that's different than the sessions like we did today is I've sent out to each candidate a sort of a paragraph and asked them to send to review this and give us tomorrow and Monday a 10-minute presentation on what's in this. It's a paragraph type thing, so it's not just responding to questions like we've done already and we did today. It's also asking them to spend time and think about some of the things that we've been doing. This is the River City Company here in Chattanooga, and ask them to come in and lay out an approach, an answer to a question, a paragraph. So I would suggest that, Mr. Richards, is something that might be a good starter when we do the finalist meeting. Then we've got questions that I think that tells us a whole lot more about how they think of things, where their mind is. I mean, I know from today, I would like for these three people to tell us, because we all got asked, what is it you all want? I want them to come in and really spend time saying, this is what I see. This is what I think this commission ought to really be looking at. So I'll offer that, Chris. I'll be glad to send you something in writing, but I think you got a general sense what I have in mind, but it's a paragraph that we send to them ahead of time. And it's up to you. I really don't care about PowerPoint and all this. I'm really more interested in their thought process, how they put it together and how they create this team. So I just wanted to share that, with the group here, particularly with you. As we talked earlier.
Yeah, I'm seeing some heads nodding up and down, and I have to tell you, I've done the same thing when I've interviewed in the past in private business. I think it's a good suggestion if we just make it clear we're not looking for PowerPoint or a visual presentation. We're looking for them to make a verbal response to that paragraph for 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah. So here's what also shares with us. We know that they can actually walk, talk, and chew gum. Okay? And it gives us I think a real opportunity, as I said a minute ago, to really see how they put things together, how they prioritize things. And that's, so thank you. I just wanted to suggest that because I'm getting ready to hear one in the morning. And the paragraph, they don't have to answer everything in the paragraph. It's just a starter to get them thinking that way.
Mr. Patterson, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I do agree with you, Commissioner Richards, that it shouldn't be a PowerPoint presentation, but perhaps allowing them to have 1 to 2 slides to at least focus the presentation. I don't think it should be overkill, but I do think a short summary may be helpful to at least help them organize their thoughts and give us something to sort of touch, if you will.
Yeah, and before I go to you, Terrence, do this. Depending on how we're meeting, if we're doing it this way, it's easy to send them in and you can get them put up. If we're meeting in person, which I hope we are, then it's just having something that's presented and they hand it out to us as we're looking at it. Just want to make that distinction depending on how we do it. Commissioner Tucker.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand. Like, so for my job, and then when I hired my team, I did a role play. Like, they sent me, you're going to walk into a room of policymakers and you're going to pitch this. And then I walked in and pitched it. Is that the thing is that what we're trying to do? We're giving them like a piece of the job to come in and role play?
No, I'm not necessarily looking at role playing. Okay. What I've got in mind is we really come in and we take the basic elements of what we're looking at and where we want to be, say, over the next 18 to 24 months. And we sketch that out. You know, we've got to do this, and this. So with what we've got to do, walk us through how you would go about doing it. I mean, if that gets into it, I'll be brought up talking, what kind of people do you want to hire? We got budget issues. I want to bring that up today. So how do we make those parties? And then when we've got schools that we're going to take over. I mean, all the pieces help us understand how I want to see how they're organized too, and how they start thinking these through. And in there's going to be, and what do you see the commission working with you? I mean, it's really just that kind of descriptive thing. It's just seeing how they pull it together. It isn't necessarily saying, all right, we've got to go out and review this school. How would you go about doing it? It's much, to my mind, it's much broader.
Okay. Mr. Hanson?
I'll do a yes and there for Wendy's question. So I think Eddie and other people have kept doing homework assignments. Like, I would like to know more about X or Y. So I feel like that might be an interesting time to do case studies about, like, tell us about how you did this program, or Ben Schumacher, tell us about more specifically about how you instituted this, because they didn't have time to really prepare on the fly. They didn't know what the questions were. So if especially if we wanted to give questions in advance and they could prepare a slide on what would they do in the new role, or how did they deal with creating something in the past roles, that might be interesting to hear longer form presentation.
Okay. Well, we all know everybody's going to be asked to send in to Chris and Judy. Oh, to Judy. Just type of questions you'd like to ask. On this one, I would, however the best way, Chris, to go about this, constructing this paragraph, it might be for Judy to get just collective thoughts on what I've talked about, and then we sort of put it together and maybe ask Judy to send it back and let people look at it. Make sure everybody's comfortable.
Yeah, the good news is even though we don't have a tremendous amount of time before the 12th, we do have more time than we have between our first meeting and this. So what I would like to propose is that if everyone could send in to Judy by close of business on Monday, your thoughts on questions that you would like to ask specifically of a finalist, if you have some that are specific to a finalist, questions that you would like to see asked generally, of all finalists, and then also if you have some thoughts on this paragraph where we would ask you to give it to them in advance and ask them to prepare a verbal presentation. We'll see where we are in the meeting format about the slides. I don't have a problem with allowing them to have 1 or 2 slides if they want to do that. And then if you'll send those in to Judy by Monday, and I'll work with her to try to help organize and get this into some format, because I'm sure we'll have some duplications, differences in wording on things today. And we'll get them back out by the end of the day on Wednesday. That works, Judy, with your schedule? Enough time? Okay. And then if we can circulate them and get back say noon on Friday, because I would like to get the paragraph at least out to these folks no later than Monday morning, since we're going to be interviewing on Wednesday. I want to give them, at least, 36 hours to think about their presentation. So that they can each have a fair shot at allowing us, because that's what I'm hoping. If we get done with this, there could be somebody who could be a person who we really all feel very strongly is the best candidate for executive director. So I would propose that schedule. Is that agreeable with everyone? I don't think we need a formal motion on that.
Thank you, guys. So Chanel is on the call with us today. And so I bring that up because she has been very good in looking and following the governor's direction. So Chanel, I would hope that you can get back to us as soon as practical, whether we'll be able to meet in person in Nashville. And Judy, you would be the one coordinating with us the meeting place and all that. And we know if we can't meet that way, the format that we've got. So hopefully people are listening to the word and sort of get ourselves managed here so that we have the flexibility to be able to meet in person, which would be our preference. But we have to do whatever, complies with the governor's order. I think we all understand that.
Tom, can I go ahead and answer your question? You all are free to meet in person. You would just need to make sure that you're adhering to the social distancing guidelines, and you're able to find a venue that can also accommodate that. I know a lot of the state rooms right now are not really booking for meetings, so we just have to think about logistics and making sure that we can practice social distancing and have those things in place.
I don't know if this is an option or not, but I've got a pretty large boardroom, and we'd be happy to host it if you guys want to have the meeting in East Tennessee.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just want to express, I would have concerns about meeting in person, just given what's going on. I think I'd like us to consider what it would mean to meet virtually. I know this wasn't ideal, especially for a role like this. I do think that we got a lot out of it today. I think there's a lot to be gained, obviously, for meeting in person, but I think there's also a lot that we could lose by meeting in person, just given what's going on with COVID-19. And so I just wanted to express that while my preference would be to meet in person, under these circumstances, I would prefer to meet virtually, so I just wanted to share that.
I appreciate that. Commissioner Tucker.
I have the same concerns, whether, Alan, I appreciate that offer, but the idea of spending a night in a hotel right now, for me or for anybody coming here, is concerning. We also, those of us who have school-age kids, are going to have our kids in our houses online learning, at least I am. And so figuring out the logistics of a trip across the state would be tough. And then I'll add that I have a high risk kid, so I don't want to go out any more than I have to. I would prefer to be in person. I think you get things you don't get online, but given the pandemic, I have concerns.
Commissioner? Well, I will share, while my preference is to meet in person, I want to put that on the record. My wife and I are about to become grandparents again. And, thank you. We're going to have a granddaughter. We've got a grandson, about to have a granddaughter. And, we're real careful around them and with them. Our daughter and son-in-law will be extraordinarily careful. So, I just share that because, we figured out if everybody else wanted to do it, but our preference, would be, and not that I don't think all of y'all are taking care of yourselves and doing this, but you never know. And we're walking into a space that we do not necessarily know how it's been maintained. But so without it, we've got two commissioners. I'll put myself. I'm a third that's a little concerned now because I would have to come up the night before, just to do that. Commissioner Patterson.
Yeah, I also would share a very similar concern. I don't know if we would need to make a formal vote, but certainly I have similar concerns that Commissioner Tucker raised in terms of managing the trip with a young child and then also potential risk factors.
I'm not going to take a vote. I want to get a sense of where we are before we finish. Commissioner Sisnett?
And I just wanted to add one thing that we would need to consider or should consider are the candidates. And they, on the other side of things, I would imagine they probably wouldn't express a concern because, they're going after something that's a big deal. But I would, just to speak up for them, potentially, they could potentially have an issue with it. It might feel as if their opportunity would be at risk if they can't meet in person, so they might go ahead and do it because we are.
And that's
yes.
Please, brother, don't confuse my offer of using my boardroom as me being generous. I was hoping y'all would come here so I wouldn't have to travel. I completely agree with everybody what's being said. It would not be responsible for us to actually meet live right now. I think not in 2 weeks, not with what we're seeing. And I say that as a healthcare leader. It's just not the responsible thing for us to do.
Commissioner Hanson or Commissioner Stitt, do you all have comments you want to make?
Yeah, I'm just going to say, with the fact that we are opening schools, I just don't think it's a good look that we're not going to meet in person when we're sending kids back into the classroom all across the state. But I also understand that looking around this room, everyone has brought up different issues, and everybody knows their risk factors better than any other person on the call. So, if the consensus is that everybody would feel more comfortable meeting online, then I will acquiesce to that because I want to respect my fellow commissioners. I just want to also keep in mind, that a lot of other school boards have started meeting in person, a lot of other agencies and things, and I think we can do it safely if we can find a space, but at the same time, I would never, ever, ever want to put anyone at risk that something would happen. And I look to the healthcare professionals such as Alan, and even doctors here that are saying, if you don't have to, don't, but if you can and do it safely, then let's do it. But right this minute, I don't think I can sit here and say that we can do it 100% safe, but I would say, let's do it.
Justin, you have a comment?
I think Jamie said it well.
Yeah, Coors Light on Commissioner Tucker in person when the world returns to normal sometime, but not for this meeting.
All right, based on that, then, I don't think we need a motion. But now, you've heard where we are. That's where we will go. And but thank you all for that conversation. Just wanted to put it out there so we fully could discuss it, and I think it's a good conversation. So with that, is there anything else to bring up today, Commissioner Richards?
You don't understand. I haven't been using this Swedish and been keeping me out of Mystic all day, guys. With this meeting we're going to have virtually, is this going to be broadcast at the same time as we're having it, or are we going to do it the way we did the interviews today? I know we have a special reason for doing it the way we did today, but once again, you could potentially have somebody listening in. Whoever's third could listen in on whoever's first. So what is your thinking on that?
I'm happy to respond to that. I think the situation is very similar to today, although there are fewer candidates. It's the same risk that we run as someone who is being interviewed later than someone being interviewed earlier could call in and we would have no way of knowing that, or someone they know and could tell them the questions. So unless we're providing the questions totally in advance, there is that same risk that is present today. And that's why we did it the way we did so that the process was not compromised. And I will say as a note, we had posted the meeting for 9 to 11 a.m., but with 3 candidates, I think you can expect that the meeting will be at least 3.5 hours.
Thank you.
Well, I just have a question. So let's assume we were meeting in person. That meeting would be streamed live. what would keep any of the other two candidates who weren't in there in that meeting from having their phone out and watching the thing online anyways?
They probably lock them up in a conference room.
I mean, just in full transparency, I think when we get to these final three, I mean, I know it's a risk, but, you know, I think we could do a blind pull of who goes first, who goes second, who goes third. I just think that we need to be as transparent as possible and let the general public be a part of any deliberations that we have while we're having them.
Mr. Sisnet?
Yeah, I can understand that. I think, though, I could also see a scenario that even if we were live, it wouldn't have to be live streamed. I do believe the general public should have access to the information that's being shared, but that doesn't. I don't think that necessarily means it needs to be live, so long as there's enough time for us to deliberate before we make the decision and for the public to be able to have access to that information.
Well, let me make a point, if I may. I think today we made an appropriate decision and choice. And Al, let me go back. Appreciate your comments earlier today and the motion that we took. On this one, coming up, I would be more aligned, Eddie, with where you are. Because I tend to think if somebody's that quick to sit down and figure out how to change the presentation that we're going to ask them to do, things like that, then more power to them. But I think now that we're down to finalists, I think it is a little bit different. I think I would like for people to be able to see where we're heading, particularly because we're not going to be in person. We're going to be Zooming again. So, I mean, I thought today was an appropriate decision we made. I would be more in favor of doing it live, open, where people can have access. And, you know, I mean, we will know if somebody's had the questions. If they can come in and they're just, you know, ready to shoot out of the chute, it's going to be fairly obvious. And I would hope we're to the point now with these three finalists, having seen them, that, you know, maybe somebody wants to get a leg up on somebody, but I tend to think we got to get to the point where we trust the candidates we've moved forward. Yes.
Mr. Chair, the only thing I would say, I'm with you on making it a live meeting, and if we're going to make any decisions in that meeting, my only concern about what we did today is typically with the public record, with the public meeting law, and the intent of the public meeting law is that the public has the benefit of seeing the deliberations, and then possibly even having the opportunity to have input. And I don't mean input at a meeting. It could be, you know, writing op-eds opposing what we're thinking of doing, whatever. But the point being, if we have a meeting like we did today, where the public won't see the deliberation until after we act, I'm less comfortable with that. I'd rather the meeting be open, real time, so people see real time the interactions, the deliberations, and then if we act, it was truly an open meeting, as opposed to we've acted, and 2 days later, 3 days later, then the public gets to see what we did and how we came to the conclusion. So as much as possible, I'd like to lean in to the public meeting requirement, or the intent of the public meeting requirement, as real time as possible. Even though what we did today is certainly acceptable and has been approved by the Attorney General's office, I still would rather not do any action that's not live.
Thank you. Mr. Tucker.
Yeah, I would ask Chanel if we even have the option to do it in the finalists. Do we have the same option? And then I would, regardless of whether we even have legal options, myself and Corey, I agree with Alan and everybody who said they think it should be live. And can't we just tell the candidates, like, we're asking you not to, like, listen in or watch? I mean, if we can't trust them that much, we ought to not hire them as an executive director, right?
Well, and the reality is we're not inventing the wheel here. This happens all the time. School systems hire people. They have public interviews. This is not a new thing. This is routine. I don't think we're reinventing anything here. It's true. Whoever goes first, whoever goes last, maybe they have an advantage, but that's not new. I mean, this happens all the time in Tennessee, and it's just the way it is. That's the nature of public meetings.
So Chanel, may I ask you to answer the question? Do we have the option?
So the preference is that it would be live access. Under the executive order that was in Executive Order 16 and then extended by Executive Order 51, there is a provision that would allow you all to do as you did today if it's unreasonable, like if you don't have any kind of way, like say you have a way of securing the interviews. In the discussion today, if that's not a real concern, I would say that in that case, I don't know that that would be an option. If there's not a concern that there's some kind of security around the interviews, I would say it needs to be live access at that point.
Thank you. Commissioner Sisnett?
Yeah, I just wanted to say for the record, I'm personally okay with it being live. It's just a matter of the interviewees and the process we go through. So I know Judy's been pretty savvy about putting people in the lobby. Maybe it's just keeping them in the lobby, until it's their turn. But, to the other commissioner's point, if need be, we just have to trust that they'll, trust the process and act with integrity. But I certainly do want, first and foremost, the public to have access to the information as quickly as they could, and as they can. So if that means it's live, then I'm okay with that.
Okay, so let me get it. I'm going to throw something out there I don't want to do, but one way you can really catch everybody is you give 3 different scenarios. You don't want to do that. I'd like for people you're acting to the same scenario, but I'm Wendy where you are. At some point, we got to trust people. We really do. And if we don't think we can, then we'll start all over again. But I think we will know if somebody really came in here and wanted to watch one of the other people, because you got to be pretty crafty to hide that. So, without having, do we have a consensus that we will do this in an open meeting format where everybody is noticed of the meeting on August 12th? Is everybody okay with that? Thank you.
Here. Yeah.
Okay.
So just to clarify, I want to make sure that this meeting, though, if it wasn't live access, it's still confined with the open meeting and the executive orders.
Absolutely. We've got that with what Alan said. We've got that in an actual motion and a second that got passed. So yes, thank you. We're just going to go back to the more traditional way this time.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, there's one other thing. I think probably want to check references before we do the final interviews. And I think it would be good if we could provide that up. We've got 3 finalists. And I think that each of them provided 2 or possibly 3 references, including stuff on the most current list. I'd like to see if we can get some folks to volunteer to call references. I'm going to be working on assessment of duty. Commissioner Tucker's one, Commissioner Hanson's one, Commissioner Smith. Okay. Judy will send you the references for each of you for one, and if you could just call them and have a conversation before they close and be prepared to report in as a part of our finalist review, I think that would be great. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Richard. May I make one suggestion? If you make the call, please just verbally share what you learn.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I am.
Any other comments or questions before we get to the magic moment that we've been waiting for?
I move to adjourn.
I've got to adjourn to have a second.
Ready to vote.
Would you call the roll, Judy?
Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
And I agree with to the finals. Maybe we'll turn around and do reverse alphabetical order.
Commissioner Sisnett.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Tucker.
Double aye.
Chairman Grissom.
Aye.
The motion passes. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Have a great week.
Thank you.